Alright, folks. Nah, I'm here. Okay. Let's get this booted up.
Sega.
You know what? This is the wrong account. I have to sign out. Okay, now we can play Comfort Heroes.
Sega.
Hey, see people are starting to show up. Cool. Alright. I logged in on my main account instead of my Smurf, so I had to restart the game. Whoops. Okay, now we'll actually get started here. So, I don't have as much time to stream as I was hoping to, just in general right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a couple more Soviet games, and then I'm going to switch to just playing with USF. It's the faction I'm better with, and that I can help people more with. So we're going to play just a few more Soviet games, talk about the strengths of conscript builds versus penal builds, and then I'm going to switch to playing USF. And we'll go from there. If people have any questions, feel free to ask in chat, or yeah, preferably ask in chat. I'm guessing some of you are friends with me on Discord and can send me messages on Discord, but I might not read those during the stream. We'll see. So what we're going to do here is we're going to play a penals game and we're going to play a conscripts game, and we're going to talk about like the timing differences between those builds and what they stack up well against relative to one another. If we can, I would love to play a penals game versus OKW and a conscript game versus OST, because I think that those are the best matchups for those builds. But we'll work with what we get, and both builds are viable against both factions. It's just that you have to work a little bit harder with conscripts versus OKW, since they also have very efficient line infantry in the early game, whereas grenadiers are pretty meh, and the conscripts do better than penals do in general against MGs. The other thing that I like to keep in mind when I'm doing these builds is if I see an opponent that has like 2 Assault Grenadier doctrines as Ostier, I'll sometimes go penals just because penals tend to have a bit of a better matchup against Assault Grenadiers. They have a lot more long-range DPS than conscripts do, so you can usually drop a model on approach, which makes fighting the Assault Grens way easier in the early game. That being said, conscripts are perfectly viable against assault grenadiers. You just have to blob them up a little bit early game. But yeah, that is one reason to go penals against Oz tier. If they go for a tier 1 skip and they like don't have any grens, then your penals, you can go penals and then get a scout car, and sometimes just win the game by like stealing an MG or two with your like flamer NGs in the scout car. So again, these builds are both strong and they're good against both factions, but slight preference personally towards conscripts versus Austere and penals versus OKW. Yeah, so when I switch over to USF, I'm going to start talking more about how to build USF in general. It's kind of a tricky faction to build because, well, for two reasons. The first is that almost every other faction either has, like UKF, you get your machine gun and your AT gun just from normal teching. OKW, you get your machine gun and you get your AT gun from normal teching. It doesn't matter what tech choices you make, you're going to get both. Oz tier does have a side tech for their AT gun, but it's both a very common side tech and not particularly expensive. And the same is true of Soviets, right? They have to side tech for their team weapons, unless they're going conscripts, in which case that's just sort of their main tech path. USF has to spend 35 fuel in addition to their normal teching if they want to have both an AT gun and an MG. And their tech cost for tier, like their final tier of tech, isn't particularly cheap. So what that means is that if you get both, you can end up putting yourself really behind as USF. So USF can be kind of hard to play because you end up in a situation where you're like, okay, I want to have my machine gun because it's really good at, it's really good for getting ahead early, and it works really nicely in the late game. But on the other hand, if you do that and you happen to get behind, you happen to screw up, you're in a situation where you have to spend 35 fuel to get your AT gun and fight off like P4s, which is not a good place to be. So USF has that sort of teching awkwardness. The other thing that I think makes USF a bit of a challenging faction to build is their lack of just like really strong generalists, particularly when it comes to armor. Leaving doctrinal units aside, like the Sherman is great, it's phenomenal against infantry, but it does not match up well even against like the austere Panzer IV. So you have to build a coherent set of specialist units as USF, which I think is a little bit challenging at times. I think USF is in a great place. I actually think the balance in general is really phenomenal. The biggest issues right now are that heavy tanks come a little bit too quickly for everybody. Yeah, they did. I think they made them actually better though. They're a lot cheaper now, so you get one out really fast. And side teching, I've been talking a bit about how it can be punishing, but it's not nearly as punishing as it used to be. Okay, so since we're loading in, I'm going to change gears talking about Soviets for a little bit. But I'm going to play like 2 Soviet games and then switch to USF for the rest of the stream. Okay. So we're going to play penals here because that is a little bit safer. I only started playing in January, so I never experienced smoke riflemen. But USF seems to be overall in a much better place from what I've heard. Like looking at tournament results from back then, USF was not in a phenomenal place. So I'm happy with the changes, but fair enough. I get it that it sucks to change. I was really annoyed by the M20 changes recently. I would have rather. Yeah, no, I never played a smoke rifle. Oh, hey, Radu. I bet. I mean, they sound OP to be honest, but which is probably why they were changed. Oh god, did I just cancel that? Oh yeah, that's me being greedy. Sometimes trying to micro things like that, you get really greedy. Don't do that. Don't be greedy. I'm a very greedy player. Well, I mean, basically the trade-off is that Jacksons are now like one of the best late game units. Period. They're just phenomenally strong right now, and so USF is a faction that I actually feel really good about taking to the super lit game. I played a 72-minute game against an OKW player. Hey, Gearblood. And felt great about it. I just crushed him in the game. So, yeah, I think USF is in a great spot. How's it going, Gearblade? Okay, so not talking about USF, we're talking about Soviet. So, I wanted to, as I said, do a couple of Soviet games to show off the differences between penal builds and conscripts builds. So, one of the differences is how slow they are. So, right, conscripts builds are very fast. You just get infantry out immediately. Our penals were like, they came out at like, oh god, I missed my timing on my penal. They'd be slow if you do that. Sorry, I haven't played much at all in the last couple of weeks, so very sloppy. Part of the advantage of conscripts is that they just come out so much faster. Okay, so we see they've got forces over here. We're just going to cut them off. We're just going to hit their cutoff. If you see right here, this is connecting this whole set of sectors. Yeah, this is not a fight that Sturm should take. They should not try to charge into us here. They will not generally do well there. See, yeah, they dropped the units. And if you're wondering why we're not building a scout car, it's because part of my desire here is to play builds that are relatively new player friendly, and I think light vehicles are one of those things that new players can really struggle with. So we're not playing with scout cars, even though they are objectively phenomenal. So yeah, one of the big disadvantages of penal builds is that they're just slower to get out on the field. Right, you start with a second combat engineer, which is good, but it means that, you know, charging me here. Oh, did I get a wipe? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so focused on trying to talk. Yeah, this, like, we're just capping up the map while fighting this. Oh god. Okay, this should have taken care of. Whoops, wrong squad. Crap. Okay, this penal squad should be able to clean up though. Should be able to get the wipe on his people. Yep, and oh god. Yeah, don't let the base guns kill your infantry. That's bad. Okay, so this person had a really slow opening. You can still pull a bazooka out of the lieutenant. I mean, okay, sorry, this is a digression, but I see there's an argument going on about the M20. I'm annoyed by the M20 changes, but the truth is the M20 was insanely powerful. So it definitely needed a nerf. I think that getting two nerfs like that was what was the problem. The timing nerf was really painful. Okay, so this person's doing a really common strategy you'll find for levels, and that's just, you know, spamming, like CQC troops like this. So we're gonna hold our ground until they're getting close like that. This is because they don't have very good moving accuracy, and we trade well at range. Okay, we're gonna start teching here. Well, the thing is, there are a bunch of things that make the M20 right, like. The M20 also has smoke, and it also has, I mean, just insane speed and vision. I mean, it's a really strong unit. Yeah, it was definitely too strong. Okay, like, they're taking fights that they just shouldn't be taking here. They're probably we're gonna transition into a T-70. No. I promised I wouldn't do light vehicles. We're not gonna transition into T-70. That would be what would be ideal here, but we're not gonna do it. So in this fight, again, we're holding our ground while they're moving because they're moving accuracy is very poor. Yeah, gosh, we stayed too long there, but it's okay. We're just gonna pull back. I mean, we still have the entire map, basically. We're just taking smart fights, not doing anything flashy. Okay, we're gonna tech up. We're not gonna build a T-70 because, again, I'm trying to avoid light vehicles in these builds. Even though the T-70 is phenomenal, and you should be building it. Um, oh, for sure, for sure. The T7 would be great here, but again, I'm just trying to create like new player-friendly builds for people that are like really straightforward. So we're just gonna tech
We
up,
are
and
losing
we're gonna start
supplies to the
building
enemy.
T-34 85s. And the
120
reason we're
millimeter
doing this
mortars are
instead of
now
a
available for
T-70 is
deployment.
because
Guard rifle infantry squads are now available. Our T-34s have been outfitted with 85 millimeter guns. We will follow their tracks to victory.
I've never had an opponent ask me to let them win before. That's kind of weird. Well, I mean, we're not going to do that because we want to climb. So, yeah, again, like this is not this is not a good thing to do. This is a bad way to respond to penals. We're gonna just try to get it up there. That one, yeah, there we go. And now this other penal is gonna come in and push them off. We're gonna push in with these two squads. These guys are not really like in combat here. We just want them to go cap up stuff while our penal fights the Sturms.
Yes, comrade.
So we know that they're over here somewhere. Yep, they're gonna come again. I mean, yeah. When you're fighting CQC troops, they tend to have very poor max range DPS. Penals have very good max range DPS. It's better than Grenadiers or Volkswagens. So yeah, you really. This is not how you want to fight penals. If you're gonna use Sturms, you need to push in.
Don't make me say it twice.
Okay, I'm just gonna cap that.
The enemy still has 300 points.
Yeah, Sturm spam is not a good strategy. They're not very efficient units. Is that guy? Is that guy? Oh, I thought I heard an infantry support gun. Yeah, please don't use. So we're just gonna go straight into T-34s, and we're just gonna actually. I should have picked the other doctrine. That's fine. We'll just spam T-34s and run. We'll go base dot in a second. You shoot that.
The enemy will not keep it.
So I am not a big Soviet player, but you absolutely can. So if your opponent is playing light vehicles, getting one guard squad is a much better answer than upgrading one of your penal PTRSs, because penal PTRSs are terrible against infantry. So you give up a lot of firepower by doing that. Whereas guards, actually, their PTRSs are much stronger. Yep, okay, we have a retreat here. That might be a wipe. Oh yeah, that's probably a wipe. And they have no map control though, because they blobbed up. Okay, so we're gonna blob up our penals.
Sacrifice.
Yes? You must go now.
I would generally advise against blobbing, but right, in this situation we have the entire map. Like, the reason you don't blob is because you lose map control by blobbing. But here, we have the entire map. So we're just gonna, attack, move into them, and we're really good at long range. So we'll win that fight. They won't be able to push in against us. And then our T-34s will come out in a minute here, and we can just, go attack the base. Again, this is very bad. Charging against penals have great DPS and everything. They're just gonna squat like them repeatedly. And notice that we're just focus firing. That's all we're doing. We're not microing this fight hardly at all. We're just focus firing each squad down. And if... Okay, our opponent surrendered.
We have made Comrade Stalin proud.
Well, didn't get a chance to. So yeah, right, that's actually a really good example of how to deal with someone who's blobbed. First, take map control, and then second, counter blob if they force you to. This is a level 3 account, so I don't know what level my opponent is. I can check. I don't really know about demo charges. The problem is demo charges used to be invisible, so you used to be able to get really, just free squad wipes. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have left that score screen. Let's go back to that for a second. I just want to show something. I mean, I did get more units killed, but the real difference there is this captures versus lost section right there. Yes, we were out trading them, but even if we weren't, we captured twice as much territory as them, and we lost 3 less. So we were really in control of the map that game. So we were gonna just run over them with tanks. Let's check. Yes, that's true. You can hide them in bushes. Just check the rank of that person because someone was asking. This person is unranked, so who knows? Okay. Yeah, you can do that, Gearblade. I keep in mind if your opponent gets Minesweepers, they can disarm them. I believe. Can anyone verify that? I actually don't really use demos, and I don't really play against them very much. But I think they can be disarmed and they can be blown up. Like if your opponent sees you planted a demo charge and they just attack ground with a tank, they can just kill the demo and you've got nothing. Okay, so penals. Penals are strong because they have just good damage at every range. They trade well with pretty much all early game infantry. They can kind of struggle against Panzer Grenadiers, but they come out a bit later. In an infantry versus infantry combat, penals will like 1v1 any early game Axis infantry most of the time. If like assault grenadiers get the drop on you, oh hey, Simo wants to join. Yes, let me. Looks like Simo's going to join me for a little bit on stream, so let me just set that up. So yeah, penals are really strong infantry early game. The issue, right, is that they cost a lot more than cons. They cost 300 compared to 240, and you can't build them immediately. You have to build a tech building, so they are kind of slow.
Howdy.
Hey, Simo. I don't know. Can the stream? Stream, can you hear Simo?
Hello.
Can anyone let me know if they can hear Simo talking? Could Simo talk?
I'm pretty sure that there's a little bit of a delay. I know that. I think it would be up to how you have the system coded.
Okay, I'm not sure how I have it set up, to be honest. This is like my second time.
I know I hear my Steam messages whenever I message you.
Okay.
Yeah, someone says it.
Cool, excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Eisenthal. So I was just talking about, I don't know if you were watching Simo, but I was talking about penal builds versus conscript builds and what makes them both strong.
Yes.
And this game, whatever my opponent does, I'm just going to play conscripts. So
would you say that conscripts are the generally prevailing meta at the moment?
Definitely at higher levels. Yes, absolutely. I think at lower levels, penals are generally more popular, but once you get to like level like even like sort of not super high levels, but sort of like I don't know, level 12, 13, that's when you start to see a lot more conscripts.
Yeah.
So the big downside of conscripts is that they have pretty poor DPS at long range and fine DPS at close range, but also large target sizes. So they're likely to lose models while charging. Like riflemen, you can kind of safely charge in, and your DPS is a lot higher than Grents and Volks early game. So even if you drop a model, you'll probably safely win that fight. Conscripts have about the same DPS as Volks and Grens at close range with a full squad, and so if you charge, A, you're more likely to lose models, and B, you're just going to have less DPS when you get there. So
yeah. Like I remember one match you just literally ran at a green covered Gren squad with rifles, and you just you took the hit and then got up to me and won. But with cons, I don't know if you'd be able to do that.
No, that is a much riskier thing to do with cons, and I would not recommend it. Rifles will win charging Volks and Grens right now. Oh, perfect. This is an OS player. That is
so yeah. The delays. I got about a maybe 5-6 second delay. So if my responses might be a little.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I've played Sheep before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's all right. What's your what rank are you on now?
We're level 3 with Soviets, and we're level 2 with USF, and we're gonna switch into playing USF after this game because I've decided that my knowledge of USF is so much greater that it doesn't really make sense for me to try to do this.
I just realized I played Electric Sheep because you are Electric Sheep.
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, my mistake.
Did you? I thought you were joking, Simo, and I was like, yeah, that's clever.
Yeah, well, and the thing about cons is if you want, you could try to rush to. It's risky.
You can rush
You
what?
can rush T70.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, it's less risky with cons because you go tier
We have
2.
more conscripts at our
So we're just going to
disposal.
send everybody over.
Oh,
this
yeah,
way.
you're right. You're right.
One of the great things about cons is you're hitting your timings right. You can queue your second con squad before your first one's built, which just feels great. No one else can do that.
Yeah, one of the annoying things about Ost is you have to time the Gren to
Fresh
MG on
conscripts
the.
have arrived. Understood.
Okay.
So normally I find myself on my tier 1 building slamming the Q button to try to get my Gren squad out, and then select my MG immediately.
Yeah, no, so like conscript builds are very easy in terms of timings. You just have to do, we got that timing. So we're gonna push with these two conscripts while our combat engineers are, queued up to just sort of walk around here and cap up all of our back points. And then we're gonna send our other next two cons over here. So in a penal build, you build 1 combat engineer and 3 penals. And in a conscript build, you build 4 conscripts.
We have more conscripts
So
at
you
our
went.
disposal.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Simon?
4, you said?
Yeah, that's the norm.
I have seen in the past. I have seen people build the 4th conscript and then use it to, or the 3rd. Like, let's say you're in a 3rd conscript, and rather than replenish the 3rd, they just go straight to the 4th so they can have more capping.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Like look at how insane our map control is right now. If we were playing penals, it would be nowhere near this good.
Now, if he has an aggressive MG, you could get punished for this. But
yeah, for sure. Which is also why we're not putting our conscripts like exactly in the same place together.
yeah. I'd point out the fact that you haven't captured any of the VPs yet, and that's because you're going for a resource control. And
Yes.
that's something that I only recently truly begun to realize is actually really important.
Okay, so one of the
There are very few games that'll bleed.
Yes.
That you'll bleed on VPs, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're not playing for resource, or we're not playing for VPs at all. We don't really care about
Yeah,
them.
you forced him to move that machine gun because of the.
Yep, and because I kept my conscripts spread out like that, I was able to flank through it easily. So they're not gathering any resources right now, and we're getting resource loss entirely.
This is brutal.
And look, we didn't do anything super fancy either, right? We just moved out with cons. We're gonna push this Gren squad now. Yeah, we've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're forced to retreat there.
That top con squad is bleeding for you while you wrap up caffeine.
Right, and we've actually taken more losses than our opponent at this point, right? We've lost 3 models, our opponents maybe lost like 2. But it doesn't actually matter because look at how insane our map control is right now. And our opponent has built an MG early, which they should be doing as austere. And it's really hard to push out against this with an MG, right?
Look at his resource control right now.
Like, look at how much I'm getting.
52 to 32.
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, that's incredible.
And that's just because cons are out on the map quickly. They're not very good combat units. I mean, they get really good with veterancy. Oh yeah, absolutely, dear Blade. That's the most satisfying feeling in the world. When someone GGEVs you and you take them out, yeah. It does happen. Just gonna reinforce for cons. The other thing is cons only cost 20 manpower to reinforce.
Yeah. And then what is it with the when they get to 7 men? Is it
17?
That's
okay.
Just...
This is a fight where we should trade okay. No, we're gonna retreat. So even if you, in theory, should trade well in a fight, just retreat if you start trading badly. We're going to send our combat engineers over here. We're going to give them a flamethrower, and we're going to go around for a flank on that MG. While this conscript squad, I mean, it's in good cover, so even though it's DPS, they might be going for a rifle grenade on us. Okay, guess not. Oh, there's a mortar, though.
The sector is at risk.
Good.
Alright. We'll bring our conscripts out. We're just going to keep on the pressure here. And again, you know, we're not playing with light vehicles right now. We're just gonna rush T7s. Or T34s, not T7s. You should be rushing T7s.
Oh, you're gonna rush a T34?
Yeah, yeah. It's not the ideal thing to do, but I don't want to play with light vehicles right now.
Is that just because you got 145 freaking fuel at 5?
Yeah, I mean...
That's a lot of fuel.
It is a lot of fuel. So we've decapped this. We're just going to run now. This isn't going to trade well. But we've decapped it. We pushed the MG out of position.
Supply sector under attack.
And a lot of Soviet play is out positioning a machine gun.
Absolutely.
That is a huge portion of Soviet.
It's a lot of play in general.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, we're sending the yep. Well, we actually have a combat engineer already. We're just sending them back home. We just wanted to decap real quick. Oh, this is actually a bad engagement for us. But
actually, that guy makes a good point, because the one thing that you see with penal play is people build a second penal or second combat engineer right away, and then the penal come out.
Yep, absolutely.
And so that's why cons don't have the as fast of the second engineer for sure.
And honestly, we're not even going to go for a second engineer for a while. Like, we don't really need it until we have lots of tanks on the field.
Yeah.
We have a lot of infantry. So, again, we're just pushing out here, just trying to disrupt our opponent's steam weapon play. Just keep our opponent off balance while we... Oh, tech up. Sorry, this guy's going to just be building base structures for a while. We have the fuel to build our next tech structure. These guys are super savvy. We're just going to retreat those guys. Right, and so because of this super aggressive opening, we've been able to completely dominate.
Look at that. 6 minutes, 30 seconds, you're building tier 3.
Yeah, and I have enough fuel for tier 4. We're going to build it immediately.
Well, you could build it if you actually needed to. You could build the anti-tank grenade tech as well.
I could. Yeah. And I will if my opponent builds a light vehicle. Now, only now is my opponent even trying to push out on this side of the map. I've just contained them to over here. All game.
Yeah, so he's forced to play purely for his side. This is the first time he's even done anything on the left. That's really...
Now, this is sort of an extreme example. We're playing against someone who's pretty weak, but this is, broadly speaking, how conscript builds work.
This is an idealistic version, yeah.
But this is an illustration of why conscript builds are strong, and one of the reasons they're more powerful than penals.
I hate Minsk because it's just heavily... It can be heavily Axis-sided if the Axis do their thing right. And it's just it's like a romanticism of what Krupstall is, so I just hate it.
Oh. Ate some grenades there. That's the other thing is, in some ways, conscripts are very unforgiving in some ways. They're very...
Oh, that's a fine nade. Like, you just... Whatever. That's not too bad.
They're very reliant on veterancy to scale. So if you get squad wiped, it's terrible. But they cost so little to reinforce that it's really not that bad. So our opponent has this really team weapon heavy build. Did I do this correctly? Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna we're gonna get the 7-man cons upgrades, which will make our cons even more dominant. Yep. See, we're just tanking grenades right now.
Right, so because you have 314 munitions from your early play, you're able to just upgrade all of your cons with this upgrade.
And 7-man cons are phenomenal. They're really superb. If this mortar were shooting at me, this would be a bad engagement, but because it's not, this is fine. So we're gonna just rush. Oh! And our opponent has a light vehicle out while we're building our first medium tank. Again, this is an extreme example.
We are losing territory.
And to your friend's comment about accuracy, received accuracy, the whole point of cons is to out. And so you're not supposed to take much bleed early game because you're just avoiding actual combat by just out-cap.
Yep. And I mean, you can fight well in the early game just because of your sheer numbers.
That too, yeah. You just sort of just roll around the map.
We're gonna, And 7-man cons, as I said, are really phenomenal. They deal excellent damage, really hard to kill. We're gonna push on here. We've got our T-34 coming up. They're just trying to
Is there a base buff for getting 7-man cons, without vet? Does it do anything to their received accuracy or anything immediately?
It gives them minus 20% cooldown, which does not do much in terms of their short-range DPS, but it's actually a really significant long-range DPS improvement. So yeah, we're just going to push out over here. Our opponent's just starting to get on the field, really.
That point must be secure. The enemy has taken our supply sector.
So we're gonna just kill this vehicle here.
Oh, he went infantry.
Yeah, German infantry is a superb doctrine, but
Ram it. Do it.
I don't even need to.
I know. What? Look at all the squads he had in that thing.
Yeah, he had like 3 squads. It's crazy. So yeah, we're just gonna overrun him with armor now. I think he hit me with a Faust, but it doesn't really matter because there's no follow-up.
Well, he didn't even get snared from what I see.
No, it wasn't. It was just a single Faust. Yeah. So look, we're just slaughtering him here. Oh, okay. There's a pack done, so we do have to worry a little bit about that. We're gonna charge it with our cons. Oh, are they pinning us? That's annoying. Yeah, sorry, my micro's not great here. As you see, I don't really care about defense. I'm just trying to get resources to play. This is something I'd really recommend. I mean, at some point you need to care about VPs. That point is not yet. Okay, we're gonna go back cap that.
Well, you did just wipe 2 engineers earlier, I think, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a great position. We are actually going to cap the VP now. Oh, the IS-2 is a phenomenal tank. The reason that we're doing this instead is only because we don't have to have any CP requirement to get this, and we just want to end the game, right? We just want to get our lead, and then we want to end the game.
Oh, that was risky.
It is.
Did you get snared?
Yes. Yeah, I did. Oh shit, that was a good grenade.
Yeah.
Be careful of yellow cover versus rents. It's very strong. We should have gotten Molotov.
You absolutely saw the model kneeing down to start the rifle mate.
I did.
I pivoted the screen, yeah.
Supply lines have been cut.
You're absolutely right. We're just going to send that guy back. Nope.
A good cutoff.
Yeah, it is a good cutoff. Yeah, our opponent here is really not terrible. I suspect they're a little bit higher level than us.
A lot of people do go cons into guards, so I guess you could do that if you need, but you still do have 4 squads on the ground.
Basically, yeah. Oh god, I'm floating so much. Alright, we're gonna get our second tank.
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. Okay, we're getting our second tank. Carrying that. Yeah, we're gonna get an MG. We're floating a lot, that's not great. We are gonna build some guards. That's a fine thing to do.
Troops are standing by.
You're gonna build some what? Yeah, guards. Yeah. Yeah, just get on with the DPs and just, yeah. I mean, you have so much munitions too because of your map visual.
MG squad awaiting orders.
Yeah, we're gonna get the DPs on those guys. We should be building mines too. That's one of the
I was
advantages
gonna say
of
that
the penal
earlier,
builds.
yeah.
Penals are great because you don't really want, like, if you're getting upgrades to your penals, you're kind of sad. Whereas you do want to actually get upgrades to conscripts. So. Okay, we got our second tank. I'm gonna send this one on the other side of the map real quick. And we're gonna send these guys to the center. Yeah, this person's actually playing reasonably well. But yeah, Gearblade. IS-2 is fantastic. In fact, one of the commanders we have equipped, I mean, we haven't actually changed the commanders from the default ones, but one of the commanders we have equipped is an IS-2 commander. Alright, I'm holding off here just because I suspect the MG is here.
You should keep the full commanders until level 10 or something. Just to show that that's not as heavily commander dependent as people.
Oh, actually, these commanders are absolutely superb. Like, this commander is a top tier commander for sure. Alright, we're just gonna hide behind this building and.
You could just get a mortar to help with the machine gun as well, but you got two tanks, so it's not like.
Yeah.
sector under attack.
We're gonna drive out of here though, just because there's a unit with a snare coming at us, and we don't want to get snared. This tank got snared though. Alright, let's see if we can get a base spin going here.
Check your gear. We are moving. Your predecessor died as hero. We are under mortar fire. Capture that sector. For stun.
Yeah, getting a mortar would actually be great here.
Capture our territory.
We're actually going to use the vehicle crew repairs here just because we've got so many munitions. Oh, okay, that guy got flanked. Okay, they retreated from center, which means we're going to push in there. You saw the MG run by us. Great. Shit. Good grenade. Yeah, it's something you have to really watch out for. Actually, particularly at lower levels, people love spamming grenades. We're gonna close in here for the kill. Got a big old block here coming in. We're trying to set up a defensive position here. We're just push in.
Yeah, Herpy's bringing up a good point about the vehicle repairs. It's just the scaling of how much you can repair relative to cost is just insane.
All right, we're gonna steal this. We're gonna steal this AT gun here. We don't need it, but our opponent does if they don't want to lose. So we're just gonna steal it. It'll come in handy later too. It's currently keeping them alive. We're just gonna base dive here with this one. We should also build another tank because we've got the resources too. So the thing I've been trying to emphasize here in general is your strategy should be: I'm gonna get ahead. I'm gonna get resources. I'm gonna get tanks, and I'm gonna win. And yes, Herpy, you're 100% right. That scaling sauce tier is great. I mean, in this case, it doesn't matter because we've just been able to completely cripple our opponent. Oh, look, got a scoop coming in. That's slightly fun. We're gonna get AT guns and Molotovs now. We've been sort of putting this off for a while.
Why do I need AT guns?
Or AT grenades? Sorry, not AT guns. AT grenades.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense.
No, we have an AT gun. Alright, we got a third tank. We should just be able to rush in here. Once this is repaired, we're just gonna go rush that dude and kill it. And probably just win the game. I have occasionally wanted... Oh, okay, the reason I wanted to take Molotov there is there were a couple of moments where I wished I could throw Molotov at my opponent's team weapons, and I just didn't have them. Okay, so I said that I would play a couple Soviet games and just show off like the differences and strengths and advantages of penals versus conscripts. I am firmly of the opinion that conscripts are better. That is the correct way to play Soviets right now. However, penals are perfectly viable, and if you're struggling with conscripts, because the early game does require you to like use cover to actually do super well, you should just stick to penals for now. And once you get better at utilizing cover, which is a skill you're going to need to learn, then switch to conscripts, and you'll do really, really well. They're just phenomenal. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to restart my game, get some water, and then switch to USF. Simo, if you want to entertain people while I'm gone, you're welcome to.
Oh, hi. Okay, what are we talking about?
I'm going to go on a quick break, but if you want to like have some commentary or whatever while I'm gone, I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
I was not paying attention. As you can see, that map was created by White Flash, who we all love and love very. Should I call Herpy in here? That would be fun.
Yeah, you should do that. That'd be fun. Bring Herpy in. And then y'all can talk shit about my USF in a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the Soviet onion has been served.
Oh. Yeah, I just got the tail end of that, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so it's a great. Yeah, what Repo was saying about penals is yeah, penals tend to be more of a opener against OKW because of the fact of simply because of the scout card, really. It's mainly the scout card that just
it's more
has
about
that.
the scout card than anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, penals themselves, conscripts can fight head to head with Volk's Grenadiers extremely well when you just oorah. Stern Pioneers do give some difficulty because there's certain intricacies within the engagement between Stern Pioneers and conscripts that you really need to watch out for. And it's a lot more micro-intensive than penals because with penals you can just sit behind a cover object and just yeet them. But with conscripts you actually have to you have to oorah, you have to leapfrog with your squads. You have to make sure you focus fire immediately when you see
it is leapfrog, isn't it? Yeah,
stuff like Stern Pioneers moving up on your infantry, or else conscripts a lot of the time get gutted because of the extremely low rate of fire in comparison they have to the penals, right? And people don't realize that conscripts actually pound for pound, they have just as much accuracy as grenadiers. It's just that they fire slower. At long ranges.
He was saying that conscripts have the same exact damage as.
No, it's not the damage anymore. I think what they did was they nerfed the damage down to 12 from 16, and then they buffed the accuracy up to almost Gren levels of accuracy, if I remember correctly.
Oh, interesting.
Let me check that.
I remember.
Quickly.
Okay, yeah, and then I remember they were talking about it. Did they keep engineers at 16 damage?
Yeah, they used to, and then they just made them into conscripts recently.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So now
looking
it's just
here,
a 4-man conscript squad.
Pretty much, yeah. So conscripts have just the slightest bit of an edge at close range in terms of accuracy. Pretty much identical mid-range accuracy, and then the Grenadiers get an extra 5% of accuracy at long range, pretty much.
What is
the main difference?
What is the K98's damage? Is it 12 as well?
The K98, no, the Kar 98 has 16 damage as opposed to the conscripts 12. But down at long range, meaning they fire half as fast. So they fire the equivalent of a 3-man Gren squad firing. Which is the big difference.
Yeah, cons aren't exactly wiping material. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Yeah. They're really not.
That's what the T-34 is for.
Or the T-70. Yeah. And again,
exactly,
I do want to stress, I'm not trying to play ideal builds here. I'm just trying to be really noob friendly. We're going to just play with infantry. We're going to build a couple of team weapons, and we're going to build tanks. That's all we're doing. And that's just where we're at these pretty low levels. And as we go up, we'll start to introduce more light vehicles. The correct way to play both of these factions is with light vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay, we're switching to USF now. I will also wanted to point out something kind of interesting about scaling. So cons have kind of poor baseline damage, but they get 54% over cumulative received accuracy bonuses. So they get this big ramp up in damage compared to other squads. Penals get a little bit better. They actually get 69% improved accuracy. And so penals scale a bit better in terms of raw damage output, but conscripts get really, really good received accuracy bonuses. So in the late game, they are incredibly hard to kill. Not only are they 6-man or 7-man if you get the 7-man upgrade, they have just insanely high received accuracy, or really low received accuracy. So it's just really tough to kill them. They scale excellently. Their weakest point is in the mid game when your opponent has weapon upgrades and you do not yet have the 7-man con upgrade.
What you're essentially waiting for is to hit that 2. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, even in the match you just played, those conscripts that went up against the 5-man G43 Grens were getting hit pretty hard.
And, go on.
Oh, yeah, so Like the biggest thing is like their received accuracy of that 3 is like 0.71 or something. That's not as good as like something like a rifleman that's like 0.64 or something like that. But also you cost like half as much to reinforce. Especially when you're like when you're running stuff like that, and your snare is faster, and you have an anti-garrison grenade if you upgrade that, and you have sprint non-doctrinal, and you can plant tripwire flares, and you can merge. The list goes on.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about conscript play, and one of the reasons I was sort of recommending people play penals early, is that conscripts, one of the things that makes them so strong in the early game is the ability to build sandbags. And, like, yes, their damage isn't that great, but they're really tough behind sandbags.
Yep. It's why so many that's actually the biggest weakness of penals. Yeah. Because with penals you can so I'm gonna cough here really.
No, go for it.
Sorry. With penals you can certainly bully people, right? Because of your raw damage output. But the biggest issue you're going to have once you hit like the 4th or the 5th minute is you're assaulting into cover, especially against better players that tend to build sandbags and wire them off. But with conscripts, after you ooh-rah into like close range and ignore cover and then beat them out of the cover, you then have the ability to build your own cover and then play the Una reverse card in their face. So,
no, absolutely, conscripts I would say are a lot better at higher levels. Even like mid elo, they're a lot stronger. Penals though are probably the place where if you're just starting out, and you don't feel comfortable doing anything other than just like moving your infantry, that's a fine place to start. They will trade well if you just move them most of the time, unless they're fighting into cover or what have you. But in general, they do a bit better when just sort of like moved or blobbed than conscripts do, which is why I've been trying to open it up. So Gearblade, to answer your question, I think that there are no bad USF doctrines, like none. My favorite USF doctrine is probably Airborne, but there are a lot of good ones. Right now, we're going to play Armor.
Assault engineers are on the line.
I do think getting you from level 1 to 10 with just the base doctrines would really prove a good.
Oh yeah, I'm going to do that. In fact, I might do the whole thing with just. I can do the whole thing with Airborne.
We're in for 1 through 10, but yeah.
Let's secure that ground.
Yeah.
Because you might want to showcase some more specific stuff down the road. But
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Area is out.
I'm gonna send these guys. Wow, I didn't even notice who we're playing. We're playing against Ostier.
Engineers,
you can just check on the on the.
Yeah. Yeah, but so to sort of end that conversation, or not to end it, but to sort of sum it up, right? Like, conscripts, really phenomenal. They have a ton of utility, which we didn't really show off. We're just showing off sort of their raw potential as just like really efficient troops. They come out really fast. And sort of the advantage of just being on the field before your opponent.
Here's a way to put it, right? Conscripts has a much higher skill floor, but also a much higher skill cap in terms of their usage.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
With conscript, a huge part of Co 2 is the resource differential you can build between you and your opponent. And with conscripts, you can really do that because against Grenadier, they need to trade against you 3-2 if they want to break even. Right, because what happens is Grenadiers cost 50% more than conscripts on a per model basis to reinforce. So specifically against Ostier, right? Yeah, once you get the 7-man, the ratio gets even more skewed. But specifically against Ostier, right? Ostier's strength is like single target annihilation, but like with conscripts, because you field them so quickly, you can your ability to play against Ost is just overwhelming them with pure numbers before they can get suppression utility on the field, before they can get like Panzer Grenadiers on the field and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the awesome dichotomy between the two factions, which makes it. I mean, they're the OG factions for a reason.
Okay, so the other thing I want to, and that's great. Thank you all so much for talking about cons while I was gone and with me. I think that what you're saying is great. It's a super helpful way to think about it. I also want to point out one of the advantages of armor and why we're playing it. My opponent has been very slow getting on the field. They're a fairly new player. But in general, armor is just super fast on the field because you don't actually have a build time for assault engineers. We should actually be starting our captain right now. And that's a big advantage, right? Conscripts come out really fast. They have a real... I don't think their build time's that short, but just they're so cheap that you can build them.
The reinforce is extremely fast also.
Yes, that is
interesting. And as for the comment, I think we'll get there when we get higher up in the ranks. So, because that is one thing that conscripts, the merging, which we were not able to talk about last game, is a complex part about conscripts. For instance, particularly with the flamethrower, the flamethrower is supposed to be the big DPS team member in that game.
Yeah, that is 100% true. And I want to say though, I'm not a very good Soviet player.
Right, yeah, which is why we're really switching to USF. So.
Yes, I'm a much stronger USF player, and I just understand this faction a lot more deeply.
Captain just took the battlefield.
All right, Captain, it can build the bar upgrade out of bounds, so do that. As soon as they hit the field, just click it and build that upgrade. Unlike the flamethrowers, that upgrade is just like pure benefit. Flamers do reduce your DPS in some situations.
Yeah, but if you're merging the cons to make sure the flamethrowers keep going.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was talking about the flamethrower upgrade for the assault engineers.
Oh, now we're back in reality.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, absolutely. The merging into your... Oh, sorry. I want to talk about the build we're doing. We've been talking about cons this whole game. But we're doing the build we were doing last time, which is super straightforward. It is... We're building... I'm just microing out of their vision. We're building super simple. We're going captain. We're going to build a pack howitzer here in a minute to deal with team weapons. And then we're just going to rush a Sherman. That's our build. It's really simple. We built a rifle squad, and then we built 2 assault engineers. And that is what we're going to do every game here. I'm going to go decap that. Assault engineers just trade really well. They're very good aggressive units. We talked a minute ago about how they come out fast. Oops, we need an ambulance here, though.
That's a good question. Oh, look at that on the retreat path. You might get that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna move into the retreat path.
You moved the other unit down south. That's a shame.
Oh, there's the MG. Okay, I knew it was up here somewhere. Where? So we're just going to push into this MG. We should get a wipe here. Yeah, and then we should be able to push this MG off. Unless they set up really fast. Yeah, they're going to get us here. So we're going to just walk around. When to get an ambulance? I am actually really bad at timing my ambulance well, if I'm being honest. The answer is probably before I do.
If you play with Herpy, you'll just notice he doesn't get medics half the time.
Rick, get to it. Okay, moving along.
Doesn't matter though.
Okay, we're gonna take this MG. This is a really big deal for us. This is one of the reasons USF is so strong. Lots of CQC squads mean that it's really easy to get squad wipes and steal team weapons. And stealing a team weapon is just such a huge boon for you. Yeah, Warren Bartertown. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that's a good way to do it. That does not work for this build. Ooh, that was bad. That was late.
Oh, yeah.
We're okay. We're okay.
A capture point is being overrun.
That's a really good rule of thumb. We're doing a build that doesn't use light vehicles, so we're not going to do that. But that is a great rule of thumb.
Get ready to stay close. Can't get distracted. Keep moving.
All right.
Steady up, fella. We got orders, boys.
Okay, we're gonna let our pack howitzer take this building out.
A capture point is under attack.
Yeah. Our opponent's actually pushing out on the other side. We can just charge their gun squads. As long as we're near full health, we will 100% win this fight.
Germans are making a push.
Let's see, are they gonna leave this building, or are they just gonna let us do this? We're gonna also get this MG set up over here. Alright, we push in now.
Oh, you went for pack howie early, awesome.
Yeah, we're just doing that because it's not a very micro-intensive unit, but it is a powerful.
Yeah. It can sort of sit there and just demonize center, and also you can just destroy that build point.
Oh shit! I should be able to get this. Come on. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
We're gonna close in there. You don't want to sit here and eat mortar shots. We want to move this up. Gonna get another wipe up here. Gonna push in, get the cutoff. Gonna go get this. Move our MG over here. Protect. Oh wow. Didn't realize they had more guns.
Nice. I mean, I think you should probably get the ambulance before your first light vehicle. Some people think otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know. I think before or after first light vehicle is generally a better call. This is interesting. I actually don't know who should win this fight. I think it's me. This fight, this Gren. So normally cover. Okay, now I'm definitely. Yeah, that's gonna be right. Okay.
I think at that point it might halfway be RNG. Oh, but the machine guns outside.
Yeah, Roxy. So that's a good idea. Good thought. I think it's good to try to get your feeling kind of contextually in general. Oh god.
Yeah, contextually is how you do it. I think he's wiped most of his squads.
I have, yeah. So this is one of the reasons we're playing Assault Engineers, is that Assault Engineers have really strong DPS, close range. They're really phenomenal for getting wipes. We're gonna take this here, and that there. And as always, we're just gonna cap up the entire map and get our Sherman. I'm actually getting this before the fuel, which is heresy. Should not be doing that. Send that guy back to heal.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Yeah, the Stuart is a slower first vehicle. I think you shouldn't be getting Stuart first most of the time, though. I think that's generally
should or should not.
Should not. Yeah. No. The Stuart's a good vehicle for sure, but it's not something you really need to rush. Yeah. Okay. Our opponent gave up.
That's it. The battle is ours.
Yeah, you should be getting the ambulance faster depending on the state of the game. If you've got a bunch of infantry, if you went like 4 rifles, then get the ambulance before a light vehicle for sure.
That was a brutal match.
That's assault engineers for you.
Yeah. They gave him that extra man. That 6-man really helped.
Yeah. The 4. I actually I had a Mac before I got this computer, and so I played a little bit, and they were behind a couple of patches. And I played with them at 4 men. They're just terrible.
Was it 4 men?
Yeah, they used to be 4 men.
I thought. My bad. Excuse me.
Okay, so yeah, no, that's fine. They used to be worse. Same with Einar Pathfinders used to be 3 men, which was really bad. They were terrible back then. So yeah, our build's super simple. We're just gonna go rifle, assault engineer, captain, pack Howie, and then straight up to Sherman. And you know, when we're playing, we're gonna transition into playing airborne at some point here. It's a stronger doctrine. It's more flexible. But this is just sort of probably the most straightforward doctrine you can play. Just because assault engineers can just charge all day.
Quick, the choice of the assault engineers and picking a faction this early is purely because it's a momentum thing, and so he's forcing his opponent to respond to that. But his goal is to keep pressuring, so he won't have anything to respond to the Sherman with, and then it's GG from there on out.
Yep, that is exactly it. This is very much a tempo-oriented snowball build. And now this is not the optimal version of this build. If we were doing this optimally, what we would do is we would go lieutenant, we would get an M20, and we get an MG, and we might get a Stuart if our opponent built light vehicles. And then we go into a Sherman. But we're not messing around with light vehicles at this stage. We're going to start doing that when we hit like level 4 or 5. I think that light vehicles are one of those things that, you know, they win you games, but you can also throw games with light vehicles. And we're trying to just like play throw-proof strategies that are just like, you know, you can lose by doing this, but it's hard to lose because you did like something silly after getting ahead, right? you lose by running headfirst into MGs and just repeatedly getting forced off. That's how you lose in this build.
Real fundamental stuff.
Yep, yeah. Which emphasizes the point that you want your troops to be close enough together to support one another, but far enough apart that they're not going to both get suppressed by an MG. So that if one squad does get suppressed, the other squad can hopefully flank the MG. Because at that point, what you've done is, if the MG just forces off both of your squad, that's a disaster for you in terms of map control. You've had 2 squads forced to retreat, and your opponent has their MG set up. All their other squads are fine. If you have your squads spread out and one of them gets suppressed, if the other squad can flank, you might not have any of your squads forced off, and so that's great, right? You've just forced off
At the expense of your health of one squad, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's better, because then you can retreat after you cap or something like that.
Exactly. And if
retreat on your own terms.
And if your squad is going to get pinned or is going to take a ton of damage, you should just retreat with that one squad and let the other squad flank. But if you've done that, if you trade, an MG retreat for an infantry retreat, you're going to come out ahead because an MG is much harder to bring back on the field. You have to.
They're slower, right?
They're not slower in terms of walking, but they have to get set up, right?
Right. Yeah.
So in effect, they're slower. Okay, we're gonna go this side of the map this time.
Assault engineers are on the lines and deployable.
Unban Arnhem checkpoint, you coward.
Advanced vehicle crew.
No.
You're
This build would actually be superb against an Arnhem checkpoint, but the map sucks. Okay, I'll unban Arnhem checkpoint. Fine.
I kind of like it.
You bullied me into it.
Well, what you can do is just ban the map you just previously played.
Yeah, this map is not my favorite. It's not terrible.
I mean, it's fine. Like it plays fine, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's just not exciting. And this is a map that I do tend to take excessive losses on because you see how much yellow cover there is everywhere.
Yeah, and I just want to point out what you just did there with the riflemen, literally timed. So when they complete, the assault engineer comes onto the field. That's why that's the case.
Yes, exactly.
That's why it's the build order.
The assault engineers start on cooldown, so you can't just open with them. You want to, but you can't. So.
Right, and so it's very methodically intentional. And so that's one of the things that I find when people watch YouTube of higher-up players, you're not able to really notice the methodically intentional stuff that players do. It kind of just seems like, oh, that's just what they do. But that is a very intentional thing. And so I think maybe pointing out some of those things would be helpful.
Absolutely, and thank you. So every single USF build, with the exception of like 2, and I'll talk about those in a minute, begins the same way. You start by immediately building a rifleman squad. And the reason you do that is because 0 CP infantry start on cooldown. If you're doing a rifleman build, you do it because, well, you want to have lots of riflemen. But even if you're doing a build like this, where we're trying to play with these 0 CP infantry, we still want to start. Is our opponent AFK?
He must be going north. If he is not AFK.
Okay, well, if you play like reasonably tightly like this, like paying attention to your timing. So the next timing we want to hit is our captain, which is 250 manpower.
Notice how he's got teams of 2 on the field, by the way, just like he was talking about earlier.
This is just much safer.
Yeah, you guys probably AFK.
Yeah, this guy's AFK. Okay, well, then we'll just talk about the area and stuff. So we hit our captain building. We've maybe missed. Oh no, there he is. There he is.
Hey.
All right. So if you just play tightly like this, right? Like I missed one of my assault engineer timings by 15 manpower, which is like
that is quite seriously fine.
Oh, absolutely.
I still find myself doing huge delays. Notice he didn't cap DPs until just right about now. Yeah, your guy was probably AFK for a while.
Yeah, this guy's AFK.
So he's probably he might go 2 or 3 machine guns.
So this was a mistake that I ran into that machine gun and got both those squads. See, this is what I was talking about. I have my squads too close together, and I can't really run away from that because the Pioneer will keep it suppressed.
Right.
Yep, there we go.
And scouted too.
So we got an MG coming up, and what we're gonna do as soon as our captain hits the field, we're gonna hit. Oh, hey, there's a sniper. Wow, that's super greedy. We're gonna immediately start the mechanized upgrade. We're gonna go cap up this point that we left uncaptured earlier. For sure, we're gonna do that with the rear echelon. We're gonna send you to the VP.
You're getting almost 40 fuel right now. This is insane.
And right, I mean, our opponent was AFK.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
your capping mechanism was designed almost to abuse that.
Yeah, if your opponent happens to be AFK, this is a build that will crush them, right? Because you're gonna just get a ton of field presence. If they're not
spend
AFK,
minutes capping his core stuff.
yeah, I mean, I have pretty much the entire map. And okay, we're gonna build a pack howitzer now. Again, our timings have been almost perfect this game. Part of the reason that's been possible is that our opponent has been AFK, so we haven't been reinforcing squads.
Or microwing combat. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. So this is something. I mean, honestly, take advantage of it, right? If you're
So
playing
in this scenario, you're gonna go pack Howie instead of
Losing a
AAHT.
capture point.
yeah, we're
Or
not.
is it just, okay.
We're not
Oh,
building
more
light
like
vehicles.
vehicles. Right.
Yeah. Oh my god, double sniper! Holy crap, this is so greedy. This guy might be a smurf, actually.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, I think they're like a
oh, and
mediocre.
Ostrupin, yes.
Yeah, Ostrupin. Hell yeah.
I don't know. This is kind of a good scenario for a light vehicle, but I respect you if you're gonna.
This is a superb place to have a light vehicle.
Yeah, this is quite seriously when you want to do it.
Did I screw up my... Oh, I thought I started building... Did I cancel that pack, Howie?
Yes, you
no.
apparently
I
did.
did, damn it.
Sorry, I'll let you go for a little while.
Oh, it's okay. I just screwed up. Yeah, this would be a much better situation if I my pack, Howie. That sniper is overextending right now.
Yeah, but yeah, you have no way to really abuse it at the moment. So I think he has to risk it for a biscuit.
Target to your front.
Instant vet 1. No, this squad has not done any combat.
It's what?
Instant vet 1 on my captain.
Oh, you dropped one?
No. I didn't. I didn't. I just did a bunch of damage.
DPS. Wow, look at the DPS on those guys, though. Yeah, that was good.
Now they're gonna have to build a bunker and get
75
healing.
millimeter howitzer standing by for orders.
Yeah,
So
I
this
was about
is-
to mention.
Yeah, so this is like, if you can't kill a sniper early on, we're already getting our major, by the way.
You're
So-
forcing him to go. Yeah, and a 6-minute major is insane.
Move your ass! Go! Move it behind enemy lines. Move orders. Shoot and scoot on.
Also, the major can give you recon flights, which I notice you don't use
The
too
enemy
much.
is
No,
overrunning
I
one of
don't
our
use those
capture
enough.
points.
Yeah, and if you're fighting against a sniper, that's actually very useful.
Oh crap, double sniper, yeah. Double sniper
Yeah.
does so much damage, or
Yeah.
drops so many models. Oh yeah, this is actually...
I've been known to do double sniper in multiplayer scenarios if I'm really hit. Look at how much damage that is. That's not, he still hasn't healed him yet though, so he has to stay close to base.
Yeah, I mean, we've really contained them just because of that overstep.
Shells right up the entrance, and you might actually kill one.
Oh crap, and... Okay, hold on, we need to get ambulance right here,
Knock it off.
and then push back
The
on.
enemy is overrunning one of our
Double
capture
sniper,
points.
man, that's rough.
Yeah, so this is one of those
Just released a
annoying
major
builds
for
that you
action.
might have to play against at this level that's not actually good, but
These are the kinds that people on Discord will complain about. Yeah.
yes, this is the kind of build that like is really annoying, but you just have to learn how to deal with it. It's not that bad. So we're gonna send a major to do that. Yeah, basically once we get our Sherman, this game is pretty much over. Even if they have a couple of like
I mean, this is a glass cannon build, is what we call it.
Yes.
In FPS games. I don't know if you guys use that term for RTS, but
Losing a capture
we're gonna
point.
use recon overflight over here. Yeah. Even though we're a little bit low, we should still win this. We might have lost that with those model drops. We should get out of here though, just because the so we're using recon over here to spot for our pack howitzer. I'm guessing it's in the building, but our scatter would be better if we can see them. Yeah. I don't think they built a healing pad. Yep.
no, he hasn't, which is why I was saying he's probably going to need to keep snipers close to base.
Yeah. Think of
You know, playing USF is really great because you're going to be able to showcase how powerful abilities are.
yeah. USF is a faction with a ton of really good abilities. Did I kill
I
this
mean,
building
just
yet? Oh no. Okay, this
almost.
MG's dead. Unless
Yeah.
this shot misses somehow. Oh no! Okay, go on. My sweet baby boy. Yeah, next time.
Look at what they did to my
There we go. MG dead. Alright. These guys are just a blender. Oh, you saw that pack, Howie? Okay.
I just watched the last kill. Oh, those Oztroopin. Yeah, he has to retreat those snipers if he wants to keep the
So this
squad.
is why you don't do sniper spam as a build. I mean, there's other reasons, but yeah.
Oh, and this, he's running. Oh, this is bad.
Okay.
Yeah, you got one. Good man, good man.
So we've now killed.
Might kill the second.
We've killed 2 MGs.
Okay,
We've got both snipers.
Yeah, nice.
And
what is the ability right there that you've got on the captain?
On me, it allows you to like avoid suppression. We're just gonna steal that MG and get out of here. I still don't think they have healing. Yeah. So that is just an insanely greedy build.
And then you've punished it to the full. You've got 110 fuel, which means you should be able to get a Sherman pretty soon.
Yes, I need manpower. I'm just reinforcing my squads. Should get a wipe here.
And you're not going to be bleeding much anymore because you just killed 2 snipers. So.
Yep, there we go. Warren Bartertown. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a rear echelon M1919 build, and the reason for that is that it's not a very noob friendly build, and we're trying to do like builds that would be easy to do.
Yeah, fundamental build.
Yeah, this is a build that shows off like the basics of how to play USF. Like you use infantry, particularly CQC infantry. You use indirect fire, and you use tanks once you have them.
I will say, just real quick, if that game went longer and killed the snipers and the machine gun like that, using on me to basically rush a sniper would have been very useful.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The disadvantage is it's a vet 1 ability, which is a little bit annoying.
Right, yeah. On a captain, nonetheless, so...
Which we did get, though, almost instantly because we were able to shoot those snipers.
Because you damaged the snipers, yeah. Oh, but still, I have, to great effect, done that before to an individual where they just didn't know that that was something that happens. And even higher-tier players don't realize how amazing, like, on me it can be. You literally avoid suppression. So you can just run into a machine.
Absolutely. This build is tailor-made to counter the sort of low-tier builds, like the one we just played against, that infest sort of like level 1 to 5, right? The assault engineers getting out on the map quickly really punishes any like double MG build because they're so much slower. They're good for wipes. They're good against grunts. I mean, they're good against pretty much everything you're going to be encountering at this point. You know, if your opponent goes like assault engineer spam, guess what? Or sorry, assault grenadier spam. Your assault engineers are better than their assault grenadiers. You're going to win a straight up fight early on. I'm just curious. Yeah. Well, I don't. Whatever. I kind of want to look at the match stats for that. Oh, I can't look at it because my game crashed. Oops. Screwed up there. Okay. Oh, you wanted me to... Okay, I'll unveto... I'm not going to unveto Angoville. That map sucks. And Volshanka has bugs on it.
Oh, just ban whatever you just played.
Yeah, I'm going to ban... Where was that? Schneider. Okay. Oh, so yeah, I said that every build for USF except for 2 begins with rifleman. A single rifleman. So if you
like... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, if you get in the habit of, as soon as you load in, hitting F1Q, that's the beginning of your build done. Very simple.
F1Q, yeah. Well, I mean, the whole point of why I would want to see something where like you don't ban maps is, in my view, something like this is a great example of A, you don't need awesome commanders in order to get to like level 10. B, you can generally play all maps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's getting rid of these arguments that people build in their head as to why they may be doing.
Yeah. Except for Angoville. Angoville is actually.
I almost permanently have Angoville on a bad map. Yeah. I just don't like having 2 VPs almost out of the map. It just doesn't.
No, it's bad.
I feel like it ruins the meta of like the fundamentals of an RTS.
Well, particularly the fundamentals of Co, which are so much about like counterattack and being able to like push on multiple fronts.
Exactly. And so you can have some guy sit there. Look, it's even in between a fuel and a munitions.
Yeah.
You can just literally sit on that side of the.
Wow, we are pretty far from ranking up. Yeah, it's a bad map. I mean, you get a lot less resources if you just camp on this side of the map, but you also can use fewer resources to go further.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting. You could literally just like take pot shots at the other side of the map and force your opponent to keep resources on that side and just go to town on with your 1/4 of the map.
Yeah. If you have like a commander that gives you like SimCity stuff, or if you're playing Brits or something, it's just a disgusting map.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do it. But the two exceptions. So Bartertown, you brought up one of the two builds that does not start with a rifle, and that is a rear echelon spam M1919 build. These builds are really solid. The issue is they are sort of like conscript builds, but on steroids in terms of how much more difficult they are to play, right? Building cover for conscripts, very easy. Building cover for rear echelons and then like wiring it properly, much more micro. Like you just have to do much more thinking and just it's just more stuff you have to do. And much like conscripts, rear echelons are not that good at fighting units. So
there's only 4 of them though. It's not good. It's just it doesn't work as well. But yeah, especially against OKW. I mean that's rough.
It's not a bad build. I mean, Tightrope does it a fair bit, and he's a high level player. He plays against other good players, and he makes it work. But it's like playing the game on hard mode, and we're looking to play the game on easy.
Assault engineers are on the
This is
lines
directed
and
towards people who are just
deployable.
starting out. So
M10 tank
fundamentals,
destroyer ready
easy,
for
strong
deployment.
stuff.
Advanced vehicle
Rear
crew
echelon spam
training
is
now
strong, and it's
implemented. All
strong
units to
because
adjust.
of the how quickly rear echelons build and how much map control you can get with them. And then with M1919s, they can transition into really quite acceptable fighting units.
Right, and the whole point, I suppose, is to get them up to 3 stars, so you get 5 in the squad, right?
Yes.
Listen up, fellas.
Combat engineers on the line.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, rear echelon spam is a legit build, but it's not an easy build, so we're not going to do it. The other build, which is also not an easy build, and we're not going to do it, is WC51 spam, which is not really spam, but like building 2 WC51s. Von Ivan did this twice in one of his World Championship games when he was like, so he lost his first 2 games in the set, and then he won a game, and then he played WC51 openers twice in a row and won in reverse sweep. So it is a legit build, but it is not easy to play. So we're not going to do that either. It also requires mechanized, which is a paid command. And we're doing free commanders. So
we should get we should mention some of the guys and see if they might be able to share your in the future.
Oh, Von Ivan actually shared my screen.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, that's why the last stream got some views.
How many views did I end up getting?
It was like an average of 32 views, and
that's
for my first ever stream, I was pretty happy.
Very much so.
We actually are gonna take this VP, and the reason we're taking this VP now rather than going here is that we saw capping going on there.
How fitting, by the way, that I made you unban this map and you got it.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm sorry.
Well,
that sucks.
It's fine. We're playing a strategy that's really, really strong on this map. So the reason this map sucks, there are a couple reasons. These cutoffs are really These cutoffs are really brutal. It's very easy to get an MG on your opponent's
They're
cutoff.
punishing, yeah.
Oh, hey, look,
punishing.
double MG. What do you know?
Exactly, yeah. But I was thinking in particular, I was expecting double MG on this map, and I thought that would go very well with your pack.
Yes, absolutely. You were 100% right. That's what I was going to say.
That was sort of my plan. I really wanted to see that.
This build really punishes double MG. And it's just not very hard to punish, or it's not very easy to punish. Probably the thing that's most frustrating for this build is light vehicle spam. And new players or players this level are not going to use light vehicles very effectively, if much at all, against you. So you can not worry about that so much. Oh, we caught this MG out. If they don't micro this is bad. This is really bad. They're on recover. That's a dead end. Okay, this is a great start.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking.
This is a great start. We just stole an MG.
Oh, well done. And yeah, this is a great reason why, particularly against us, using assault friends is really versatile. And it's something you don't see on ladder much these days.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why. I don't think it's.
I think it's just because purging is so, so romanticized. Right?
Oh, whoops, that's not quite what we want to take. Okay, so we've been previously not going for. Hold on, there we go. We want to get our pack howitzer out. That's what's going to allow us to just completely break this person. I think we can go. Oh, no, MG in here. See if we can get out. The repositioning. If you can escape an MG without retreating, that's ideal.
That's the goal. That's the real goal.
But yeah, by our opponent giving us an MG early, they've let us do bad things. So we're gonna get actually a flamethrower. We've been not getting flamethrowers for our self-engineers. This is because flamethrowers don't do damage while you're moving, and we want to be using our assault engineers aggressively. But this map, the reason it's so brutal and annoying is that it has a ton of buildings on it. Flamethrowers do extra damage versus buildings, so by doing this, we're going to be able to just easily clear out these MGs.
Right, and now that you have your own MG as well, you kind of want to defend that area.
Yes. Yeah. And then we're going to build a pack howitzer, and we're just going to win from there. That's the plan.
I hadn't seen the update to this map. That's a nice change on the top right of the center VP.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. That's actually really helpful. Wow. I'm actually really happy with some of the map changes they've. Oh wow, this whole thing has been seriously changed. Wow.
Oh my god, so many goddamn MGs.
I'm sorry, but I'm so sorry. Like I feel almost prophetic now.
It's okay. It's okay. This is fine. This is something I want to show off how this build can deal with just absolutely cancer MG spam.
Right, but how actually it doesn't work.
Yeah, cancer MG spam. So our opponent has like 4 or 5 MGs right now. I'm not exactly sure how many. So you see, one of the things that I want to point out about this, look at how few models I'm dropping, right?
Yeah.
Like, MGs are not good at doing damage unless you just sit in their arc.
Yeah, they need to be backed by something, and he's not backing them, and right now he's down to 374 for, and you're not even a VP.
Say that again?
They're not even a VP player, and he's down to 365 for VPs because he went for MG.
Yeah, we're cut off on our fuel. That's like the only thing that's bad that's happening right now, but it's okay. We're going to take it back as soon as our pack Howie hits the field. We're going to spread out really far here. Again, this is a bad map, and this is why it's a bad map, specifically.
Right.
So,
but it's easily abusable, and this is what I'm really trying to emphasize here is these are the kinds of strats that you will complain about when you first start playing.
Yes.
It's, oh, my opponent went for 5 MGs, Austere is just so OP. And really, you just have to think about it, and instead of slamming your head against a wall, really start thinking about, okay, how can I abuse the fact that he's got 5 machine gun momentum, that he's going to be incredibly passive this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and they built bunkers, too. That's even more passive.
Yeah, this is perfect. And remember, you have on me, so you can on me that flamethrower.
We might steal another MG here, actually. Yeah, looks like it. We're also pounding that MG. Oh, no. No, I shouldn't have retreated there. That was preempted.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, a little bit.
They're trying to assault this MG position with an MG. That's just doesn't work. We're gonna actually build a second pack howitzer, because again, this is just pure cancer, and this is how you deal with it.
That's a completely fair response. Like, if your opponent's doing this to you, instead of slamming your head, start thinking, okay, great, how can I do it back to him? You haven't lost that many units, right? We were just talking about that.
I've like lost a couple models, maybe.
Yeah, so your manpower is not being really deducted in this match right now. And so you can do that. You can counter by spamming back.
And my opponent is spending an awful lot of manpower right now, doing stuff that's not very good.
On the bunker, mind you, which is 200, that's a whole minute.
Yeah, that's a lot of manpower. And this person doesn't have like a small number of squads. They've pumped out at least like 4 MGs, right?
Oh yeah, and your engineers can have demolition charges too. So. You can just get behind that thing and blow it up with a demo charge.
Yeah, we're just building another pack. Our pack howitzer is done. Okay, we actually have to retreat here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, our opponent's hoping to just transition into armor and beat us with that. We're just not gonna let them
That's
do
probably what he's thinking of doing. Yeah. What were his commanders?
that. I can't remember. It's like Tiger. I think they have at least one
Crowds
Tiger.
are taking one of our
Yeah, that's not
points.
surprising.
Very common right now. Like, legitimately good, too.
Yeah, my commanders are 2 Tiger Aces and infantry docs, so.
We're just gonna, I think we're just gonna pound this position. It's important to protect these, but we're not really threatened by anything that they have right now. They've got like a couple of squads that can actually move around and do any damage. So we're just gonna be patient. We're gonna just push out against this slowly. Oh hey, look, we got another free MG.
There you go. That's incredible. So how much is an MG squad for him to build?
It's 260, I believe.
It's 260,
and
you've taken it off of him. So you now get 260, and you're about to blow up that bunker up there, another 200 manpower.
Yeah.
So you've wiped 600, 700 manpower on the field at 10 minutes. That's unprecedented in most games.
Yeah, and that's because my opponent did MG spam. It's not like in spite of it. I don't really care.
Exactly, though. Exactly. It's in spite of it, or because. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it.
Some people will be like, MG spam, it's such a pain. I mean, honestly, an MG spammer, unless they're really, really, really good, is a free win. Oh, look, they built another bunker up there.
It's aggressive MG spam. It's dangerous. It's aggressive and ported MG spam that is very dangerous. And I'd love to see that 1/16 for maybe Austere down the road.
Crap. I screwed up there. Okay.
Oh, I'm still there.
Sorry, yeah, I screwed up. Okay, we're just far done.
You can't on me yourself either, can you?
No, it doesn't have vet.
Come on.
No, but down the road you couldn't do it.
Oh, I'm not sure actually. I don't use that. I don't use Captain much, unfortunately.
Well, you're getting used to it, so.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot more. Generally speaking, yeah, the MG, like, I do lose to... Oh, I killed another MG. Okay, well, now we'll see if I can steal that, or if I just blow it up. Right,
yeah, at this point, you could just plant a mine next to it and abuse them, because you know you're going to be able to hurt them.
That's true. Demo charge it.
Nah. Demo might be silly. But
yeah. Alright, we're going to just set up an MG over here.
This is great, though. And so now, like, his whole goal, like he said, was very likely to rush into tanks and stall you. But you have perfectly managed the machine. And now he's at, what, 300 or is that 200 DPs? So now he's sweating. Yeah, now he's sweating.
Oh my god, yeah, and I'm going to get another MG right here. Yeah, don't do this. Don't fight into cover like that. Oh, we're going to steal this one.
Perfect.
Actually, I should have blown that up. I don't actually want this many MGs. This is too many MGs.
Although, I mean, I can imagine his emotions right now that he's getting MG spammed by you with his MGs.
Yeah. No, it feels bad. This is not a position that feels bad.
Oh, I saw. He had a team up there.
And now he's blobbing, which is a terrible way to deal with pack howitzers because they deal amazing damage.
And so he's falling into a playstyle because you punished him so hard. Now he has to respond with the only thing he knows how to do, which is spam. You have perfectly abused the fundamentals of this game, and that's exactly what you should do.
Go ahead.
See, am I gonna get? I want to get a model drop here. Come on. Yeah, I got 2. If he stays there, he's gonna get wiped.
Nice.
I might get 2 squad wipes in a second here. Nah, I don't think so. But yeah, this MG's now set up. I'm gonna send a couple squads over there to support. Oh god, I should have gotten a major a while ago. Sorry, I got so focused.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that, but you're good. 222 fuel.
I'm not gonna miss my timing by.
No, because last time we sort of sat there and you didn't pick a Sherman for quite a while. So.
Okay, we're actually gonna reposition these. We're gonna want to send one of these over here. Split our attention. Yeah, so this is how you deal with MGs as USF. This is like. And actually, we're going to be playing a bunch of Airborne in a minute. And Airborne is even better against enemy spam. Because you have super good vision. Oh, actually, we want to stay out of green cover against this flamethrower. Doesn't matter. Alright, there we go.
Hey, men, stand by. Let's get it done.
Alright, I think we killed it. Do we? Did we kill it?
Well done.
I think I killed it. I'm gonna go on the other side. Let's see.
There's a major reporting for action.
Oh my god. These MGs like aren't even set up effectively. Oh, there's a
Yeah,
person.
they're not exactly.
Okay.
And so yeah, you're really abusing this, and it's perfect.
Okay, our opponent has a tank, so what we're gonna do, we're normally going Sherman, but we're not gonna do that here. We're gonna do something else instead. And that's something we're gonna be doing a lot going forward, and that is just building, actually we're gonna build M10s. We're just gonna build 2 M10s.
Yeah, that's fair.
And we're gonna kill their tank.
Again, though, he has to really use this this Panzer IV right now.
Well, and
because he is bleeding hard.
yeah. I mean, this is a disaster. Like, we've just patiently taken him down. And it's not like the things that have gotten us to this point are like gone. Like, we still have the pack alleys. But yeah, we're gonna
Exactly.
we're gonna build 2 M10s real quick. M10s are really good against P4s. They trade super well. We're just gonna run over it.
M10 tank destroyer.
You know, if you were
ready.
playing British, this might have been a
Capture point is
problem.
being overrun.
Not if I were playing Lend-Lease.
Well, oh, because of the mortar? Yeah, but still.
No, because
it's not
of- Well, also because of the M10. Right. Okay, they're
Right,
gonna decrew
right.
this, but that's really not a big deal. They're probably gonna lose their tank here, unless they play well,
Just got wiped out.
and probably not. So
If,
we
if the past 15 minutes has shown us anything, probably not. No.
all right. I'm gonna go behind here.
And he has no anti-tank thus far, as we know.
Yeah, the only thing I have to worry about is getting snared.
Right. He does have those double grunts.
M10 ready for action.
Yeah, got another M10 coming up. Yeah, that's one of the other reasons we're playing armor here is because of the M10. The M10 lets us easily counter this kind of thing.
Have reached the front line.
If you're not playing armor, what you can do is you can just build Jacksons. They come out a little bit slower, they're not as efficient at beating
So
P4s.
M10s are
Battle is
cheap.
ours.
Yeah, M10s cost 80 fuel compared to 145 for Jacksons.
80?
Yes, 80.
Well, what's the damage difference?
No. Actually, M10s have
Wow.
more DPS. against
Wow.
most. So, okay, here's the difference, right? The M10 has less health, it has 10 less range, and it has significantly worse armor penetration. So against an OS P4, the M10 is basically strictly better. It will have significantly better DPS. Except for the range. The range is the big downside. But yeah, the M10s are really strong unit. People massively underrate them.
That's it. That's you know what? That might be a great way for allies to win Mince Pocket. I'm not going to challenge you to do that, though. By the way,
No, we're not playing Mince Pocket. That is not happening. Also, take a look at this. 39 kills to 15 lost. This is because my opponent went MG spam.
That was
MGs
well done.
do not bleed you at all.
Yeah, you did that perfectly. And I wanted to see that map. I wanted to see MG spam because I knew at this rank that was what was going to happen. You did that. You managed that perfectly.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I was able to do what you wanted because it is an important tactic to know how to play against. But yeah, play patiently, use indirect fire. Something that more clever MG spammers will do is that they'll build like a mortar or two.
Sort of supplement, yeah.
This is why going captain is better at this rank. The USF mortar will lose in a duel against the austere mortar, but the pack howitzer will crush the austere mortar. It outranges it, it has better damage. It's just much better. So yeah, mortar is an okay response to this, but I would recommend the pack howitzer if you're playing USF. It is a better response. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some water, and
Cool.
I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Yep. So basically, I mean, I'm really happy that game went exactly like I was hoping to see. Really, what he's proving here is that the kind of styles that you'll see that I'm an old Age of Empires player we'd call drushing, which is basically going tier 1 or tier 0, which is the first 2 buildings you have, and just like intensely pumping out units from that. It's cheap. and it doesn't actually work unless you are able to follow it up with something actually useful. And so what he was able to do was look at that and say, he was able to say, this is easily counterable. And so I was really happy to see that not only was it indeed easily counterable, but he was able to then go on the offensive with it, which was perfect. The taking the machine guns was an additional part that was just, oh joy, now I get machine guns. That's a whole other part that's just makes it even better. As for rear echelons, I do want to see that eventually, but I am going to be keen on watching how he responds to early game OKW, because from what I've seen thus far, it's only ever been Ost. Ost is, I think, still mostly more played, but particularly at mid tier, there's a lot of people who romanticize Ost tier or OKW as a play faction, and so I'm hoping that we will see some more Ost down the road, or excuse me, OKW. And just to reiterate, indeed, the 3 base commanders, really showcasing that the 3 base commanders are just good, is something that I'm really happy that he's.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome. And I was really saying at the very end there, I'm very happy that you're going.
Oh, sorry, you broke up for a second. I opened up the game.
Oh, you're good. You going for the 3 base commanders is really, I think, very helpful, because it will showcase to everyone that this isn't necessarily a pay to play game like everyone kind of jokes it is.
Yeah, I would say USF. I mean, okay, so in the case of Soviets, when I created my account, 2 of the 3 or 4 strongest commanders in just Soviet commanders in the game were already equipped, right? We'll just switch over to Soviets. I have not altered this loadout at all. Guard motor coordination tactics, free. It starts equipped. Fantastic doctrine. Shock rifle frontline, free. Comes equipped. Fantastic doctrine. Guard rifle combined arm tactics, I like this one a little less than the other 2. This is still a really good doctrine. You have other good doctrines too. Those are just all superb. Those 3 are all really superb. These 2 are top tier, and this is just below top tier. USF
and the bulletins, same story.
The bulletins, they're a little bit worse, but bulletins don't really matter that much, to be honest.
Right.
This actually is the best conscript bulletin. Accuracy is the best stat in general, because 1% of extra accuracy is equal to 1% of extra DPS. So it's just generally very strong. For USF, Armor is a really good commander.
I didn't know that was 80 fuel. That's actually terrifying. I didn't know that. I know what I'm doing in Ally 2v2 from now on out for this pocket. Seriously.
Well, okay, but again, keep in mind, so 2 things to keep in mind about the M10.
Are they squishier or what?
They are squishier. They are. That's one of their disadvantages. They have, I think, 560 hit points or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, and the Jackson's already pretty squishy.
No, Jackson's just as durable as any other medium. It just doesn't have great armor. The M10 is genuinely squishy, and it has 10 less range, right? So the Jackson has 60 range, the M10 has 50, the Panther has 50 range, and most medium tanks have 40. The Pershing and the Tiger have 45. So what that means is that the Jackson can bully the Panther just because of its range and because of its mobility.
Oh, it has less range. The M10.
Yeah, it only has 50 range. Oh. It's the same as a Panther, but
gotcha. Okay. So so it's not a god unit. Okay.
No. What it is it is the most cost efficient answer to medium tanks.
To a P4.
Yeah, it's just incredible at that. It's kind of like the Stug, except if the Stug were super mobile and had a turret.
Yeah. Okay.
and was a little squishier.
Right, but super mobile means it's allowed to be squishy.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jackson though is like about as mobile, like a little less so, not much, and has 10 more range and like more health. Like the M10 will die to a Panzerfaust and 3 shots, whereas the Jackson can take 4 shots in the Panzerfaust.
Oh wow, okay. Interesting.
They
Interesting. Yeah,
both,
these things I didn't even know because I've just literally looked at that faction and just said, "Oh, I don't have all the commanders." I've told you this. I don't want to play USF because I don't have enough commanders. And here you are teaching me everything about the faction. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I love this faction. Armored Company is like one of my favorite commanders that I hardly ever play, and it's not because it's bad. It's just because I like some other things more. But Armored Company is a really good commander. You see good players playing it too. Like Von Ivan plays Armored Company all the time on stream. So good top USF players play this doctrine. Airborne, I think, is legitimately one of the best USF doctrines.
And I'm sure you know what we're going to see is probably very soon is going to be more meta than.
Yes. Yeah, I think especially once heavy cav, like once vehicle CPs get normalized. I don't know when that will be, but hopefully.
Do you think they're actually going to do it?
I don't know. I mean, I will use my platforms to complain and try to.
Okay, well, you can remove your removements pocket tag on the Discord and rename yourself. Increase the CPs if you want. I mean, I want to get the CPs increase as well because maybe Talisman will come back. Talisman.
Oh man. Wait, hold on.
Poor guy's pretty pissed from what I understand. Jesus, I almost just died in the opening fights of Outer Worlds. Oh, dude, no, not good.
Okay. Gearblades, you asked on Discord about USF Airborne. I don't know if you're still here, but USF Airborne is, I think, one of the best commanders in the game. And I will talk more in detail about it when we get at least another level or two. It is a little bit more complicated than armor. Like armor is super straightforward. The game plan is just like can be the same every game. And it's really strong. Airborne is very strong. It's a little bit more subtle to play though. So we're gonna hold off.
Well, and like for instance, Pathfinders. One of the things that I was mentioning in chat and Discord earlier is Pathfinders can hide and bait something into an MG because they're invisible.
Yep, absolutely.
That's a huge potential. So you can move them into a position where do they have a crit chance? I know I've asked you this.
Yes, they do. They have quite a good crit chance.
So go ahead and define what a crit chance is.
Okay, so there are basically
M10
3 units
ready for
in the
deployment.
game that have crit
Advanced
chance.
vehicle crew
How this
training
works
now
is
implemented.
they
All
have.
units to adjust.
Sorry, the USF thing is being loud in my ear. So there are 3 units in the game that have crit chance. Those units are Pathfinders, INR Pathfinders, and Jaeger Light Infantry.
And all snipers have percent crit chance, I think. But
yeah, basically. So crit chance basically is a chance to instantly execute a unit.
Combat engineers
or a model, right? But it requires that unit to have less than 100% health. And so specifically, oops, I did this wrong. This should be right here. Should be on here. Oh yeah, sorry, that's my capping order. So rear echelon caps here, then it caps here, rifleman caps here, and we send the 2 engineers over here to go be aggressive. And then the rifleman is going to cap this point next. Oh, our opponent has gone mid. That's good. Means they're going to have less presence near their fuel, and we're more likely to
take it. That's one thing you literally just said that I want to actually mention is noticing where your opponent goes is a huge thing that when I first started playing, I had a huge it was very hard to understand how to utilize it.
Okay, we're gonna pull back our assault engineer real quick, and we're gonna go blob up and we're gonna kick their ass. So we'll take that, move this. So you see,
interesting.
They're going for the cutoff, or they're going to just try to blob on our face. Here's the thing, we can out blob them. So we're just going to do that. We're going to go send this rifleman to go cap, and then we're going to send both of our assault engineers to just go punish this blob right here.
I did mention when you were gone, I was keen to see how you were going to play against OKW, particularly lower tier OKW, which means stern power spam.
Yeah, we played against them a bit earlier. So Stern Pioneers do not beat Assault Grenadiers or Assault Engineers. Assault Engineers are pretty much the strongest unit when they come out.
Just remember to keep
Okay.
no matter
Yep.
what.
Yep.
Very cool.
They beat Assault Grenadiers. They beat Stern Pioneers most of the time. I mean, sometimes they'll lose, but are they capping the VP? Oh my god, they are. Okay.
As a double?
Yes.
No. So yes, putting 2 squads in does not mean you cap faster.
Actually,
Right?
yes, that is correct. That is 100% correct.
Okay.
Every unit being
Okay.
wiped out.
Oh crap, we lost one of our squads there. Whoops. Okay,
Combat
that was a somewhat bad fight for
online.
us. We tried to charge them. We did get a wipe though, and
Oh, is it because you moved? Yeah.
yeah, that was not a great
Yeah.
fight for us. But
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sold on that they
Krauts
kill
are taking
faster. I
one of
didn't
our
know that.
points.
they do. You notice we actually did wipe an assault.
You did. You
Stern
did
Pioneer
wipe one.
squad.
Yeah. And how much is a stern pile relative to an assault?
What are Stern Pios? They're like
I thought it was
320.
360 or something like that, but I
It's
could be
like-
entirely
It's like
Supply
3
line
something.
just got cut off.
Assault engineers are
3 and
2.
change. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're 280. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Stern Pioneers are. So we're just gonna respond to this by capping up their side of the map.
Spread out. Let's go. Be ready. Anything can shake out, so be ready. Square yourself and stay together.
Yeah, if they're in cover, they'll potentially beat us.
Sure. But yeah, that's not.
Yeah, and in that case, because we pushed into them, we lost.
Oh yeah, that's why. Okay.
But
They get a whole star out of it too, which you don't want to get those stern piles up to two stars if you can handle it.
I mean, this is not a good fight for us again, but I want to force their Stern Pioneers off. Okay, now this is a good fight for us. Notice that while we're doing this, we're capping up their map.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And we're going to retreat here. We might lose the squad. Yeah, we went too aggressive here.
Just got a
Oh,
report
he
of
just
an
had too many
infantry
units
unit
around
being
you. That was
wiped out.
risky on your end.
Yeah.
And also very well done from his end. So I think you might be playing someone decent.
I don't think so. Double
Just
Stern
what,
Pios.
blobbing?
Double cap. Yeah, this person just blobbing, and that's fine. Sometimes we lose squads. It is okay. We're building our captain.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to rebuild that squad. Yeah, it's been a super sloppy game. I haven't played Assault Engineers against Stern Pios in a while, so my sense of like what exactly the limits are not great. But I do know that they're better overall.
Here it comes. Once it's seized, be prepared for contact.
And we're going to push out with our captain. Oh, okay, actually, we're going to push out now because our opponent has decided to push in.
Oh, this is like got 3 squads
Captain
in the
just
field.
took the battlefield.
Hey, boy. Oh, crap, that was not what I meant to hit. I meant to hit stop, not retreat. Okay, that's bad. Alright, we're going to build an
Capture
ambo.
point is under attack.
Yeah, this is kind of going rough for us. This is the first time we've actually like struggled over the game.
Yeah, this is fun. I get to be here for this.
I actually have to pay attention to trying to win rather than
Yeah.
just talking shit. More blobbing. Okay,
We're losing a capture point.
alright, we're gonna go cap this. So, this is sort of a semi-cutoff. Here we go. Ah! Oops.
Ambulance ready for action.
They're gonna come throw a grenade, because that's what people do at this level. Every time, no matter whether that's appropriate or not.
Yeah, and maybe down the road I can help talk about like when's a good time to use grenades because it is.
Yeah,
The
so
enemy is
But
we're
that's not
gonna
at this moment.
we're gonna take this point rather than these two because this point is allowing them to collect resources from all 3 of these.
Keep that BAR close to
That's
me.
why we're doing what we're
Good.
doing.
You guys
Seems a little bit strange looking.
A capture point is being overrun.
That is why. Okay. We do want another squad. We're really low on squads right now, so we're gonna build.
Listen up.
We're gonna
Make no
rebuild
mistake, we
our
will capture and hold that
assault
ground.
engineer, and then
Mistakes on what
we're gonna go
Engineers taking the
into a
field.
pack howitzer.
Form up, squad. We've got orders to capture
Okay.
ground. Keep up. Can't afford to lose anyone.
We're gonna go here.
Squad's entering Kraut territory. Get your men covering the approaches. We're headed behind enemy line. Don't get bogged down. Keep up.
Yeah, so we should keep these more blobbed up. I'm also not really someone who's used to playing this kind of blobbing, to be honest. People don't usually blob Stern Pioneers at my level, so...
Yeah, but you gotta learn how to counter.
Gotta learn how to counter. Yep, absolutely. It is something you'll
One of
see.
the things. Yeah, exactly that, and it's one of those things that you'll hear a lot of people complain about. And you know, this whole lesson, in my mind, is a lot about teaching people what not to complain about this.
Yeah.
The capture point is being overrun.
Just because your opponent's doing it doesn't mean it's not counterable.
Yeah, just because your opponent's
But
doing
to be
it
fair,
doesn't even
this
mean
is
it's
one
good.
of the it is one of the soundest ones.
Alright, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna get behind these guys on the retreat path.
Don't get hung up.
And we're gonna blob up. We're gonna outblob them.
Square yourself and stay together.
USF's pretty good at that.
On the move. Grab your gear.
Points are down to 300.
My squad's ready.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Hurry the fuck up!
Yeah, the problem is, right, I'm between... I have much, much better wiping potential here.
Because you're on his retreat path.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Alright,
This
we're
is
gonna just pull
dangerous.
out here. Except for this guy. This guy's gonna go around.
This is good. This is good.
Come on.
Alright, we're gonna build a pack howitzer as soon as this is finished. Which is now. We're building a flamethrower here. If this pops while he's in the house, I might get away. So we're not actually trading that well here. We're trading okay, but the flamethrower is about to pop, and we might get away. Oh, good. That was a good reaction. We're gonna attack ground. Ah, didn't get him. Okay, I'm just gonna pull out there. Yeah, this person's playing surprisingly well. So, gotta step up.
LKW is Tactical Maneuver Grouping Unit, otherwise known colloquially as a blob.
Line just
Yes.
got cut off.
Well, and so what we're doing to counter this blob is, first of all, we're counter blobbing, but we're also keeping our troops spread out enough that we can keep capping. We don't want to give up map control to this.
75 millimeter.
The other thing we're doing is we're building indirect fire, because indirect fire is quite powerful against blobs. We're sending our rear echelon isn't going to be that good in these fights, so we're just going to send them out to go cap. And once we get our major, which will be starting that now,
We're losing a capture point.
we're going to send that guy out. Oh, I hear light vehicle. Is that a Kubel?
It might be the Kubel. He had a Kubel
Okay,
earlier.
nope, that's a loose. Okay, we got to deal with that
Ooh.
loose. That's going to be a little bit annoying. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to go into that.
You could throw Zoogs on the echelons.
I could.
Germans just cut off
It's
our
not a
supply
bad
line.
response. This is probably
It's sort of more of a
safer.
passive response, though.
Watch your sectors.
Yeah. So basically, our opponent has decided to build a light vehicle, and we've already decided we're not doing that this game, like at all, right? So,
Push through any attack. We got it.
wow, that's actually pretty funny. That is a fight that my rear echelon's doing.
Steady up. This is gonna take us into crowd lines.
So as long as we don't lose our pack howitzer to these guys, I think I can get a wipe here, unless they...
Anti-tank gun, ready for action.
Okay. Gotta retreat. Oh, crap.
The enemy is
Yeah, this
overrunning
person's
one of our
playing
capture points.
better than I would expect. for someone
My timing's
like
pretty decent, so like I was saying, think about it. Yeah, we're not expecting a perfect run or anything like that. Well, I mean, I'm not. I can't speak for everyone.
I should be.
You are.
I'm not expecting a perfect run, but I should win the game.
A capture
Sure.
point is under attack.
Actually, I screwed up here. Our opponent played super passively the week, so what we should have done is just gone up to Sherman. Now we're going to struggle with the manpower to get through that, so that was a screw up, but it's not a disaster. Okay. We retreat here,
capture point is being
move
overrun.
our MT gun back there. Yeah, if we can take this AT gun here, probably not.
We lost a gun crew.
God damn it. That's annoying. Really? Really?
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Oh, with the wreck I'm looking at right now.
Are you kidding?
to 200 Sherman dozers have reached the front line.
Okay.
Gun crew just got wiped out.
Send! Pull out of there! Fall back! They're coming up! Cover the advance! There it is! Now go! Lock it down!
Our opponent is focusing all the micro here, so we're just... Come on, why did you not turn? Ah, goddammit.
We lost a gun crew.
I don't know why they're committing so hard to this dive and not supporting it. I guess, yeah, this person's not as good as I was expecting. Or I thought they might be. This is not how you handle this. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on. Ah.
The enemy Allied AT gun has been destroyed.
Oh my god, okay. So annoying. Alright, I need to get a couple of rear armor shots off with this guy so that I can snare it and kill it. This guy's so close. Just get one penetrating shot. Okay, so what I'm doing there, which didn't work out.
Just rush the Wolverine at this point, I would say.
Oh, that is 100% what I'm thinking. Yeah,
right.
you're absolutely right. That was my plan here, but I didn't quite have the resources for it. There we go. Yeah, I mean, we should still have this game.
We're losing a capture point.
Our opponent has done the kind of thing that I think is very common. Is you get a strong unit and you're like, oh, I can do a lot with this unit. I'm just gonna focus all my micro on it.
Sure, intensity, sure.
And that is not what you want to do. Person also doesn't have healing. Okay.
Oh, interesting. I've never thought about how the serious potential of Wolverine relative to for light vehicles.
Oh yeah,
it's not just against light vehicles. It's because the Sherman doesn't exactly counter the OKWP4 exactly.
Yes.
While the Wolverine does have a lot more capability against it.
And, yeah, you're right. Not even light vehicles, just against the heavy emphasis that is.
Oh, that pack howitzer shot made me cum buckets.
Okay.
Oh, you.
Oh, so greedy. You return to the scene of the crime. And now our opponent's tech is going to be super delayed, so we should probably go to a Sherman next out of this, only because our opponent's tech is so delayed.
I would go for a dozer.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea. I'm going to actually go for a crush on this infantry. Alright. Ooh, this has been a super messy game. Oh. This person is trying to capture... Yeah, this person's okay. I'm actually going to send my material to them. I'm going to go for a crush. I'm not very good at crushing, so... Oh, hey, there's an AT gun. Yeah, boy. We have overdrive though, so we're just gonna run away.
Tip with crushing is you want to slam them against a natural shot blocker or a world object, rather than necessarily like running them over with the actual tank itself.
Right. What's going on what this guy's doing? This is fine. We got the decap, which is what we needed to do. This infantry's probably going to get wiped as well. Zero, like, our opponent did okay this game by blobbing infantry early. But
yeah, it's an easy. Is he going to try to cap that AT gun?
I mean, I think maybe.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, dude, that was bad. He tried to cap the. He capped the AT gun.
I mean, he was gonna die there right away.
Yeah, but still, that was not worth it.
All right, this guy is not really that important for us right now. What we really need to do is we need to push out the pack alley.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
We're just gonna go try to get our fuel control back. I don't know why we're doing so little damage here. Oh, they're focus firing the one model in cover. Cool. Oh my god, they're going for another loop. Okay. Well, this is great. Yeah, they're not teching. This is one of the reasons you should not play mechanized at low levels. It's really easy to have this happen to you. Where, you know, you start out, things are going great. Your Luke's does a bunch of damage, but then you get stuck on Luke's tech, and you have no... just like no real answer to what your opponent is doing here.
Well, if you want to play like through mechanized, you usually also have to grab the Puma too.
Yes.
Or else what happens is because OKW is like tanks are so delayed inherently because of like just how much fuel they cost in comparison to other factions' tanks. Because it's because the Panzer IV costs 140 and it's just so expensive in comparison. You have to grab Puma.
How is this thing still alive? I swear to God. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Alright, we're building a Sherman.
Is ready for action.
This is...
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's pissed.
I am... why is that?
No, I'm invincible.
Did you miss 2 shots in a row? That's hilarious.
I missed, like...
Oh, that's rough.
Okay.
Oof,
I did.
That's 3.
Oof.
Oh, there's a second looks.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is not how you play mechanized.
Big brain time.
Nope.
Is this thing faster than Jackson?
Yeah, the M10 has a much better acceleration, I think, and top speed than
Yeah,
Jack.
I think it's an acceleration for sure.
Okay. This has been a super messy game, folks, but, yeah, I think we've
We're still here. We're powering through.
We're just gonna immediately get the upgrade for this. What is it shooting its gun at? There we go. Taking MG. Oh god, we need to cap points. Okay, yeah. So now is the point where we have to actually cap victory points. I mentioned that you don't really need to focus them early. Now is the time where we need to focus on other things.
That's the Von Ivan way of thinking right there.
Yeah.
There's another squad wipe. I mean, we've basically killed everything they have at this point, so we do need to go cap DPDs and all that. Got another squad wipe.
Yeah, you've wiped enough squads to really wrap this up.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over so long as I don't die on DPs, which
Yeah, basically he's gonna try to sweat you out, which is fine. I think you've got it though.
Yeah, this might be a long game because my opponent might refuse to surrender.
Got it good early. He utilized OKW's inherent advantage as well.
Yeah, this player was doing relatively smart things, all things considered.
And then onto the the tendencies that many OKW players have.
Yeah, and this happens to be the smart thing to do here.
Yeah, that's the narrative we're going with here. The guy who just said.
I fucking hate how bad the 240 mil howitzer barrage is.
It is
in armor.
It is unbelievably bad.
Oh, is it really poor?
It is garbage.
It's like it fires
It's
like
not even
7
worth
shells, except it doesn't matter when the 7 shells don't hit anything. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
I believe it's the most inaccurate artillery in the game. And, like, it's basically like railroad artillery if railroad artillery didn't have a guarantee.
It's like, the thing is, right, like, at least concentrated fire operation that you get out of the British is at least somewhat accurate.
Well, so
you can
I
reliably take out
do want to
howitzers.
defend railroad artillery real quick. The first shot is 100%.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
That's
railway
what I said.
artillery is great.
Yeah, railway artillery
railway
is good.
artillery is fantastic.
It's this
Concentrated
sucks.
fire operation has
Gotcha.
plausible deniability for, like, anything, right? 240 mil artillery barrage just cannot hit anything. Just like, honestly, you have 540 units.
I'm gonna just call it. I'm gonna call it on this. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is fine. I'm gonna win this firefight because, boom, double wipe, hilarious. No accuracy. Hey, I actually killed that. Did wanted to kill that. I shouldn't have my infantry here though, because it might randomly die. It will occasionally randomly kill stuff. But like, it did something useful for me. It wiped that Raketten. I spent 250 manpower to wipe a Raketten.
Nice, nice.
It was
That's worth it.
decrewed. I mean, it's something I wanted to do.
And it's 250 muni. Yeah, that's interesting.
It is just legitimately the worst artillery strike. We're just gonna kill that.
It's like, unless your opponent has like a Pack 43 and 3 bunkers around it, there's no point in calling it down.
And even then, it probably won't.
There's better ways to do it even then.
Yeah, it's so bad. So that's honestly the only part of this commander that I think is like truly bad. Everything else is like, at least situationally useful.
I wouldn't ground attack team weapons. You can just use attack orders on them, and that tends to be more accurate.
Can?
Yeah, you can just use attack orders on weapons, and they'll just target the weapon directly. You don't have to ground fire.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It seems to be interpreting that as a move word, though.
Oh no, you don't attack ground. You just attack like the actual weapon.
unit.
No, you press
Oh,
A
the
or press
unit,
Q,
yes.
and then
Oh, you
Yeah,
attack
right.
and move it? Gotcha.
no, yeah. You attack, move. Yeah, you click the the
Yeah,
thing for
okay,
it, and then
gotcha,
you
gotcha.
click onto it.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. We're gonna just, I don't know, build a second Sherman, because who cares at this point. Yeah, we're just going in for the kill at this point.
Herpes is exactly right. We actually had this conversation a while ago about this, and you taught me something I didn't know. This is a solid example of a game in which, this guy utilized OKW's inherent strungs suits, but then fell into a gap, which is falling into the So this is a solid example game.
Well, OKW is like the entire thing about playing the OKW is getting through the mid game.
Yeah, exactly. He kept
OKW
delaying.
is like, like OKW's biggest obstacle to success is its comparatively weaker mid game.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the opportunity like Ostier or like Ostier, when your Panzer IV rushing, has an incredibly fast road to tech in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Soviets is much less so. USF somewhat with getting a Sherman out. The Cromwell tends to also be pretty quick. But with Ostier, it is a fucking with OKW, it is a fucking slog to get to your first Panzer IV. And knocking out OKW before they can do that is where a lot of games are made or broken.
Yeah. Oh, oof.
Okay, so now we've wiped all this stuff.
Probably it right here. Yeah, that was rough. You just wiped 4 things, I think.
Also, my rear echelons are currently winning in a fight against. The thing is, I would not lose to a KT, dude. I have an AT gun over here that I can cap. Yeah, it's fine. I can also build a Jackson. See, they give up. They're. Yep, DPs, DPs are not important. Right, this is an attitude I've always had, but it was reinforced when I had a conversation with Jay, where he admonished me for capping a VP in the mid game, and basically his argument was that they don't matter until you're at 50 VPs, and I agree. This game I decided to respond at 100, but yeah, I mean, I would say you can completely ignore VPs until you're at 400, and then you can care about them a little bit. But at that point, really what you want to do is just avoid getting triple capped. That's really all that matters. So yeah, Herbie, I think you're 100% right. OKW's mid-game and late-game transition is the phase where the faction really struggles.
Yeah, I mean, you personified both factions there very well.
Yeah, I think that was a really good comparison. I'm curious.
Well, it's
what?
Huh?
Sorry. I was just curious what level that person was.
Oh yeah, it's the thing is
Okay.
It's what made Command Panther stall so incredibly broken.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Yeah, you could skip that and get just as really strong. Yeah.
Because what you do is you propagate your mid game using light vehicles, and then once you get to that stage where they're actually pulling tanks on you to dab on you, you just pull out a fucking Command Panther.
Yeah. Yep. Jesus.
Yeah, I made a mistake there in terms of building. I should not have built that AT gun at all.
What rank was he, by the way?
He was level 2 OKW, level 5 Austere. So, pretty low. Yeah, sometimes blobbing goes well. And yeah, the Luke's is kind of annoying to deal with. Yeah, I definitely, well, Rex Zero, I mean, even if you do that, your P4 is still slower than an OS P4. An unrushed OS P4 is still faster.
Well, the thing is, OKW, you need the flak half track as part of the OKW transition into the mid game. If you don't have that, right? Once a T-70 hits the field, he gets stopped.
Yeah, I mean, like, that build works kind of at, like, our level, like, around, like, level 13, level 12-ish, because OKW gets access to both of their team weapons at that point in the game, and they're relatively strong. So it can survive that phase, but it becomes a much trickier proposition, right? I mean, you're dealing with much more difficult things at that point. So I don't know. I don't really think that's a viable tactic at the highest level. I don't think any faction can afford to skip light vehicles. And
yeah, here I am managing to get to rank 12 while skipping every single thing. I really need to stop doing.
I mean, my I like did a whole
Yeah.
fucking shitload of recon games just
Yeah, I
directly
remember
going
those.
for Jackson.
Yeah. I'll be right back in a bit. I got a phone call to take.
did you go for at least Greyhound?
No,
Oh my god! Why did you play
I just
recon?
went double officer into Jackson, and then I got like it didn't really work out that well on the ladder, I think, if I remember correctly. But like, well, maybe not that it didn't work out on the ladder, more because I just went up against Pro Digley and then got destroyed because it's
yeah.
Pro Digley.
Yeah, of course.
You know, so that wasn't great.
Okay, so capping order here, rear echelon goes here, and then it goes to our fuel, while the first rifle goes
Rifle squad
and
ready for
caps
action.
this point. Or it can cap this one as well. I like this though because it puts you closer to the road, which I want to cap for vision, and is my
Combat
timing a little bit
engineers
on
on the line.
combat engineers? This is actually the same person we played against last time, so I'm curious to see if they just do the same thing.
What?
Oh, I checked the player. Ah, interesting. Well, this is slightly different. I don't know if they're going double. Yeah, this is a fight we can take. So generally speaking, if your rifleman and rear echelon are together, they can fight an early game CQC squad like a Stern Pioneer, or yeah, not in green cover. We don't really want to fight in green cover.
Get your asses over
We're just gonna go
there.
over here.
Squad, get move, goddammit!
And you here.
Get ready. Once it's seized, be prepared for contact. Consolidate. Once it's seized, trying to counter. Okay, move it along.
Let's see here. There's not. There should be green cover on that side. Let's see. I think this cover is directional and not in a way that benefits my team. Oh, there we go. There's the second one.
Get your gear.
Okay, sending our combat engineers up here. So we're gonna take this fuel then, while we make them fight us for this one. Yeah, this is a really annoying start. It's not a very good start. It's really manpower inefficient. Storm Pioneers are not great for their cost.
Well, Stern Pioneers in the early game need to be used around site blockers. Once they get a little bit of veterancy, and when they're engaging solo squads, they can be have the ability to engage certain units independently.
For sure.
With the capability that you get from the stun grenade. But early on, if the opponent is, especially if the opponent is using grouped up mainline combat infantry, you have a pretty tough time trying to engage it. Because bad shit happens.
Overrunning one of our capture points.
Yeah. Let's see here. We're gonna go straight into the captain as always.
Get ready to gather out. Moving out. Let's go.
I'm gonna just try to bait them here. Yeah, that worked very well. We can drop these other two models real quick. Come on. Okay. Oh, that was bad model drops for us. Alright, killed their Kubel though, so that's nice. Wasn't even microing that fight. Send this boy over here. Yeah, not dropping any Stern Pioneer models there was really unfortunate. I think our combat engineer should, in general, be able to have taken that 2v1 fight. Yep. Alright, we're just going to retreat, regroup. Yeah, the rifle's taking out a couple of Stern Pioneers.
Captain just took the battlefield.
Okay. Captain's coming up. Okay, now we've stabilized. Right. I mean, that build has whoa, hit a mine. Okay, that's unfortunate. That build has like a strong, super early game, and then just falls off from there. Especially if we didn't kill their people.
What has he gone? Has he gone double Sturms or something?
He did double Sturms both games, and also opened to the Kubel, which is really not how you want to be playing with it.
He did double Sturm, Kubel, and Volks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just a bad build. Don't do this, please. Actually, we're going to build an Ambo first.
A capture point is being overrun.
Come on, fellas, let's go. Deploy into all-round security behind enemy lines. Stay close. Okay.
One of the things that game did a really good job of illustrating is actually just how unimportant, VPs are in the early game, right? I mean, we were down so much, and it did not matter at all because we were investing in. We were spending our resources getting more resources. Okay, them advancing on me like this is very bad for them. Because they're taking moving accuracy penalties, and I'm not. Now they're super low.
I mean, really, with Sturm Pioneers and any automatic assault weapon in general, the main issue with moving penalties isn't so much the accuracy itself; it's your burst length.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like, especially with you notice this a lot on Falchion Makers because their burst length gets cut by like more than half. Something ridiculous. It really eats into your DPM.
Yeah.
Essentially. And that's why when you're positioning certain Pioneer squads on the tree, what you want to do is you want to keep them still at a certain position. Like for Sturm Pioneers, right? Just looking at here, even moving cuts your burst length by more than 60%. So your DPM essentially is going to be like, you know, you're going to reload more often. Because even though, your cooldown is quartered, right? So you're going to be firing bursts more quickly, but your bursts are also going to be more than 6% shorter. And because there's that reload penalty, or because reload frequency with automatic assault weapons is determined by amount of bursts you fire, right? And since you fire shorter bursts with greater frequency, you're going to reload more, and that's, you know, it's going to correspondingly cut into your DPM.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. That was really the breakdown. The big point is you don't want to be moving with most assault infantry. There are a couple that are really good at fighting on the move. Panzer Fusiliers keep a lot of their DPS. G43s in general, that's sort of what they do. It's special. Is maintain DPS well. That's like their
honestly, in a lot of cases, in some cases, Panzer Fusiliers have more DPS on the move than the way they do standing still.
Just because they are getting closer?
Huh?
Just because they're getting closer?
Well, when you're trying to like go for like long-range wipes, right? Honestly, a lot of the time it might help to just start moving because your modifier is 85%, right, to your accuracy, but you fire twice as fast on the move. So at long range, where your accuracy goes way down, right, comparatively to when you're at close range, you might as well start moving because you might as well just try and roll the dice a bit more rather than, you know, trying to instead get like a few more accurate shots off. Obviously, though, it depends on the situation, and that doesn't hold true always, right? If they're like running over a road, stuff like that, there's a few intricacies that you have to account for, and that comes with playtime.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to point out what I'm doing here. I'm just focusing on the cutoff here so that they're not being able to get fuel. And just trying to don't hold my fuel, deny theirs. I'm going to go try to cap their fuel now. I'm not expecting to do super well in those fights, just because, frankly, yeah, I have less infantry than them, or I should have less infantry than them.
Krauts are taking one of our points.
Pretty aggressively attacking here. Yeah. So we're gonna move the Pakharia out. Alright, these guys should just retreat. I should have finished decapping that thing.
Troop, make ready to pull out. Position the bar there.
I've mentioned this a couple times. New players really like to throw grenades, like all the time, and that's something you can kind of abuse. Like, just be vigilant for grenades, and you will do significantly better than you were doing before. I'm gonna see if I can bait them into attacking my pack howitzer. Alright, take the cutoff again. Oh! Oh my god, they rebuilt their sterns, really? God, this is painful. Why are they doing these things? Why are
Who knows,
they
dude?
doing these things?
Who knows?
I mean, just,
There's a major reporting for action.
no.
Ready to kick it? Push up and hold that ground. Watch your sector.
Alright, we got our major. Gonna
Stay together.
probably gonna go M10. I'm assuming that they're going for another roots push here. That might be wrong, but they've done everything else identically. There. Go. Push these guys off.
A capture point is being overrun. A supply line just got cut off.
Come on, come on. Oh, they got one. They got one member of the squad. There we go. Now we're fine.
Proportionally, regarding that munitions cost to equip assault engineers with bars, like, you could, right? And their bar is, like, okay, but at the same time, like, you can also just give it to your rifleman instead.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you already have automatic weapons, you already have a flamethrower, you know? That's a lot of munitions
Oh,
expenditure
really?
just for,
How did
like...
that guy not get
A
what?
capture
That's
point
insane.
is under attack.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, bars are not super worth it.
on assault engineers, because it's like, you're making them marginally better at long range, right? But, you know, it's like, just sort of just like... if you put it on a rifleman instead, you're gonna get more value out of it per pound than putting in an assault engine.
Stand by. Once you grab your gear, we're on the move.
Yep. Like, think about the weapon that you're replacing. And in the case of rifleman, you're replacing an M1 Garand, which is not a terrible weapon. It's just not nearly as good as an SMG in a lot of cases.
It's more just because, like, the marginally, like, the distances you're going to be engaging, like, sorry, excuse me, you're going to make them marginally better at long range, sure, but if you position them at long range, they're going to be, you know, you're not going to be getting value out of the other 4 members of the squad, especially if you have a flamethrower. And so, you know, well, with manpower sinks, because you have assault engineer, with muni sinks, you have assault engineers, so you can plant mines. Which, to a lot of USF players, is like fucking, you know,
Magic.
taboo. It's like black magic. What? I can plant mines and they explode and they kill things?
Alright, let me see this.
Ludicrous. Yeah, that timing is hilarious. 12-minute looks. Big brain time.
Yeah, this is not a good Luke's timing. I was gonna... Well, what it does do... Oh shit, that's not right.
Crouch just took out an entire
That's annoying. Okay. I might be able to get a wipe here because of this. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna head out. I unfortunately do have rehearsal I need to make too, but if you're still on when I get back in 2 hours, which may or may not be a thing, I will jump back in.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Thanks for all your feedback.
No worries. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, these Fallschirm Jaegers are kind of annoying. This is not what we want to be facing right now. But it's okay. We're gonna go kill that Luke's. And we're gonna go take our...
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Go, go, go! Fall back, goddammit! Fall back! Be ready with that. And don't stop! Move!
Sometimes.
All right, you dopes, listen up. Get your men covering the approach.
The rear echelon, so the rear echelon's actually kind of the opposite situation, where your guns kind of suck, so it's actually a big benefit. Yeah. Oh boy, this guy is not doing this my way. We're just gonna push him here. How is this guy not dying? Just drop models. Oh my god, okay.
Get on that point!
Hit it! Go! Sherman bulldozer ready.
I'm gonna get our Sherman Dozer. It's annoying that we lost the,
Get that 3-inch ready.
it is very annoying that we lost our,
Just flash for fuck's sake!
Pack Alley, but it's not the end of the world.
Go! Get out of their strike zone!
Unfortunately, they're not.
Try!
Let's see if I can get a crush here.
Moving!
Nah, it's not worth it.
Close it up! Change on the change! Points out! Objective secure! Firing!
Alright, we're gonna pull back, heal up. Sorry, you're saying with rear echelons. I would not normally give my rear echelons bars, and that's just because they don't have great received accuracy, or really great veterancy in general. So they're like just less than ideal.
Let's go!
Bar recipients.
Goddamn marbles.
But giving them double bazookas is often good. I'm not bothering in this case just because we're not doing weaponized. We're just keeping, as I said, we're keeping this build super simple. There are a lot of things we could do better.
Point secure. Give me security.
Part of the point of this is to show people like how like unintimidating this. Like this doesn't have to be super intimidating, right? This game is complicated. You don't have to engage with all of the mechanics from the beginning to be successful, though.
Send your orders. All right,
Yes,
everybody topside. Let's get this up through that armor. Move.
We're just gonna probably win exactly the same way we won last game.
Contact. Orders. Target captured.
We're losing a capture point.
Get ready.
Oh my god, blobbing up infantry after you've seen the Sherman Dozer.
No matter what.
This is not something I'd recommend
Get us
doing.
over to that new position.
Um,
We're losing a capture point.
you can try to get these in the retreat path.
Displace. Get us over to that
This
location.
is the groups.
Move out.
I'm freezing? Ah, damn.
Go, go, go.
The capture point is being overrun.
Oh my god, that almost got
Annihilate
that
my
far.
azimuth. Send it. Go. Get out of their strike zone. Ready. Go ahead. Get us the fuck out of here.
It's a perfect illustration of why you need to invest in fuel.
Gun mounted. Take. Give it all she's got. Go, go, go. Clear the troops away. Move. Capture that area. Go infantry. Shake it out. Watch your space and follow me. Well, get on that point. On your feet. Hit it. Go, go, go.
Should not be pushing in here.
Just go. Move it.
Driver, move out.
Spread out, goddammit. Orders. Ready. Go ahead. Go. Drive.
This is a phase of the game where it becomes harder to accomplish things. Just because the opponent can really just
They're gone.
blob, and that becomes really tough to trade into efficiently.
Move. Square yourself.
But we're about to get a second bulldozer Sherman, and that should just
Sherman Dozer is ready for action. Crew ready.
Our opponent is stuck on mechanized
Get us
tech.
over to that point. Send your orders. Everyone out. Let's go.
All right, what's going on here?
We're playing against the same OKW player from last time.
Oh,
Game-
fun!
Game went similarly, except I didn't get. I don't think I've gotten any. I've gotten squad left.
Location.
Interesting. So it was less punishing on your end and less punishing on his end.
Position.
I've gotten a fair few squad left. So
Oh, awesome.
I just haven't lost
Capture
any
point
squads.
is under attack.
Ready to move.
This is actually purely a blood fix.
Good to go. Get back to CP. Get back to CP.
Okay, I'm just waiting till my two Dozer Shermans
The
get
enemy is
prepared, and then
overrunning
we're
one of our
gonna go
capture points.
push with them.
Driver, move out. Driver, forward.
I want to point out something. We have 45 fuel per minute right now, which means that even if we lose like one of these tanks, it doesn't matter at all. If we lose both of them, that's bad. I mean, we don't want to lose either, but it's like not actually that big of a deal.
Go. For it. Destroy. Swing the main gun on.
Driver, let's go.
Ready. Set. Boarding order. Break contact.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, we just traded. I mean, that is a bad trade. Oh crap! I just lost that infantry. Big old blob. That was like objectively not a great trade for us in a lot of ways, but consider just how much better our fuel income is and has been. Like, this is a fine trade for us. And we're really not. We're not done here. I mean,
oh wait, there's more.
Yeah, there's even more squad wiping. Yep, there we go. That's fine. Dead squad. Losing the pack power is annoying. Going for it, I would recommend USF because I love USF, but I'm a big USF fanboy. So OKW is also a good faction. I think USF is more fun, but that's just me. Purely personal preference. I would say buy whichever faction you think looks like more fun. Sorry, I alt-tabbed out and messed up my camera. Alright, I'm going to run for a quick break in a second. Just
you won, bravo.
Yeah. We've won all of our games so far, which is to be expected.
How many has that been this far?
Let's see. Yeah. Eight games as USF, 7 games as Soviets. That's interesting. So it means it's been harder for us to climb as USF. We've played more games and we're at a lower rank.
That's interesting. Maybe that's a combination of just who you've managed to queue against.
It's totally possible. Okay, I'm gonna restart my game. Yep, I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, I am back.
Sorry, I did not entertain at all.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Just a few-minute break. So I said at the very beginning of the stream, I don't know, there were like 2 or 3 people here when I said this, but I want to talk about building USF army comps because I think USF is a somewhat challenging faction to build. You can kind of just do cookie cutter builds. That's like okay, But I think it's important.
Safe stuff.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand like why those builds are good, and why they're safe. So the problem that USF has two problems, and I said this all at the beginning of the stream, but it's like 3 hours later, new people are here. I'm going to say it again. USF has two major issues in terms of putting together a coherent army comp. Those issues are, one, the MG and the AT gun are split in tech. Every other faction either gets both of those two team weapons mainline, or they have relatively cheap side tech to get it. USF has to commit to one of them, or spend 35 fuel getting the other. And so if you're in a situation, right, where you go lieutenant, you get your MG, you get your light vehicles, and then you start to fall behind. Okay, so you have two options. One, you can, well, three really. One option is you can try to use bazookas to ward off enemy vehicles, which is fine until medium armor starts to show up, because P4s will just shred bazooka squads, unless they're like rangers or something. But just assuming it's a standard bazooka squad, like a rear echelon squad with two bazookas,
echelons on a
that squad is just going to get shredded by a P4. It is not, or let alone an Osman. The alternative,
and it really is a deterrence more than an offensive unit, unless they're like you just said, unless they're the triple Zook Rangers.
Yes, yeah, it's you can pull off flanks with it, but otherwise it's really about zoning them out. The second option you have is to side tech for a captain, which is 35 fuel, and you're getting an extra infantry squad, which you may or may not want at that phase in the game, and then you also get your AT gun through that. The third option is just to say, okay, I'm just going to stall for vehicles. I'm going to stall for tanks. None of those are particularly good options, right? So we're going to play Airborne for the first time. And we're also going to play Lieutenant for the first time. I'm going to show you very different in some ways, very similar in other ways build order.
Pathfinders,
These
on
on this
station
map.
and ready for action.
Oh, I hate this map. It's
So
way too
I'm very
open.
disappointed. My wife's family's from this region of Finland that they named it's Karelia. And so when I first saw this map, I was really excited, and I'm like, this map kind of sucks.
This map sucks. I do not like this map. It's a bad USF map. It's really
Got a
open,
rifle squad.
and that's not really what USF wants. USF wants tight quarters. Alright, so we're doing Pathfinder. So this is going to be very similar to the last build to an extent. Right, we're opening with a rifle, and then we're immediately calling in zero seeking infantry, and then we're going to do it again. Yep. Interesting.
We've got orders. Steady up. All right, fresh mags in. Moving out. Let's go.
This. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go Lieutenant, and we're going to go M20.
Get ready for capture.
And I'm going to explain why we're doing this in a second. So, basically,
Okay, move it along.
Airborne has a paradropped 50 cal and a paradropped AT gun. This means you can play very greedily with Airborne and not really get punished to the same extent. You don't get put into that same awkward position as you do with every other doctrine. And Lieutenant is a much better snowballing option than Captain is. Captain is like super safe. Yes,
Battalion just reported Pathfinders ready for
alright,
action.
we're not trading.
Oh god.
We're actually trading okay here.
Yeah, but a long-term potential risk here.
We need to secure and capture that. Spread out. Let's get this over with.
We're okay though. So we've been playing with Assault Engineers for a while now, and we've seen why they're strong. They just win fights really, like crazy easily. They just charge into people. You can't. I mean, charging Sturms can work, but it's a bit risky. We're just gonna cap this for free. This isn't like great for us, but we also did manage to take out 2 Sturm models, so we're doing okay in terms of power.
And that is his early aggressive
Point
unit.
is being overrun.
So forcing that early aggressive unit back for even a minute, 2 models in a row, is healthy. It's helpful.
Yep, we're just gonna push up the side with our Pathfinders. This is actually a pretty good map split, right? If you think about it, we're already doing okay in terms of resources, and we have several more sectors over here to cap up.
Once we capture that point, be ready for any counter. Moving out. Let's go.
This is actually a build where it would have been more effective to open with assault engineers, for sure.
Even on the I was thinking.
Yeah,
opposite,
this isn't a great map.
because the distance of the map.
Okay, so we're gonna start over.
There are a lot of blockers though, so I could be entirely wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right. This
This arrangement, I think long run, the selection you've made is
both in the long run and actually in the short term they're pretty good too. So Pathfinders are really strong long range. Oh god, we were talking about crits, and this is super interesting.
oh my god, yeah.
They're definitely doing some sort of rush here. I didn't get enough drops there. This Pathfinder should be able to win this fight though. Yeah, they're rushing loose, is my guess.
Get this show on the road.
Crowd infantry! Move your ass! Go!
So we're gonna hit their cutoff. Oh boy, yeah, we lost that fight.
Contact!
We have a lieutenant reporting in for duty.
Okay, we're gonna immediately start the upgrade, and then we're gonna build an M20. That's sort of our early game shock here. Wish you might get a wipe here. So crits. So squads like Pathfinders and JLIs have a percentage chance to execute individual models that are under a certain health threshold. So for Pathfinders, it's like 40%. For JLIs, it's like 70%. Okay, we build the Google. We're actually in great shape. This is fantastic for us. So yeah, if a model is like less than a certain threshold of health, they can snipe it. This makes them really strong long range. They have good DPS just without the snipes, but great DPS with the snipes. Yeah, this is not good. Okay, we've taken. They're in just rough shape. So notice we are capping up VPs, but also notice that we're doing it with a rear echelon squad that's not actually that relevant for our combat. Because their opponent decided to tech really fast, they're going to be behind on squads. Whereas we don't actually give up anything by tech. One of the reasons USF is such a strong faction, and is particularly good.
literally getting that unit.
Yeah, getting free shit.
So
USF.
stupid. I'm sorry. I'm just mad about that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind though, like we talked about the awkward teching. That's one of the things that balances it out.
Yeah.
Is that teching kind of sucks with USF. Okay, they're going for. They're definitely.
No, you're right. You're right.
They're going for Fallschirmjägers, which is really annoying.
A capture point is under
How is it
attack.
against Airborne?
Not very good, but we don't have any pairs right now, so it's kind of annoying. We're gonna just save up for a paratrooper, and we're gonna use our M20 to bully them. We are again like, super ahead. Keep that in mind. Even if you see a squad that you're like, I don't have the resources to deal with that right now, it's not the end of the world.
Utility car
If
taking the
you
field.
have the ability, if you've got really good map control,
Let's go.
it's gonna take a while for our opponent to push up against this. So we're just gonna build our ambulance, and we're gonna retreat our squads for healing. And we're gonna use our M20 to just do some like probing attacks. Okay, so we haven't talked about how to micro light vehicles yet, because I haven't been using them. What you want to do is when you're going to try to like harass, you want to attack move in,
The enemy
with your
is
light vehicle?
overrunning one of our capture points.
and then you want to reverse out
Waiting orders.
if they start advancing on you, like at all. Okay, right, so these squads, they have snares. I'm assuming they use that tech truck. We know for a fact that the Fallschirmjäger has snares, so we're just going to kite them. So all we're going to do, we're just going to bleed them out. This unit's kind of like a sniper. I'm just going to move back. I'm just trying to reinforce my squads right now. I wonder if they're moving up a Raketin. It's okay if they do. We've got smoke. Just get out of here.
Only recruiting will be. Oh, it's 6 minutes in. Okay, so I see you're going with.
They've gone for a pretty greedy build in general. They're being way too passive right now.
Greedy and passive is not good.
No, greedy and passive is really not good.
That's like the worst combination possible.
We're going for a greedy build, but we're not going for a passive build.
Right.
We're just waiting until we get 3
57mm
CPs, and then we're
AT gun
gonna
now
call in.
deployable. All stations, all stations.
Yeah, I don't know what they're
Monitor
doing.
zone for
Oh, they
airdrop.
left. Okay.
That's
So
it.
what we were
The
going to do if they
battle is
didn't give up
ours.
is we were going to build a paratrooper squad, and we were going to give them LMGs. I'm a big fan of. I think pairs of Thompsons are one of the best units in the game. LMG pairs are also pretty good, and they're a lot easier to use. So if we're going,
Yeah, well, someone DM'd me about this. LMG paras are sort of a bleed unit relative to Thompson paras, which are like a wipe unit, in my opinion.
That is 100% true. That is exactly the distinction.
Apparently, since I played you against them, and you use it to wipe.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was that in our other game, in the second game we played with Airborne, I was going to transition into LMG paras because you'd started blobbing up. Okay, so yeah, we didn't really get a chance to show off what makes Airborne that special, other than the Pathfinders, which we only talked about in terms of crits. So Pathfinders, they have really good long-range damage. They have criticals, so they do even more damage than like a DPS chart says they do. And
because of the crit chance.
Yes, exactly. Because some of the time, instead of shooting like a normal shot, they're
right.
executed. And then, this is the kicker, right? The real thing that makes Pathfinders strong is their vision. Normally, infantry have 35 vision and 35 range. Pathfinders have 50 vision, which is as much range, like, that's as much range as like a Panther has 50 range, for reference. MGs have like 45 range, I think.
And what's their sorry if you said this, what is their range they can shoot?
That's 35 as well, but with veterancy they go up to 55 vision.
50? Oh, excuse me.
No. And then they go up to 40 range with
That's
veterancy.
still pretty good.
It is, yeah. And keep in mind they have quite good DPS at long range. So, and they're spotting at that range. Like normally, even if normal infantry had 40 range, they wouldn't be able
they can basically fight on their own.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be that helpful. Okay, so Pathfinders are good because they give you vision and they let you choose fights, which matters a little bit less against OKW if they do something like 4 Volks, or us if they do something like 4 Grens. Oh god, I hate this map. Anyway, but against MG starts or like double Sturm starts, it's really powerful because it lets you pick your fights super well and just avoid taking anything bad. What were you going to say, Simo?
I was about to ask you to, I don't know, maybe this should be an entirely separate section, to be honest. Well, down the road it could be, but talk about sort of the advantages of certain maps and why some maps are loathed in the community.
This is why. This building right here and this building right here. This is the cutoff. If you look at the map, this cuts off all of this side. And this here is the cutoff for all of this side. Those buildings, you can just park an MG in there. It's very annoying to deal with. That's why people hate this map. Pretty straightforward in this case. Maybe kind of a conservative capping order here. We're not playing anything super aggressive. Okay, so Pathfinders, yeah, really good vision. So against MGs, what that means is you can avoid them and you can flank them.
Against Ost, yeah, especially if it's one of your first units on the field, you can literally go, oh, there is a machine gun, and I can now walk past it.
Yeah.
Because what's the machine gun's view?
It's like 35. It's standard.
So it's not going to see you. What's the view of a Pioneer?
I don't know. Could you check Cruise's DPS chart?
Yes, I could if I knew where I could do that easily.
Sorry. Go to the subreddit. It's on the sidebar.
Okay, I'll do that in a hot second.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it's like 45. I think it's less than Pioneer or Pathfinder vision. Yeah, Pioneers have extra vision. That's something else to do in mind. Very useful. Little bonus they have. Just in general, I mean, I've talked about this already, but keep your squads active early game. That's really important. Make sure they're not idling. Make sure they're capping points. And if you just do that, you're going to have an advantage over a lot of people. I wonder if this person's AFK. I've thought that several times, and it hasn't been true yet. Okay, and I'm actually using the vault ability here on the Spence and queuing up a move order so that my rear echelon doesn't walk around that fence and caps a little faster. Figure I should explain stuff I'm doing. Okay, this person seems like they're legitimate. Or they're doing like a really garbage thing. That would be a problem. If so, we're gonna just go captain. Yeah, we're just gonna go captain here. We're gonna cap up the VPs. We're gonna just try to kill their base. Sorry,
Let's go
folks.
liberate
Do
us
not
some
want to play
ground.
against AFK people, but
Moving out.
it will happen at this level.
Get ready to jump off.
You sometimes
They want that area secure.
have games against nobody. It's a free win, but it's a boring one. Okay, so we're gonna go captain, and the reason we're going captain is so we can get a pack howitzer and just bombard their base, and hopefully get a kill early on. We can definitely kill the MGs protecting it, and then once we get, well, pairs will take forever because of low CPs. Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk about why I wasn't using this commander earlier. Pathfinders are a little harder to use than Assault Grenadiers, but the real reason is that a lot of low-level games are low CP, and because of that, it takes forever to get your powerful units out, right? Your powerful units are airborne, and they need 3 CPs.
Let's move.
And like, since nothing's been happening, we're 3.5 minutes in, and I'm at half a CP.
Looks like we're going.
That just sucks. So, and this is obviously my opponent's AFK, but even if they weren't, like, people tend to spam MGs, and because MGs shouldn't be getting very many kills, they also don't get. You don't rack up
Captain
CPs
just took the battlefield.
very quickly.
Watch your spacing. Follow me.
So yeah, it is something to keep in mind. Like playing in general, playing doctrines that rely on high CP abilities, or even like higher than 0 CP abilities, at this level can be a little bit annoying.
Upgrade complete.
Sorry about this one, folks. I guess we can talk about teching right now. We just look at tech building. So USF, right? I mentioned that you've got this annoying split teching. With lieutenant and captain, they cost the same amount now. And what you get with lieutenant is you get a 50 cal, which is a great MG, really mobile, does tons of damage, shreds light armor, really nice unit. You also get the M20, which is this really nice lead unit, and it's really good against infantry. It also gives you really good vision. So if you don't go Pathfinders, this can be one of your main sources of vision, which is really important for USF because you're sort of this flanking-oriented mobility faction. So if your opponent, if you don't know where stuff is, it can be hard to like effectively flank. So getting vision is really important for that. The other thing it gives you is a Steward, which is sort of it's a slightly niche unit. Like the M20 is something you can rush every game, and it's at least pretty good. And even if you don't get tons of value out of it, it's super cheap. So it's only 240 manpower and 20 fuel. So if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. If you don't get much value out of it, it's not bad. Steward, on the other hand, is 70 fuel, so it's much more punishing to lose, and it's much worse if you don't get something done with it. That being said, the Steward, the M20 is like basically defenseless against light vehicles.
75mm gun ready for action.
Whereas the Steward is actually quite strong against light vehicles. So you build the M20, your opponent answers with like a 222, and you answer with a Steward, and the Steward kills the 222. Pretty
Battalion
consistently.
just released a major for action.
And you are pretty happy with that. You're happy with that like overall happening. You're spending 90 fuel on that tier. Well, you get this like strong bleed vehicle. Hold on, can I? Oh, there we go. So we're just gonna bombard this. We're just gonna. You get this strong bleed vehicle out of the M20, and then you get the answer to your opponent's light vehicles with the Steward. The other thing the Steward's good for is it has enough frontal armor to not be penned by machine guns. Like an M20 utility car cannot tank machine guns. It's good for flanking them, but it can't tank them. A Steward will fight light vehicles very effectively, and is quite good against like double engine builds. So this tier is really strong. This is like a great snowball tier. The 50 cal is one of the most effective like aggressive machine guns in the game. It's really good for pushing. Sorry, just bouncing around here. It's really good for pushing. It's effective on the defense. Its suppression's a little bit weak, but it does really good damage. It's just really solid. And this tier in general, it just really helps you snowball. The problem is, you don't have an AT gun if you do this. So if you do this, you build an M20 and a Stewart, and they both get killed. You're down 90 fuel, and you don't have particularly good pushing power. So the captain tier is what I've been doing. For the most part, it's a lot safer. Instead of getting an MG, you get the AT gun, which is strong, but it doesn't kill infantry, right? So it's just not as good.
Crowds show 300 points on their line.
The other thing you get is the pack howitzer, which obviously you can put into good use. The other thing is the AA half track, which is a really good light vehicle. It is quite versatile. It's very good against infantry, as it says. It actually does pretty well against light vehicles as well. It has the 37mm cannon, which does quite a lot of damage to light vehicles. So that is actually a very powerful option. The problem is, it's very annoying to micro. It can only shoot behind it. If you issue attack orders, it'll sometimes do
Tank
things
support
like
is here. Sherman
drive
ready.
backwards.
Air supply of field ordnance is available.
It's just annoying to use. It is like I've decided to forego light vehicles for this. Well, I've had decided to do that. We're transitioning to using the M20, but the M20 is really easy to micro. The AA half track is quite difficult. So this is a good tier for you if you want to play more conservatively, or if you want to, if you're good with the AA half track. Finally, major tier is quite powerful. The major itself has some powerful abilities. We've talked a little bit about this, like recon overflight. It's a good ability. It lets you spot for things like your AA half track up. It also combos well with the Major's other ability, which is his call down strike, which we cannot use on our opponent's base second. So that is a bit of fun. Yeah, we're just gonna kill their base from here. Bomber at the AFK, pretty annoying, so we do Okay, and then let's talk about this top. So this is where things get a little bit. We've talked about sort of the issues of having your C-gun and your energy split up. This is where things get a little bit funkier. The Sherman is a superb anti-infantry specialist. It is the best medium tank in the game with light infantry. It's just superb at it. Non-doc ones. There are some
Contact reports show the crowds are at 200
but
points.
non-doc, Sherman is unparalleled with the HE rounds. Really superb tank. So this is a really good thing for rush. The problem is the Sherman does not perform well against the P4, hardly at all. And if you went for
75mm howitzer standing by for
you don't even have an AT gun, right? So now you're trying to deal with a P4 that your Sherman sucks against, and you have no AT gun. That's pretty bad. On the other hand, the Jackson is a superb anti-vehicle specialist. It's the best tank destroyer in the game, bar none. It has excellent mobility, excellent range, excellent penetration. It's just a phenomenal vehicle. But it does nothing at all against infantry. So your units are very specialized, and they're very powerful, but and they're very mobile. They're very mobile. They have a lot of power in their specialties, but they're a little bit inflexible. So that's why USF can be a frustrating faction to build, is because you have to deal with the fact that A, your team weapons are split up. Depending on your tech choices, you might be missing one. And B, you are in a situation where, if you're an OST player, you can spam P4s and do pretty well, right? As a late game plan, if your opponent builds medium tanks, the P4 will overpower them. If they build tank destroyers, well, then you have to mix things up a little bit. But you've denied them having anti-infantry capabilities, which is also powerful. If they build heavy tanks, then yeah, your P4 suck. But your P4 is good as a shock unit. It's good because of its timing, and it's also good against mediums. And the Sherman is really just a shock unit. It's just good because of its timing, and it's still good because of its infantry capabilities. It's just not going to scale very well against armor. So it's not a great thing to build when you're at parity. So this is why Airborne is such a good doctrine. Airborne gets an airdropped 50 cal and an airdropped AT gun, which means either way, no matter what tech choices you have, you will have access to every form, all of your sort of like basic team weapons, right? Second of all, Pathfinders are superb. They're really good in the early, I mean, they're good all game against MGs, just spotting them. They're good against pack walls. They're good for spotting team weapons in general. They're good for spotting infantry pushes. Vision is a very, very powerful resource, and it will scale with you as you get better at the game. So Pathfinders are just superb. They have so much power just on their vision, and they are solid enough combat units. The fact that they don't scale combat-wise very well kind of doesn't matter. Their vision is just so good at every stage of the game that you still want at least one. I think 2 is the correct number, but some people may disagree with me. So yeah, we got Pathfinders, superb for vision. Paratroopers are some of the best lead infantry in the game. One of the things that, generally speaking, limits your use of lead infantry is how much it costs to reinforce them. Like, what are ogres? Simmer, do you know how much ogres cost to reinforce? It's like 40. Yeah, Simmer's not here. Okay, never mind. Almost all lead infantry costs at least 30 manpower per model to reinforce. Paras cost 28, which means they cost exactly as much as infantry sections and riflemen. And they trade much better than either of those two. So that's great. The other thing is they have basically 2 modalities. You can upgrade them for either Thompsons, which makes them extraordinarily powerful. They have the best close-range DPS of any squad in the game. And in fact, they have the best mid-range DPS too. Thompsons are kind of crazy at mid-range. But overall, a Thompson Para squad is just incredibly good at wiping infantry squads. And wiping team weapons, which is very powerful. The alternative is that you can give them LMGs, which are a little bit more expensive, but allow you to trade incredibly efficiently at long range. And they still remain like acceptable at medium and close range. They're just not going to like beat other elite infantry at those ranges. So overall, Paras are really good. They trade very well. Their Thompson Paras are really good for getting wipes, and LMG Paras trade incredibly well and will bleed your opponent really effectively. So just overall very solid. The other thing is these drops, these come in unmanned, which might sound like a disadvantage, and it kind of is. It means you have to spend resources to actually access them. But what it means is that you can crew them with Pathfinders. And when you crew a team weapon with an infantry unit, that team weapon, it gets the crew from that squad, which means its reinforce cost is going to be higher. Pathfinders cost 30 to reinforce, but that squad will get carbines, which makes it a lot better at defending itself, and it will also get the Pathfinder's 50 vision. So that means your MG can spot for itself, and your AT gun, it can't quite spot for itself, but it's close, right? AT guns have 60 rounds, so not quite as good as the self-spotting MG. Oh crap, I was too aggressive with my edge capping. That happens sometimes. Always be greedy, that's my motto. Oh, my opponent's coming over here to punish my greed. Excellent. So yeah, you get a lot of advantages here. And finally, at 12 CPs, very late and very expensive, you get the P-47 rocket strike. This is purely an anti-tank ability, but it is a very good one.
Pathfinders reporting
in. I want these guys. Oh crap. Sorry, I was just thinking about where I want to be. So I think I'm going to send these guys near mid to defend against the cutoff. I think my opponent's trying to do that to me.
Orders coming in! Run! Squad, go, go, go!
Okay, this is interesting. So this building only has these 2 windows, so it's actually very weak at that angle, which is why I left the building, because the Volksgrenadier actually could have won that fight. but by getting out and just charging them, the riflemen will just overpower them. And I denied the cap. Meanwhile, this person is deciding, rather than trying to charge these squads, which they'd probably lose, to try to take a long-range engagement against these Pathfinders, which you should not do. It's bad. And because the Pathfinders crits, see, they're trying to reinforce. This is also a mistake. So they're going to probably try to engage me with these Volks here. And then, when I'm distracted, charge, which will work against someone who's not paying attention. But I'm paying attention. And, yeah, it's not going to work. We're going to actually push in with the rear echelons. Rear echelons have good close-range DPS, but poor long-range DPS. And they're being supported by the Pathfinders here. They should win this, but maybe not. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's not something we want to fight. Yep, we forced them off. We're gonna build ambulance.
A capture point is being overrun.
We're gonna just retreat now. So again, what I'm trying to do there is I'm trying to abuse the fact that automatic weapon squads have relatively poor moving damage to just get some health damage on my opponent. OKW players really like going mechanized, and it's a good thing to do. Sorry, I'm just going to retreat here because these squads are too low health to trade, and send my lieutenant over here.
Ambulance ready for action.
And then get them healed up with the ambulance that I bought a minute ago. And then we're just rushing an M20. M20s are really good against OKW. It's not something we're going to be doing against Austere. We're going to be doing captain builds against Austere, just so that we can use the combination of a pack howitzer and a Pathfinder squad to counter our opponent's MGs really effectively.
You guys know what to do.
Put the beef into it.
Okay, wait, actually, we should not reinforce here. What we're going to do is instead, we're going to use that to buy an M20, and then we're going to reinforce. So our squads are going to be a bit slower on the field, but we're going to get a shock unit with good timing.
Moving into crowd lines. Let's move. Contact. High low. High low.
The M20 is really the focus of our build. Oh, interesting. Going to the flank here. So we're going to prioritize
Air
this
supply
guy.
of field ordnance is available.
Alright, this guy. We're going to probably try to advance into our grenade enemy, because that's what people do. Oh, no grenade. Okay. Well, then they're just going to lose, because the lieutenant starts with an SMG. Once again, we're going to lose here. Okay. So just sort of basic engagement micro, we were able to win that fight. Traded very well there.
Utility car taking the field.
Lost 2 models on the lieutenant. And none on the Pathfinder squad. Well, we dropped, what? Something crazy. Some, like, huge number of models. I'm going to take that. We're going to send the utility car on the other side of the map. Okay. Okay, we don't want to go in too close here, just because we don't want them to Faust us. Also, if they try to Faust us here, we're going to end up struggling because we have a Pathfinder squad who's going to punish them for popping out. Okay, at this stage of the game, you know, if our opponent builds a light vehicle, oh, okay, they decided to go for an AT gun, so we're going to reverse move out, just calmly do so, don't need to pop smoke here, and then we're just going to repair. Meanwhile, my Pathfinders can go push in here, and what we did is we just decrewed the M20, we're repairing it, we're going to queue up in order to return the vehicle once it's done. We're also going to go cut them off. We're going for Panzer Fusiliers. Okay, that's an interesting choice. I don't think that's a particularly good option. They will outtrade me in this case, though. So we're gonna just retreat, heal up.
57mm AT gun now
All
deployable
right, we're gonna
by
call
air.
some airborne.
Airdrop. Be advised, friendly paratroopers jumping in. The enemy is
All right,
overrunning
well, we
one of
got the
our capture
decap.
points.
We should have probably retreated a little sooner than that. But I think we're going to get away without dropping any models, which is pretty nice. Alright,
Good to go.
we're going to go center on 20 over here. We can just run straight up to the squad.
Listen up! Under fire!
So this is interesting. Pathfinders actually have pretty good DPS at close range before they drop any models. So, do not expect to win against them in that situation.
German infantry!
We're going to give our Paris Thompsons because they are strong. They're very, very strong. And we want to play greedily here. We're ahead and we want to push that into winning. And we're also going to build an MG. We're building an MG because our opponent's going very infantry heavy. We haven't seen any evidence of vehicles. I'm going to retreat this squad and do it up.
Fall in. Infantry! Fight! Get your asses over there!
I'm just trying to take good engagements. Throw a grenade in here. That did a ton of damage.
Hurry! Move! Go!
Okay, what we're going to do here is we're going to try to cut this Volk squad off and kill it. If you look at our Thompson upgrade just popped, so...
HMG squad ready for action.
Alright, we're going to want to
Organize the men, Corporal.
move out here. We're going to try to use this to camp their fuel.
They're wise to us! Go, go, go! Get it!
Okay, so this button here, Tactical Assault, very, very strong. I'm going to throw a grenade into this building. Oh, whoops, we canceled our own grenade. We're throwing a grenade in this building, and we're activating Tactical Assault, which will significantly increase our DPS.
Go, go! Shake it up! Swap, get on that point!
Thompson Para is absolutely annihilates our Pioneers, no matter the veterancy of both squads.
Motion's in!
Yeah. Thompson Pairs have like almost twice their DPS.
Move! 43! I want that!
Our opponent has decided to send their
Take that ground!
Raketen over here to cap. We're going to toss this in the building. This isn't the best move, but we're doing something kind of complicated here, and we're trying to keep it as simple as possible. So we're going to just minimize the amount of support left in micro.
Orders!
We're going to move out with our infantry. We're just going to send everyone mid for
Waiting
now.
orders. Secure the ammo so we can get out of here.
These paras can retreat. They've already done what they need to do here.
Driver, let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, my opponent's in a very bad place here. We're going to go for a major, as we've got tons of fuel control. We'll send this Pathfinder over here to cap. We don't need it for combat right now, so we want to be greedy. We're just going to actually use these sandbags to hold this in stun. Oh, actually they've decided
Good to go.
aggressively
Secure
move
the
out
ammo
against
so
my
we can
fuel,
get out of here.
and they're absolutely in a position to be doing so.
We're losing a capture point.
That
Get ready for action, gang.
Good to go.
Alright, we're going to transition. This force is going to defend mid over to defending on three.
Let's get this over with.
So again, we're attack moving so that it stops at... Did I not attack move?
Send blast away.
Yeah, we're attack moving.
Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Ready.
No problem.
Place. Come on.
I'm explaining how to do light vehicle micro. M20 is a
Yeah, now that
super,
you're...
Listen up.
super easy
Capture
vehicle to
point is
micro.
being
This is a
overrun.
great place to start. You've never played light vehicles before?
Battalion just released a
What,
major
me?
for action.
No. Just two players. Oh crap. Alright, I kind of missed... I should have been focusing on the fight. I got greedy. Decided to send my unit up to cap. Instead, Thompson Paras will do pretty good here though.
Get your gear!
That's hilarious. We're gonna throw a grenade at this. Alright, it's a grenade.
Ready. We're ready to go.
Change of plans! Hurry!
So what we're doing here is just, kind of classic combined arms, right? Our opponent wants to use this for Raketen, zone out around 20, but we have very strong infantry that do that job just fine.
Fall back! Go, go, go!
Downside of tactical advance, or tactical assault, it does increase your received accuracy. Oh god, we just killed their SWS. Okay. So we're just going to use the M20 to be wherever the Raketen's not. This is how you want
Capture
to
point is under attack.
preserve your light vehicles. We do need to blob up our infantry a little bit. We're going to go for a second para squad here. I'm just going to go for
Airborne
LMG
assault
first. Oh wait, no,
commencing.
shit.
Stand
I
by.
should have gotten the Sherman.
Shake a leg. Let's
Okay, that's
go.
fine. This will show you how you will
Awesome.
want to play
Listen
this
carefully.
doctrine when you're not insanely ahead.
Got work to do.
And that is at some point you want to transition
Get
into
ready for action.
just spamming Jacksons.
Go. Put the
Um,
gear up.
Jacksons are kind of just insanely efficient.
Paratroopers ready.
We're going to give this squad an LMG because we already have one squad Thompson Paris. Yeah, this has been a very costly attack for mine. Really has not worked out that well.
Fire it.
Moving out. Let's go.
Just gonna kill it again. Okay.
Promotion. Order coming in. Clear that ground.
Alright, this guy needs to go back and heal.
Fall back. Fall back.
Mr. Micro there.
Run, god dang it! Driver, let's get this show on.
Okay, move it along. Yeah,
I'm gonna
this'll
go
do
hang
just
on this
fine.
building. So Simo, what are your thoughts on USA?
I think they're incredibly versatile, and so
Get ready for
A
action.
capture point is
that
being
alone makes them.
overrun.
Into the building.
Yeah, I 100%.
I might argue, and this is a very big argument, they might be one of the best concurrent faction for allies.
They're definitely a strong competitor.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think the versatility, particularly, and this is what shocked me, and I'm going to repeat that, is that the first three commanders are, and that's something I don't think that the UKF can have, but what I'm disappointed in the UKF that I didn't sort of realize is your lack of indirect fire that's mobile. So you can get right from it there. The power of the pack Howie is something that UKF has nothing to respond with.
Yeah, absolutely. Pack Howie is nuts.
You just have nothing that can do that.
Sherman ready.
Okay, so we're just pushing straight up into this because yeah, that's gonna take a while. Look how fast the M20 is. Okay, now we're gonna activate tactical assault here. We should get white. Just stop moving.
A capture
Yeah,
point
they're
is
just
under
dead.
attack.
USF has an ability to wipe more so than a lot of units in general. So like those bad boys there, those airborne, I mean, just the wiping there, we're delayed. I'm delayed, so I just saw the wipe, and it was. I mean, a lot of factions can't do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, no unit in the game is as good at getting wipes as Thompson Paris. Like, straight up, it's the best. Okay, sorry, I'm doing some kind of intense micro here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to did not save it. Okay.
Gun crew just
Well,
got wiped out.
so we're just trying to do here is I'm just trying to kill this Z-gun
Capture points.
with a dive. Yeah, my opponent is realizing that they've overextended. Guess what? You've got another tactical advance right here. So now the fact that my Sherman has engine damage doesn't matter because we're stealing their Roquette. Taking that back. Probably getting a wipe on that Volk squad as well. Oh, now they're squaring in the Russian. This is the part of the match where you know you've won is when there we go. So yeah, that's sort of
That's it. The battle is ours.
that's sort of just USF doing airborne things. Airborne's a super good commander. It's really versatile. Like, you know, I agree with Simo 100%. One of USF's biggest strengths is that it's just a very versatile faction. I think that Ost-tier Soviets and USF all share that in common. They have an incredible amount of versatility. It's really UKF and OKW that I feel
they're unique, and they have advantages that other factions don't have, without a doubt. But they also have they're I guess what you call glass.
Yeah, the other, like, I will say that USF, you know, what they get in exchange, what they can deal with in exchange for that versatility, is A, that their individual units are not very versatile. They tend to be
yeah.
very powerful single-purpose units. And B, their teching is more difficult to deal with than I think most other factions. And playing their late game can be challenging if you try to play it like other factions. If you're just like, okay, I'm just going to build medium tanks until I win. That doesn't work with USF. That works really well with Ostier and works well with OKW. You can get away with that. You can do that with Easy 8s, like Rifle Company, only USF Commander.
Right, but that's commander specific.
Yeah. As a faction as a whole, you actually have a very strong late game as USF. It is about a combination of two things. Indirect fire, well, three things. Indirect fire, CQC troops, maybe even four. You have exceptional vision as USF. Even if you don't go Pathfinders, the M20 is incredible at scouting. And finally, the Jackson. The Jackson is just sort of a linchpin that holds together just all of USF's late game.
And we have talked about this, that Jackson alone very much helps USF become the versatility.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you can figure out how to beat your opponent's infantry and their team weapons with just your infantry and team weapons, then you can just spam Jacksons and stop anything they could possibly do with armor. Like, the Jackson is both very powerful and extremely cost-effective for a tank destroyer. A little bit less so now, I have a cost increase, but it's still so good. So good. For those who don't know, like, the comparisons, the Jackson is tied with the Su-85 for having the best penetration of any of the allied TDs. It has 3 acceleration, which is kind of a random number. It is the same as the M10 Wolverine, I believe.
So while being just as good at the Su-85 at doing its physical job, it can also yeet its way out of harm.
Yeah, it can kite really well. It can dive really well. The disadvantage it has compared to the Su-85, the Su-85 is still a great unit. The Su-85 is cheaper and it's self-spotting. Those are really strong facts about it. That being said, the Jackson is pretty much the only AT unit in the entire game that has like the range to be an incredibly strong defensive unit and the mobility and necessary durability and also moving accuracy to just dive crazy well. Like, the Panther is a better diver and the Su-85 is a better camping unit, but the Jackson can do both of those jobs seamlessly. And that's what makes it so good.
That is really powerful.
And part of like what makes Airborne good is that the P-47 rocket strike synergizes really well with the Jackson.
Right.
You can call it down on your opponent when you're diving. You can call it down when you're being dove. Either way, it will put the finger on the scales for you. Oh my god, I played this map like 3 times. Okay,
I was about to say you should follow the principle I was saying, which is ban the map. You really should. It's very healthy for your own mind at some point.
Yeah, Lost Collider is not the best.
It can get old. I mean, I get tired of just playing the same map regardless of what it is.
Listen up, fellas. Point out. We're moving to secure a position. I got orders.
Oh, so also I want to point out something I'm doing here that's a little bit different from what I was doing before. Part of the advantage of Pathfinders is their vision. So because of that, I am splitting my Pathfinders up. Previously, what I was doing is I was going rear echelon is on the side of the map, rifleman comes with the rear echelon. Now, I'm sending the Pathfinder, I'm sending the rifleman to a different side of the map, and I'm sending the Pathfinder to support the rear echelon, and then the second Pathfinder is going to go support the rifle. This is because the Pathfinder's vision ability doesn't really, like, stack, right? Like, you have a 50 vision unit in your little, like, blob. Oh, damn it, I forgot that this was a cutoff.
No, I will say, just because it's good to be thoughtful on this thing. That's not how you can do it.
Oh, absolutely not. This is not the only way to do it. I'm just trying to take advantage of my Pathfinder scouting ability earlier. In some cases, it's better to send your rifleman with your rear echelon. Like, there's some people, for instance, I played J for Jet, not a lot, but I played him enough times to know that every single game, he's going to push my fuel with the stern pile and the Volkswagen. A Pathfinder will do less well in that matchup alongside your rear echelon than your rifleman will. So you probably want to prioritize that. This is a greedy way to play, and it works in part because we're not playing as good, right? Like, as the opponents get better, you should play a little bit less.
Well, part of the reason I said that is because Herpy's here, and Herpy is very good at double Pathfinder meta, rushing double Pathfinders up your,
Yeah, yeah.
and is having them sit on your stuff.
I think that's even stronger with INR Pathfinders because they're a lot harder to push. They have about INR Pathfinders have like about the same DPS as riflemen do at close range.
Right. Yes. 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 So that's quite the tool to use.
Yes. Yeah. So, but what we've done with this is because we've kept our our squads together in BT2, we've managed to win. We've taken out. I mean, we're trading well here. We haven't won this fight yet. We just saw it Sturm Pioneers taking over. We are actually gonna have to retreat here. We're gonna soft retreat with our Pathfinder though. We've managed to, but even though we didn't win, even though we didn't strictly speaking win both of these engagements, we certainly got the edge in that
point is under attack.
By doing
and
this.
that might be a good description to describe what soft retreating is.
Yeah. Okay. I should have hard retreated there. That was a mistake. But it's also like a good description of like what the strengths of this sort of build are. Like we're almost certainly going to win on at least one side, and we won this side. We lost this side. That sucks. We need an ambo fast. I don't like building an ambo this early, but I have.
I'm sorry. What are you doing?
I'm building an ambulance really early because.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That happens though, so you have to be able to adjust for that.
Okay, so our opponent is now doing the smart thing and blocking up against us. I think we might. I don't think we can stop retreating this effectively. Yeah, we're just gonna have to retreat. That's unfortunate. Okay. We just don't want to lose too many models here. Alright, we've got a lieutenant. This is a big power spike, right? USF, part of what makes USF so strong is that you get to tech and you get to expand your army at the same time. Every other faction uses manpower. Teching, you do not. Oh, and so why this is specifically a bad fight? Remember that Pathfinders get crits on low health models? This is probably a squad fight.
It can be, yeah.
Oh no, that should have been.
The crit rate is very small, by the way, but it is still existent, which other units don't have.
We're just gonna push this with we're gonna just push this with the lieutenant, and we're also gonna push with the rear echelon. Notice that they refocus fired on my lieutenant. That means that the rear echelon is safe to move in. It doesn't have very good DPS. Actually, we are gonna harass them here. Okay, I should have set up the ambulance. I got focused microing. I should have also got started a tech for the M20. There's another mistake. We should be able to get a couple more models here, and then we'll... Come on, come on. Oh no, that was too greedy. That was too greedy. That was greedy. That was greedy. I'm not gonna lose a squad because of it, but it was still greedy. Thing is, we're still ahead, right? We're still juggling this well. We're gonna get our M20 in a minute. And right, our opponent is built to... Oh shit, that was too greedy. I messed up. Yeah, we're winning this fight over here too, right? Like, Pathfinders are good. Again, they're fragile, so be careful. They're bad when pushed.
Air supply of field ordnance.
Yeah, they're not like infinite squads. They're only 4 man, so they can get punished really easily. But yeah.
Yeah, they're very punishable. All right, we're
yeah, they have. You have to be able to use them in a way where there's stuff nearby.
Yes,
kind of?
You really want to support them.
Yeah.
I thought I saw. I'm getting like pings on my mini map showing stuff. Okay. We're gonna send this guy over here. I normally say capture resources first, but here's the thing. I don't want to overextend. We're gonna should be able to do some damage here. I don't want to overextend without support. Okay, we dropped a model, now we run. We might actually lose a model for that. That was kind of a mistake. M20's coming up. So I'm taking this point instead of this point because if my Pathfinder moves up there unsupported, it can get flanked pretty easily, and that's bad. I really don't want it to get flanked. We just want to focus on trading as well as we can with our Pathfinders, really. Okay, and we're saving up.
Ready for action.
Since we've got the M20, we're going to start saving up for... Oh, whoops.
Let's get a move on.
Crap. This is not a good fight. especially not with those guys being upgraded. Okay, this is a bad fight. Okay, this is actually a really good fight here. It looks bad, but keep in mind the lieutenant has one Thompson submachine gun, so they actually do quite well in those sorts of
against 4 K98s. Yeah, absolutely.
well, and also against the Stern Pioneers, like surprisingly effective.
You might be able to get Stern if you get lucky with the first burst.
Yeah, that could have been a wipe right there.
I could still be, but you're not going to dive the vehicle because it's too.
No, I mean the thing is they've got a flak. They've got
that was close though.
Flak cannons.
Yeah, that's the thing about OKW is that that damn flak cannon is.
Listen up.
Actually, I was gonna build an MG. Fuck it. We're just gonna like spam Paras. Paras are so good. We're just gonna save up for Paras and then spam them. We're waiting until we get enough CPs for them. Watch out for Panzer Fusiliers because they do have an AT snare from the beginning of the game. My opponent should have teched by now anyway, but just keep in mind that you don't want to. You need to be a lot more careful in this fight. I also got the armor scripts upgrade. This is just because if you're gonna invest in a sort of vehicle early on, you know, ideally you don't get it. It improves your survivability a little bit, but it's not necessary. So it's more efficient to play otherwise.
Yeah, but it's such a damn fun unit to play with.
Yeah, but we're doing this because we're investing like a fair few resources into this early. We really don't want to lose it. Okay, we're gonna try to blob up our Pathfinders here and just overwhelm it. Okay, our opponent's got. This is bad. Don't be careful. There's a zone in the capping area where you can see what your opponent's doing. And my opponent has decided to cap in that zone, showing you where their AT gun is, which is a big no-no. You really don't want to let. Light vehicle players know where your AT guns are, because then they can just avoid them.
Yeah, and thank God they rebalanced the Raketten, because now you can, use that.
Yeah, oh crap. I don't know what just happened. Oh, did I hit him? I'm really confused as what happened. That is an unusual amount of damage for a Raketten to take. Pull out, we're gonna build another Paras squad. Yeah, sorry, I've not been microing this particularly well. Alright, we're just gonna repair this buddy. Alright, build our major right now. And then we're gonna go into Jackson's, right? That's, we've been ahead this game. We probably could and or should go into Sherman's. But I want to point out that we don't need to. We have a luxury of just spamming Jacksons for the rest of this game. And that's not something that's really true of other factions. We are going to go for LMGs here. They disabled the flat cap track. Well, that's an incredibly late timing for a flat cap track. We're going to finish capping this and then we're going to run. Okay, so we're just going to play around this flat cap track for 2 minutes. Oh god, I thought I retreated that squad. Ah! Damn it, okay. Well, that was a mistake. I thought I retreated that squad.
We just lost a unit!
We're going to build an MG, actually, here. So, the USF MG is unique in that it has... actually, I think the Dishka has it too, but it has Vet 0 AP.
Battalion just released a major
what does?
The USF MG. No, I can't.
Oh, right.
I'm just going to build a Sherman here. So the reason I'm going to build a Sherman here is because it will counter my opponent's flat cap track, and my opponent, by showing the flat cap track, has shown me that they are really behind on attack. So
yeah,
it's
going to counter and then some.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to counter it, and then it is also going to perform superbly against infantry. Alright, we're splitting our forces up here. We're just trying to pressure multiple sides of the map. Notice our LMG Paras, they just trade so crazy well. Our M20's been stationary for a while. That's bad on my part, but also we know that our opponent has like an AT gun. Last time we saw it was over here. Oh, this is not a smart thing to do. You don't want to go into the vehicle with Paras. Oh, good dodge. Actually, this is going to be a bad fight for me.
So I want to point out something that you do very well that a lot of people don't think.
Go for it.
That is the utilization of the resources you have. So a lot of people don't think about the fact that, well, like I have a tendency to buy AT guns too quickly, and then I don't realize that it's literally just sitting there doing. And you were able to really help me learn that you need to actually utilize those things, because that is wasted resources if you don't.
Yeah, float is not the only problem. Idle time is also bad.
Yeah, so idle time is something that is a huge deal that you need to be aware of.
Okay, so sorry. I made that decision to smoke based on what's on the minimap. This is something I'd recommend doing. Stare at the minimap. If you want to get better at like microing stuff in multiple places at once, just get in the habit of looking at the minimap all the time. Alright, this squad is at serious risk of dying. Okay, there we go.
Tank support is here.
Okay, we've got our Sherman up. Cool, now we can push in with that. That guy's overextended. Sorry, I'm kind of in the zone. I'm not explaining.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
If you have questions though, feel free to ask, because it will help me actually. Oh boy, that made me go down.
And you've seen some of the streamers will literally just say nothing for a solid 10 minutes.
Oh. This is actually a fight I can win with Paris, believe it or not.
Go, go, go! Drive, drive, drive! Tank ready. Change your plan! Sherman, take it out your way! Go, drive, drive!
Use attack moves when you can. Here, we're gonna get a wipe here. Should get 2, actually. Cool, we just wiped 2 Sturm Pioneers on one side of the map. Yeah, their AT gun is set up, but we have infantry over here. Oh crap, I thought he could make that angle. We're just gonna try to dive for the Black Cap track. That's like the only thing that's really a problem right now. That and this AT gun. But for an entirely different reason. Okay, this AT gun is dead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that game was over.
Now you're gonna see me finish it.
The battle is ours!
Anyway,
It's a challenge.
This is a doctrine that I... No, they my point surrendered. You were on a delay.
Oh, nah. My bad.
But yeah, often it can be a challenge.
Well, for real, closing the game, like closing the match, is very hard because what it requires is being aware of your enemy's physical state, which is not a very natural thing. It requires an RTS mindset to be able to really sit there and think, okay, I haven't seen this or I haven't seen that, and understanding what that means and how to analyze that. It is an impressive thing to be able to do, and you will be very proud of yourself when you do it.
Absolutely. One of the things there that our opponent had showed us, they built another SWS, which probably means, and we saw that with our paratrooper that was just like wiping squads. What that probably tells us is that our opponent has enough resources, has enough fuel to build their Speer and start building tanks. Well, maybe not. They might not have enough to upgrade it, but they probably have enough to at least build it. So what that tells me is that my next vehicle should probably be a Jackson, just in case. Even if you're not playing Airborne, in general, if you go Sherman first, you want to follow it up with a Jackson or two. Just very safe way to play USF. Deals with like the natural counters. Oh, so I just realized it is 5. I think I'm actually going to keep streaming. I was going to stop here, but I'm having fun. I need to go make a couple calls. So I'm going to take like a, let's say, 10-minute break. And then, what level is this guy? Play against him twice. Level 3. Okay, yeah, not good.
Do you have like a streamer pause function or something?
I do, yeah. I'm going to put us on break. So I will be back in like 10 minutes. I need to do a couple of things. I'm in the library, so I need to renew.
You're at the library?
Yeah, at the university library. I need to renew.
That's amazing.
My reservation of this room or find another one. And I also need to make a call real quick. So I will be back in a few minutes.
I guess you could put us on someone else's stream.
I do not know how to do that, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
You're good. I have no idea either. I just know that's the thing. See ya.
Yep, I'll be right back. Okay, I
Right.
am back.
How are you?
Yes, I am.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm really enjoying being able to play Airborne now. This is my favorite doctrine. So,
Oh, that's
sorry, say
yeah.
that. Say that.
Without a doubt. I mean, I agree with you.
Oh, I think it's the strongest of the three available to new players, and it's one of the strongest Airborne, or not Airborne, one of the strongest USF doctrines in general. As I talked about before, it's super flexible in terms of tech.
Sega.
It allows you to have just superb elite infantry, and the vision and utility of Pathfinders is just like crazy. And we're not even using them that well right now. We're not throwing down beacons or anything. We're going to do that next game.
Hmm. That's fair too to say, by the way.
Although we're not using them well.
Yeah, I appreciate that in a person. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're just getting started here. We're still playing against relatively weak players.
Yes, I was about to ask how are ranks looking?
We are level 5 now, and barely. We are the
We started at level 2, right?
Yes. Well, the series started with USF at level 1, but
Of
today
course.
we started at level 2. I want to point out we are actually the lowest ranked level 5 person.
Oh my god! What well, literally. Okay.
and King Favor here is leaderboard rank lead. Good for him. Anyway, so yeah, USF, very very versatile. Airborne especially so. And the thing is, right, Airborne allows you to play immensely greedily, right? Because of the Jackson, you can. I mean, first of all, Airborne lets you go Lieutenant and know that if your opponent is able to rush out a tank because you screw up, you're still going to have. Oh, MG spam. Okay, this is someone who we're going to play Captain against because they have 2 MG bulletins.
Good eye. So that's one thing to notice, and particularly in lower ranks, is if people will say, "I like machine guns; they work well for me," and they're going to make it their bulletins. And I have time and time and again been able to respond in kind by just saying, you know what they're going to do."
Yeah.
And they don't know what you're going to do. That's a huge advantage that people don't really think about. Is they're letting people know that they're going to be an idiot this game.
Yeah, like look at your opponent's doctrines, look at their bulletins. And so, for instance, if someone has this person has 1 assault Grand doctrine. If someone has 2, you should assume that they're probably going to play with assault grenadiers. They might not. They might be faking out. They might decide not to that game. But it is pretty safe to assume they will, and to do things that are safe against assault grenadiers. So we've already started our riflemen.
I got orders, we got orders, boys.
We're going to select Airborne again.
Pathfinders on station and ready for action.
This is a map that I played Airborne against you on. God, I love this map. Especially after the changes. Okay, so we're going to, again, play greedily, but this time we're going to be transitioning into a pack howitzer mid-game instead of an M20 mid-game.
You got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
And if you're wondering, like, what's the difference between those, like, what's the significance of doing one or the other, the answer comes down to the fact that the pack howitzer is kind of a passive, like, it's sort of like investing in something like a sniper, right? Like, it's a ton of manpower up front. It's like, what, 340, 360? 340, yeah. That's a lot of manpower up front for a unit that's not going to have as much of a direct, like, immediate impact as, like, that much manpower with an infantry would, for example. So yeah, that's definitely the disadvantage of doing something like that. But the advantage is you've got a unit that's going to trade very well over time. Okay, they've gone assault grenadiers. They've gone for an MG in this building. This is a very standard way to play this map. Try to shove an MG up there. We're pretty okay with this though. As I said, we're planning on going Captain. If they build more than 1 MG, they're going to really struggle this game. Because we're going Captain. We could actually rush this Captain, but we're not going to. We're going to go for standard Pathfinder stuff. We're going to let our Pathfinder scout here. Send the other one over here.
Just reported Pathfinders
with our
ready for
riflemen,
action.
support them. Keep on, again, we're just trying to keep vision of where our opponent is. Okay, so one of the other reasons you don't want to cap VPs early is it tells your opponent where your squads are. Because they chose to cap that, I know they have a squad over there. I would have had no idea otherwise. I mean, I could have guessed, but I don't have any way of knowing. If we can get in this yellow cover, we should be able to trade well. Okay, Assault Grenadiers coming over here. We need to move our echelon here and soft retreat.
Infantry! Suppressive fire!
We're going to start our captain as soon as we have manpower to. We went for the cutoff. This is not what we should be doing here.
We're moving out.
Yeah. So they should not
capture point is
push
under
into
attack.
this. This is something that if they push into it, they should lose this fight. And they can't really... Okay, they're trying to push in with a second squad.
Supply
That
line
will
just
actually
got cut
work
off.
reasonably well. So we need to focus fire on that squad as it charges us. Yeah, this is bad. This is a bad place to be. We're just gonna have to duke it out. Ah, shit. This went badly. Okay, we screwed up here. We might lose a squad. And our opponent has our cutoff, which is not where we
The
want to
enemy
be.
is overrunning
Yeah,
one of our
Assault Grenadiers
capture
can be a
points.
pain. Okay. This is a good example, though, of like the kind of position we were doing the CPC squads over there. They have now overextended. Okay, that's fine. We should be okay here.
Listen up!
Pathfinder is also weirdly actually
Move has us going behind
actually
enemy lines.
reinforced really
Passive
quickly.
firing.
We're gonna decap our opponent's fuel,
Let's secure that
do this in
ground.
kind,
Point out.
and move back out.
Stay up all night playing different things.
Warning orders, men.
The other thing is
Let's
Assault
go liberate
Grenadiers
us some
scale
ground.
incredibly poorly versus
Steady up, men.
Thompson Paras.
Let's go.
Thompson Paras slaughter them at mid-range,
Blast from over here. Orders.
and beat them at close range and long range. They're just better in every situation.
Spot cover back there.
Captain just took the
Person
battlefield.
almost got squad wipe. Actually, they still might get. Nope. There's some grenades there that I didn't dodge. That's bad.
Attention this way.
Actually, even this captain will do really well. This is really bad. They should have retreated here already.
Target captured.
Okay, so they've gone for T-Grand style.
Go, go.
Again, this is not very effective against what we're doing. We're going to get another squad wipe here. Now we've gotten 2 squad wipes on them. The first one was just a... Nope, okay, retreat here.
We're losing a capture point.
Set the BA 90 day orders.
So the other thing is, you know, they put an MG in the center, but they haven't actually made it a problem for us. We don't really care, right? Like,
Come on.
big whoop. We've just played around it. This is one of the ways that you should be playing around machine guns.
Frag grenades are on their way up to the lines.
I want that.
Your opponent is building lots of MGs.
Set the bar up over there.
You should try to see if you can play right. It's not always possible. Sometimes they'll make it really matter.
Let's make it quick.
Okay, we're actually not going to go take that. So the reason we're not moving up here is if our opponent pushes in with Assault Grenadiers, which we expect them to do, they might be on our retreat path. And we don't want to risk that. That squad is really low. Oh crap, I almost tech grenades. Whoops, that's really bad. Don't tech grenades with USF.
I want to come in.
By the
fast
way,
and
it's bad.
hard. Under fire.
A capture
Okay,
point
this is
being
bad.
overrun.
We're going to want to try to soft retreat here, and we're doing it so that we get a better... we're jumping over this wall before we
Supply of
retreat.
field ordnance is available.
Squad ready. Blast back.
Once again, we're going to maybe get a squad wipe here. Yeah, that's 3 squad wipes. So, yeah, our opponent played pretty well for a while, but this is not good. So, the reason we're staying in this fight here is our DPS is concentrated on a bar and a Thompson, so we actually retain DPS better than they do.
Field promotion.
So, see, we won that fight. Even though it seems like the captain shouldn't have been able to do one of the squads. Absolutely.
Let's get moving.
Knowing the limit of your squads is something that's really important, and it's one of the reasons that I recommend players
Steady up.
just play one faction, at least for a while. You'll learn so much about the game.
A capture point is under attack. Area is ours. I want clear. Observe.
Gather out. Fall
Go
back.
back here.
Point out.
I have a huge advantage on that.
Okay, move it along. Shake it out. Position the BAR there.
Got like 3 squad reps this game. It's 30.
Looks like
Okay,
we're
so we
going
know
in.
there's an MG in this house, but if we spot it with the Pathfinders, our Pack Howie is going to get better accuracy.
Steady up.
So we're just doing this
Get the
as a
ladder.
preparation for when our Pack Howie shows up in a minute.
Get that bar over there.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
While we're going to send our captain up top.
Let's go.
75mm gun ready for action.
Let's go kill us some crowds.
This is pretty much going to break everything our opponent is trying to do. Like the advantage our opponent had. Oh, did they leave? Yeah, they left. Okay. So we're going to split our squads in response to this MG here. This means that they won't both take suppression.
Wear yourself away. Moving out. Troop, make ready to pull out. Position the bar there. This thing's all set.
Meanwhile, we're like A moving over here. They've got 2, so they will be able to win this, but we're gonna let them charge us and then run, so that we just deal a little bit more damage.
Go ahead. Troop, make ready to pull out. Form up.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture
Yeah,
points.
they didn't really take any
Ready.
damage there.
Come on, fellas, let's go.
They did.
Shake a leg. Let's go.
Didn't really cost us much either. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Make ready HE.
Up, see now they built a second MG. I mentioned that being a really bad idea. Try to see why
We're
that.
losing a capture point.
Okay, we need to retreat here.
Steady up.
57mm AT gun now deployable by air. Paratroopers standing by for air assault missions.
Alright, we're gonna start building pairs now.
Be advised.
And now we're
friendly
just gonna
paratroopers
start
jumping in.
This is a doctrine that really does spike in the mid game. We're okay with sitting here against this MG for a moment, just because we're currently bombarding it. So it should get forced off. I guess never mind. We shouldn't stay there.
Fall in, troops.
Serial down. Paratroopers ready.
So yeah, now we're gonna
capture
push out
point
over
is
here. We
being
know there's a
overrun.
couple of assault grenadiers there, so we want to be careful.
Jump off.
But
Lock up that grid.
actually, this is a mistake. Personally,
No
overspent.
tangling with Jerry. Keep
We might be able to get a wipe on this.
taking heavy energy fire. Get down.
We have really good moving accuracy, even with the Come on, there we go.
Stay together.
Okay, I need to retreat that rifleman squad. We're stealing that
Check
MG.
it out.
Just gonna A move over here.
Position the BA. Let's move.
Yeah, this blob.
Heavy MG. Spread out.
Okay, we need to retreat here. Retreat here. Retreat here. We need to stop these guys from taking our stuff.
Looks like fall in.
A capture point is being overrun.
Boys, you step off. Drop every one of those assholes. Cover deflecting
Okay.
us.
Our supply line
That was a
just
good
got
flank
cut
by our
off.
opponent right there.
All right, men. Let's move
But we're gonna just move back out.
Get ready for action.
We're trying to actually play against decent players, so
Let's go.
these aren't gonna be quite as one-sided.
Mark your map.
We're gonna just play greedily, right? We're just gonna go for a major.
Get ready for me. That area secure.
We might have to build an AT gun here, just because our opponent will probably get
Listen up.
a significantly better timing on their medium tank than we will on our
Move it
tanks.
along.
But we'll see. That might not happen. We also want to get those Thompsons. We want to stop this triple cap. Go here, do that.
Follow me. Let's move. Reference that.
And we're
Let's go. What's a beef?
beating this squad just by
Get that thing ready to move.
artillery
A capture point is under attack.
and using. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna split this up. We're gonna send the riflemen to go straight on, and then we're gonna try to get into the retreat path here. They're gonna think they can take this fight, and then we're gonna hit them with Thompsons. And our Thompsons are about to pop. Okay, we need to retreat from that.
Battalion just
Come on,
released
come on,
a major for action.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. And then we're gonna get wiped here.
The enemy
Oh
is
crap, crap,
overrunning
crap,
one of our
crap.
capture
That blob.
points.
Yep, blobs are pretty brutal. Okay.
Just got a report of an infantry unit being wiped out.
Listen up! Listen up!
A capture point is under attack.
Our opponent's going for.
Aggressive fire! Back! Major here. Okay.
Super's like actually good opponent, to be honest.
Be advised. Paradrop inbound. Stand by.
They're not like great, but
We're losing a capture
they are
point.
playing this pretty well. They're doing stuff like going for cutoffs, generally playing smart. We might actually get a squad right here though. And then
We're on the move. Point out.
we really overstand it here.
Get that ball.
Jump complete.
Yeah, why did you use a model? No one was a model. That's bad.
Shake a leg. Let's go.
Should have more models, not fewer.
Drive into the line.
This is gonna take us into
Fewer the models are good. Alright, we're moving in from multiple directions here
Listen up. Pay attention.
to try to force some
Stay
wins.
to combat patrol, so no tangling with Jerry. Keep moving.
We're taking fire.
He said, our opponent did show a half track a minute ago. So this is low elo. Ah, crap. They might be using that half track just for reinforcement. If they're not, though, we need to be.
Capture complete.
Alright, we are going to go for Thompsons in this squad as well. That's because our opponent doesn't have any long-range stuff, so we don't really need it. I mean, we actually have decent long-range just from our Pathfinder squad.
Break contact. Move up. Lock down that area. Go.
A capture
Then
point
we're
is
trying
being
to
overrun.
delay our retreats until as long as possible so that we can just trade well with our opponents.
Steady up.
If they're sprinting, they do literally nothing. So I'm not really worried about it. We can charge this with on you. Oh crap, I need an allied squad. Ah, my bad. Whoops. Screwed up.
Steady up. Make sure you're squared away. All right, you guys. Make ready.
So at this point, we're just sort of waiting for a Jackson. Our infantry is a lot stronger than
One of
theirs.
our points.
To give you an idea, and yeah.
Move.
Oh hey look, they're gonna go attack us with another squad.
Throw grenades. Stay with your partner.
You should focus on the assault rifle squad here, because it's the one. Well, it has the grenades, but also it is the squad that deals more DPS. Too. We're gonna throw a grenade. Okay, nope. We're gonna cancel the grenade. We're just gonna go for wipe here. There we go. Yep. Again, you really gotta respect how insanely strong an ability that is.
Warning orders, gang. Make sure that BAR. Round them up and let's go.
Okay, they've got their first tank. If we can just stall for a minute, that's okay. We're so ahead on infantry that I think we can just afford to stall against this. So we're gonna just retreat. We're gonna decap this and then retreat. Might be greedy here. This squad, we're gonna put it on hold fire.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Nothing actually, like it doesn't, or they can't see us. So yeah, we're just stalling for our Jackson. Our Jackson's gonna hard counter this, and they're gonna have no answer for the Jackson. We'll just retreat here. Hope they don't lose the
A
spawn.
capture point is under attack.
5 fuel away from our Jackson. That is super ineffective. They cannot 2v1 this. I mean, they can't win this fight. Yeah, again, we're just stalling. We're gonna take us out of the building. Ah, crap. We missed that. Missed the time.
We just lost a unit.
It's okay. It's not the end of the world. There's a stolen MG. Alright, we got our Jackson coming. And when our Jackson shows up, this is kind of over. Our opponent really does not have an answer to what we're doing. And this is just not effective enough. One thing is, losing that Pathfinder squad really sucks. We wanted to have them both for the but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. We're just waiting for the Jackson. That's really... While we're doing that, we're gonna bring part of this. Oh! Okay, they're gonna dive our base, so we're just gonna calmly move our ambulance. And keep our infantry away from them.
Crowds are sniffing around our asses. Tactical point being captured.
It's really not a big deal. One of the things you can learn about shock units... yeah, thank you, Herbie. That's a good point. I'm not really used to using that ability, to be honest, so my usage of it is not ideal.
Crowds are taking one of our points.
Alright, we're about to have our
Tank
tank
destroyer is ready
destroyer
for
up.
orders.
Now we just
Crew,
set that
get on
to focus vehicle, and now we can push out. We also want to move our pack Howie over here because we need to push in against this MG. Alright, so what we're going to want to do is move this here. send our infantry blob to go counter their remaining infantry blob, which really isn't that strong. Oh no! Oh boy.
The capture point is being overrun.
We're just trying to soft retreat this enough.
Get us over to that location.
Oh god! Why? Alright. One of the things that you can try to do, that I strongly recommend doing,
The
is trying
enemy
to
is
split your opponent's
overrunning one of our
micros as much
capture
as
points.
possible. Right, so there we tried to launch. Okay, our opponent's trying to counter this with a Shrek squad, which is not a good answer because we have these pair squads. Very quickly turn these guys into.
Everyone out, let's go. Points are down to 300.
Alright, we're gonna do this when it's done. We actually could have countered this with a Sherman, but this is safer because if our opponent has a P4 coming up next, this will do better against that. We're gonna go just see if our opponent has treated their NG or if it's still hanging out over here. Okay, so that means we're gonna bombard that and just pull that.
We're losing a
There's
capture
their
point.
blob. There's deal with that blob.
Crew ready. Displace.
Alright, we need to put this back on attack vehicles. This is kind of annoying. Your vehicles will automatically switch off focus vehicle if you
Get us over to that point.
bring the crew out to repair. So just keep that in mind. It's not like other factions where you stick it on and it's just on.
Get us over to that point.
You have to micro slightly.
Throw those damn rounds and get this thing moving. Driver, forward.
It's a really interesting choice.
Enemy infantry. Let's go. Get us over to that new position. We're out.
Oh god. Trying to retreat the squad. This is bad. That's bad. That's not what I want. We can do an attack round there. And then we need to retreat.
They're moving on the flank. Get it moving.
Did I lose that squad? No, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. As long as I don't lose that pair squad, we're fine.
Knock it off. Okay, move it along.
Get us over to that location. Get us over to that. Get ready to jump. Central, lock her down. Everyone out.
Field strip complete. Go ahead. Taking fire. Fire mission received. Move out! Move your ass! Go! Time to strip off.
A capture point is under attack.
See, this is the P4 I was talking about, wanting to deal with, but we did a good job controlling the duel, so there isn't particularly fast P4 or anything.
Crew ready. On.
I don't know
Firing.
why they're staying here. Not a fight they can win.
A capture point is under attack.
Yeah, that P4 is dead.
Ready. I'm firing.
Oh no! Survived. That's annoying. Okay, well. Oh crap. That was a good command.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points. Target to your point. Try.
Alright, we're gonna build another Jackson.
Fire. Displace for
Not because we necessarily need it here, but just because it will
tank destroyed.
completely eliminate. Ah, you know what? No, we're building short.
Armor ready. Enemy armor shoot us off.
Simple squads up here. We're gonna just punish what they're doing here. It's greedy.
Ready. Go ahead. Engage armor. Go. Get out of there. We're losing a capture point. Set. Fire main gun.
Fall back!
Combat promotion in.
Get it going! Move! Stay with your partner! Hold it up! Get me that goddamn point!
Ah, more close us open. Oh well.
Get it going! Keep that BAR close to the
Okay, we're gonna push in again. We've got
All
our
right, you guys. Make
that.
ready to move.
Repair.
B-47 air support now available.
You're starting to get under my skin.
Tank support is here. Sherman ready.
Close it up.
Sherman, get that 50 cal displays. Drive her over to that location.
Get the bar up over there.
It's starting to get too hectic. We're probably going to give up after we kill this. So we just need to be careful here, not lose a tank. Even if we lose a tank, we're okay. We just killed 2 for nothing. Oh, we can wipe on that guy. No, no, no. Oh my god, good. Yeah, okay. There we go. And that's how Airborne wins games. You wipe infantry with the Paratroopers, and then you wipe armor with your Jacksons, and if the need arises, your P-47s. This game we didn't really want to use the drop just because they've got an Ostwind, so they can actually shoot down the planes, and that's kind of annoying. This was fine. We killed him anyway. I'm curious what rank that person was. I don't have a great idea about how people at each level play, to be honest. When I started playing, I ranked level 7 with USF, and then fell to level 5, and then climbed from there. So that's like the lowest level I really have a lot of experience with, and it was a while ago. So I'm not super familiar. I feel like that person's probably at least level 5, but maybe not. Yeah, so they were level 5 with Wehrmacht, level 9 with Soviets, 7 with OKW, 8 with USF. Okay. Yeah. So, getting better, but they're clearly not playing the best faction. And frankly, Airborne is brutal. If anyone else wants to join like a call with me on Discord and chat while we're doing this, that would be really fun. I really enjoyed having Burpee and Simo up here earlier. And if anyone else wants to ask questions or offer their opinions, that would be sweet. So just let me know. And we're just gonna keep playing Airborne for a while. Might mix up with some more Armor Company. Armor Company is probably the easiest way to counter Assault Grenadiers. So if we suspect our opponent is playing Assault Grenadiers, we can go Armor Company. But if not, we can just go Airborne. I actually want to point out that that game is a prime example of a situation where we should have gone Lieutenant. And, well, maybe. Lieutenant would have been strong there. Our opponent had no anti-tank, no snares, up until well, they never had snares, but they didn't have any anti-tank up until they upgraded one of their P-gun squads, at which point it became completely useless to fight infantry. So it was a situation where if we had built an M20, we might have actually been able to get more work done than we did with the Pack Howie, but the Pack Howie was pretty good. How much damage is the Pack Howie? Yeah, yeah, it did pretty good damage. M20 could have done more in that case, but it is still riskier. And it would have, well, I don't know. Would have also forced my opponent probably earlier to upgrade Shreks, and Shreks are kind of terrible. Sorry. Sorry about that. And just to be clear, when I say Shreks are terrible, I don't mean that Shreks are like actually a bad upgrade. What I mean is that they. Oh god, one second.
All right, we're moving. Let's go.
What I mean is that they
Pathfinders
are
on station and ready for action.
They're really not something you want to ever happen.
Steady up, fella. Let's secure that ground.
Like, ideally, you want to play as greedily as possible, and what greed means in this game is building just like pure anti-infantry units as much
Got
as
a rifle squad waiting for orders.
That's what greed really
Cock and
means.
lock.
And
Got some fighting to do.
Pathfinders
Shreks
reporting
are
in.
bad because they take an expensive anti-infantry elite squad or semi-elite squad and make it almost useless against
Yep. Let's go liberate it.
It certainly can't
Looks like we're
1v1
going in. Reference that
almost
ground.
anything. I mean, I think they lose 1v1 with these like unupgraded
Get your
models.
gear. Moving out.
Just because they lose so much
Steady up,
DPS.
man. Let's move.
Like their first,
Area's
all of
ours.
their infantry DPS is the first two model drops, and then they're basically
Once we
useless.
capture that point, be ready for any counter.
Shoot up here. Moving to secure position.
I actually dropped the first model. That's it. I probably should win this fight. Yeah, should win. Okay.
We're moving. Okay, move it along.
And then this path is going to go
Warning orders,
away.
man. Watch your spacing.
I'm going to go up this bridge.
Put some beef into it.
Let's
Get out of here.
you want to try to issue halt commands whenever a fight starts like this, just so that your units stop moving and stop losing DPS. Okay, this is kind of a bad situation.
Battalion just reported Pathfinders
We
ready for
are
action.
Get ready for action.
losing both of the field fights here. We don't really
The
want to
enemy
engage
is
into
overrunning
this.
one of our capture points.
So, yeah, we're going to have
Come
to
on, fellas.
send
Let's
this guy
go.
out. We're going to send
Looks
pretty
like
much
we're
everyone
going
out.
in.
So, okay, now that they've
Come on. Stiletto.
moved out of that cover, we do want to engage.
Go. Steady up, man.
Okay, so this is turning out okay. We're going to go for the cutoff here, and it's not actually cut off. We're going to go for this point, because it cuts off this, and then we're going to just cap the rest out. Other
Knock it off.
squads. We're going to go
Let's go.
Lieutenant this game, and do an
Listen up. Capture.
I'm actually looking at my opponent's
All right.
commander.
Let's get that point
unfortunately.
buttoned up.
They want that area secure.
Oh, they didn't connect this? That's really strange. Okay.
Move it along.
Well, yeah, I guess we're really late US still, so that happens. Alright, Lieutenant,
Looks like we're
and...
going in.
We gotta capture, spread out that ground. Cover your sector. Orders
So again, the
coming
great thing about Pathfinder is, right, like, the Pathfinder there, the vision allows you to decide whether or not to take that fight early game,
All right. We're moving.
and it's going to keep letting you decide whether or not to take fights. So like this, for instance, these guys are standing in red cover, and they're low health. Okay. My Pathfinders really like that fight. They're going to shred them. They're going to absolutely annihilate these guys. So, great for me. I mean, hell, they might even get a squad life here at my point.
Move. Get it going.
Good for them. That would have been not good.
Listen up. Rounds on. Get the lead out. We've got orders.
Okay.
Taking fire. Get ready.
These guys are now in a bad place.
Go, go, go.
I'm gonna
Losing
put
a
my
capture
Pathfinder
point.
back here so we can fight this wolf and not the Pathfinder.
We have a lieutenant reporting in for duty.
I don't know what this guy's doing.
Our supply line's cut.
Does he think that's my
Germans are
plan?
making a push.
Yeah, he must. Okay.
Reinforcements.
That is not the cutoff,
Stay
folks.
together.
So
Welcome to the
don't
death
cap
moving
that.
out. Let's go.
Do not cap this and think that you're
Get
cutting
ready
off the
for
video.
action.
Just a heads up.
Listen up. Contact! Contact!
We're
Go!
gonna
Get
flank.
moving! All right, you. Okay, move it along. Line formation. Let's go. Move it out. Let's go. Someone get us out of here! Promotion's in!
We're gonna move in 20 here in a moment.
Run! Run! Ground contact! Where's he at?
We're losing a capture point.
Move! Get to that contact! Small arms! Go! 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 Run, goddammit! Move, goddammit!
A capture point is under attack.
actually gonna push them with the Pathfinder
Krauts have
squad.
cut our supply
Pathfinder
line.
Steel good
Frontline
enough
units are
DPS
being
at
hung
close
out
range,
to
so it
dry.
doesn't make sense.
I want that position secure.
We need to secure that ground.
Okay, we're gonna no, we're gonna build our M20 and then we're gonna pull out up the
90-day wonders. Fall in. Shake a leg.
Cell
Let's
right
go.
there.
Not form up, squad.
Our opponent is gonna have better
Let's
field
go.
control than us, so we might need to bring in an
Morning
AT
orders.
gun,
Reference
which
that.
is really not the end of the world. We want to play as freely as possible. We don't want to build AT. We don't have
Gather
to.
round.
And we definitely don't want to build
Steady
more
up.
AT than we need.
Spread out.
We do want an ambulance,
Looks like
though.
we're gather your
That's
kids.
what we want.
Battalion HQ.
But,
Troop.
you know, we
Air
want to play as
supply
freely as
of
we
field
can. We don't want
ordnance
to play
is
too freely.
available.
Okay, the opponent has decided to opt for an MG. This suggests to me that they went battle group, probably, and furthermore that they're not going to build a class. I don't know that for sure, but it's just what it suggests.
Moving out.
Let's get this show on the road.
Alright.
A capture point is being overrun.
Square yourself away.
M20, ready for action.
20.
Waiting orders. We're ready to go.
So once again, squad's doing well. We've actually been trading quite well with them.
It's as good as done.
We haven't been using
Krauts are
models for a
taking one
while.
of our points.
Oh crap, this is bad. This guy should not be up here.
Emergency smoke.
Just gonna smoke it off so that I don't get snared. The reason we're doing that is because we've seen an MG, so we know that they've teched. And if they've teched, then they have snares.
Our supply line is cut. Germans are making a push.
Okay, they've decided to go for an early
Move us out.
track. Okay.
Okay, move it along.
Crap. Yeah, we just traded insanely well in that fight.
Oh, get on to that point. Run.
Boys, driving up to contact.
Okay, we're gonna retreat the squad and heal it up.
Pulling us back.
We're saving manpower right now for
Boys, you ready
a
to gear up and move out?
Gonna be in crowd territory.
for our first Paris squad. So we retreat that squad. Part of the reason we've been able to
Good to
trade so
driver,
well is
move
we've
us
just been
forward.
building up our squads really carefully.
A capture point is under attack. Driver, get her
Uh,
moving. Let's go.
I'm gonna flank this MG, see if we can
Let's
do some damage
get
here.
moving. Contact! HMG!
We don't want to get snared here.
Get us
Too
out of
bad.
here!
All right, you don't. Moving out. Let's go.
Move us out!
Kind of baiting in here into our pathfinders.
Go ahead!
I mean, this is not a good fight.
Now!
This is a really not a good fight.
Ready!
Okay,
Fucking
good.
drive!
They did the smart thing, did not take it.
Shake
Or
a
continue
leg.
to take
Let's
it.
go. Orders
We
coming
should
in. Let's get this
repair up real quick.
Okay, move it along.
Okay, so we're actually kind of edging our opponent up. I said they had good field control earlier. I don't know if that's
And
true at
listen
this
up.
point.
Get ready to jump.
We keep going for a cutoff, but we went for the other side of the map, so
Boys,
it
you
just
ready to
doesn't
roll
hit us that
out?
much.
Driver, let's get this show on the
Let's get this over.
waiting order.
Okay.
Go! Move! Crowd infantry display! Blast away!
Okay.
57 minutes. A capture
This is an
point
excellent
being
illustration
overrun.
of what I was saying about AT being something you want to avoid getting.
Listen up.
Shit! Step up! Our supply
Yeah,
line just
my
got cut
opponent just
off.
lost that fight,
Go, go, go. Secure that ground.
and they lost this
Capture and
fight.
hold. Capture. Moving out. Let's go.
Drive! Drive!
Alright, we're gonna call some pairs.
Airborne assault commencing. Stand by.
Again, what we want to do is, I mean, we're getting some VPs now because we're getting around 400, which is when I generally start to
Secure the
care about
airborne.
them.
We can get out of here. God damn it! Take down the ground.
So we just dive this MG and do a lot of damage to it.
Being pulled off the line.
Set! Go now!
You need to be careful of these snares.
Serial down. Paratroopers
Field
ready.
promotion.
Shit! Step on it!
Target secure.
Snap to it, gang.
And
Someone
Go,
get us
go,
down here.
go! Take it, taking fire!
we notice that I keep baiting him into taking bad engagements with infantry in order to try to get snared.
Air resupply is now
This
available.
is,
Time's wasted.
I mean, you ideally don't want to eat snares.
Envelop and
It's
hold.
not good,
Get on
but
that point.
if you're gonna do it, baiting someone like that,
Falling.
where they drop 3 models and I drop none, I just took damage that I can repair for free. That's a great trade.
Fall back on
Also, this person has spent, as far as I can tell, like 100% of their munitions trying to do a -20, and they haven't succeeded, which is very bad.
Envelop and hold! Get on that point! Make it happen! Fan out! Hold! Get it done, boys! Hold it up! Promotion's in! Cook that thing! Change of plans!
1.2 super passively. Yeah, okay, we should run. That was an overextension.
Stay together! Climb into the armor.
One of the things to keep in mind too, though, that like that illustrates, right, is like you can overextend, and it will not always get punished. So you shouldn't bet on never getting punished for overextensions or anything. But just keep in mind that it's not like you overextend once and you lost it.
All stations. Monitor zone for airdrop.
Our opponent has put their Schwer up. We're not gonna actually really do any damage to it here.
Listen up! Listen! Engage!
Once again, they're trying to engage into the M20. Pathfinder is a very poor
The
engagement.
enemy is overrunning one of our
Yeah.
capture points.
Especially because if they actually they land the first shot.
Jump complete.
Oh no, I lost it. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Did it stay alive? Holy crap. Okay. Wow, I should have lost that.
Secure the
I don't know what
We're losing
happened
a
there.
capture point.
That should have been a dead M20. That was for sure an overextension on my part.
Are you serious? Boys, we just got
Airdrop runs now.
So what we're gonna do is
available.
we're gonna try to use our major arty to kill their Schwer before they get the upgrade.
Get on to that!
Or after, doesn't actually matter.
Change of plan!
We're gonna try to use the major arty to kill the Schwer. That's the
Go! Get moving!
That's the big takeaway.
Listen up!
Be entering ground line.
A capture point is under attack.
What's our line? Orders coming in!
Get ready to jump off.
We need to secure that ground!
Okay, that was a bit of an overextension on my
The
part.
enemy is overrunning one
Most
of
of
our
them
capture
trading well though,
points.
so it's okay.
Yeah, let's go. Get 'em moving.
I'm gonna throw nade here.
A capture point is being overrun.
We're gonna give this other guy.
Get ready! Get
Yep, they have gone battle beam, so I was right about that. That's a pretty common choice. Low elo, and in fact, it's not even just low elo. You see this at up to fairly high levels.
Secure the ammo so we can get
So I'm
out
gonna
of here.
also rush a Jackson here. Jackson's because of the range. They're gonna be better for trying to kill the Schwer.
Okay, move it along.
Ready, moving. Keep eyes on the rear. We're losing a capture point. Go now!
Again, this M20, right? Like,
Get me that!
this is a really quite cheap unit in the grand scheme of things, and it has caused my opponent so much of a headache. It's got 11 kills. It's done more damage than just that too.
Fall in, troops. We're back.
Get us out of here!
It's cost them so much map control, right? Like I just keep forcing these MGs
Crowds are
off.
sniffing around our asses. Tactical point being captured.
There's no. Not a good thing to do. So we're gonna send these squads over here. to get
Full strength. Spearhead the corrupts up. We gotta capture it. Make sure you're squared away.
No, crap. That was bad.
Good to go. Let's get moving.
Right, and they bring up their AT, we spot it, and we just retreat. So, not a big deal.
Gear up and let's head out.
So we are going to try to pressure the Schwer. That's as they said is your goal. We want our major to be not forced to retreat because we want him to be doing tons and tons of damage to the party. And then we're going to call on our Jackson now.
We got orders, Sergeant.
And this little block here should absolutely annihilate them.
Enemy contact! Stay with your partner! Stop right there! Envelop and hold! Capture that gun! Get the hell out of here! Crowd, listen up! Go that way! Run, goddammit! Run, goddang it!
Synergy support gun is going to punish us for blocking them, but it's okay. We're doing fine.
Change the plan! Move! Get it going!
Specifically, we just need to prevent this MG from setting up, and then we're fine.
Let's get a move on.
And just do that out of there. Cool. So if this unit doesn't get suppressed,
Losing
oh
a
come on,
capture
damn it.
point.
So close.
Fall back!
Where's that hitting? Take a left. Enemy infantry. Forward up.
We're actually kind of low on munitions, so we're not.
Fall back! Go!
Notice
Tank
how he's
destroyer
giving
is
this
ready for
guy an
action.
order to douse me, and I can just keep coming back every couple
The enemy
seconds,
is
and
overrunning one of our capture
there's
points.
not a ton of micro for me. And
Go now!
they've now lost 2 models doing it. They're probably going to lose it.
Driver, get us over. The Germans just cut off our supply lines. Driver, halt. Stand by.
All in, troops.
So since I've seen this person try to push up here with a random squad, I'm just going to leave that para there for now. I don't feel like I need them in this fight.
Armor ready. Stow those damn. Enemy forces have 300 points.
Looks like we're steady. Fall in, troops. Here we go.
Even if they build a tank at this
Armor
point,
here.
I mean, I have a Jackson already, so I'm pretty happy about that.
A
The
capture
only thing
point
that
is
would
under
annoy me
attack.
is like a panther, but even that's really not.
Under fire! Grab your gear. Job secured out. Let's go. Listen,
Driver, forward.
promotion! Listen up! Move! Go!
Mount.
Notice that I'm repositioning my infantry a little bit. I just want to, I want to keep my opponent from spotting them. Okay, here's we're dropping major already. That. Just drop it there.
Get ready for contact! Break contact! Under engine fire!
Ready.
Get the fuck out of here! Anything could shake out. Be ready.
Oh god,
Fall back out there!
that's bad. I don't want to lose
Sniffing
that.
around our asses.
I screwed up here. Yeah, that was bad.
We lost an infantry unit. They got wiped out.
Oh my god, this guy is losing so many squads with Falcon. He might actually lose both of these squads.
Stand by! Orders! All right, troops. Wear yourself away.
I mean, yeah, he got the snare, but it's like, whatever.
Break contact! Break
Alright,
contact!
and now he's got squad over here. The other thing is you can actually use the M20 to do the job that my paras are doing right now if your opponent's AT gets too serious.
Go ahead. Roll us out.
Ready. You know what to do, gang.
Awaiting orders.
Again, 20 kills in
Driver.
this.
Get
Light
moving. Let's
vehicles,
go.
they're kind of like snipers, and that the longer you
Get
keep
to
them
it.
alive, the more valuable they become. Yes, these are shock units, so yes,
Get this show on the road.
getting a good timing on them is super important,
The capture point is under attack.
but it's not the only important thing. Keeping it alive, just effectively, consistently, will pay dividends for you. Okay, we should get a squad right here on the road. Yeah, right. Shoot you, go
The
to go
capture
up.
point is being overrun.
We're gonna side sec into pack towers.
We're ready to go.
Our opponent has
Central,
enough
stow those
AT
damn
here
rounds
that
and get this
the
thing
M20 harass should not be that effective at this
Let's
point.
get
It's just
this
going to
show
become a
on the
defensive
road.
unit.
Secure the ammo.
Might get a squad right here. So yeah, the M20 is now relegated to being sort of defensive. This is one of the ways that you can sort of transition light vehicles
We're
into the
losing
late
a
game.
capture point.
They're very fast responding, right? So they're going to come over here.
We're advancing to contact.
We're just going to go harass them for a minute.
Guys, get eyes on target.
Keep in mind, because you're USF, your M20 can also cap. So not only is it just gonna, pick away at this infantry, even if, they cap, I let them cap or
The enemy
something,
is overrunning one of our capture points.
it doesn't
Captain
actually
just took the battlefield.
matter that much. Okay, so we're getting pack Howies. So we're getting pack Howies instead of Scots because basically we want to save our fuel in case they're doing like a KT stall or something, and we need a second Jackson to deal with this. And also because their AT is going to be a lot more effective against the Scot due to
The capture
being a
point is
tank.
being overrun.
Okay, we're going to actually send some infantry over here.
Driver, get her moving. Let's go. Our supply line just got
And
cut
then the
off.
next thing we're going to build is a Jackson. Oh, interesting.
Do it. Move. Fucking drive.
Interesting thing, the light vehicles actually
Scouts are taking one of our
outrange AT squads by 5 range.
points. Move us out.
So if you do it correctly, so not that, you can actually fight an AT squad with just your life.
Capture and reinforce that area. Hold up! Hold up!
So yeah, Pack Howie, and then Jackson. And then we're pretty much satisfied that we can stop it over.
Come on, get the lead out.
I'm going to send one of these squads
Damn
over
it,
there.
Sector. Looks like fall in.
Get
We're
your
moving.
men covering the approaches. All right, men, let's move.
Alright, we got the
Let's
M20
get a
back
move
up.
on.
So, oh, I actually already seen this.
All in, troops. Move orders. Shoot, scoot over.
Let's get moving.
Looks like we're gonna round them up. Jump over.
Stop it. Get hammered here. Step on it. Fire at will. Displace. Come on.
Reference the marks. Red, we need to cock and lock.
Hit it. Go.
So now,
75 millimeter howitzer standing by for orders.
now that my opponent is actually committing AT resources to this side of the map, they're in much more trouble. Yeah, they've got a bunch of howitzers. I don't care. I'm just gonna bring my little pack here.
Armor ready.
We're gonna have to top cap cheat if we want another Jackson. So we're not gonna do that unless they build a gate.
I want flank security.
Secure the ammo so we can get out of here.
All in, troops. Here we go.
We're ready to go. Driver, move us forward.
You remember Italy? Yeah, go ahead. You guys weren't there. I was. Load HE. Fuse to impact.
We've inflicted so
Boys,
much
you ready
bleed
to
on our
roll out?
opponent just because of this M20. I mean, our squads have done good too, but the M20,
Waiting orders.
26 kills. Remember,
A
so
capture point
let's
is
assume
under
those are
attack.
all bolts, which they're definitely not.
Get it moving.
That is a minimum of, let's see,
Send orders.
26 times
Secure
25.
the ammo so we can get out
What
of
is
here.
that? That's like,
Looks like we're going
P-47 air
yeah, this
support
is
now
a really
available.
bad guy.
Get us out of here. Contact. Engage.
Especially because I got an M20, so I need squad wipes really easily. Oh! Enemy P4. Okay, so they're not going for... Yeah, I mean, we have the answer to this already. And guess what? We're gonna... Got a grenade on that. And we're gonna kill it.
Driver, all done over here. Enemy armor. Enemy armor. Move it. Driver, move flanking fire. Go, go, go. Bring the moving.
Yeah, so...
Contact reports show the Krauts are at 200 points.
That's just dead.
Order! Here it comes. Get
And my opponent's been starved of fuel, so... Oh!
square yourself and stay
That's an RD barrage coming down. Come on, come on, move through,
Driver,
move
move
through.
out. Stow those damn rounds and get this thing moving.
Take it out.
We're ready to go. Jump to it.
What? On your steady.
Come on, fellas, let's go. All right, break out your tools and patch it up.
Just decrane the ammo just in case. Got hit by a straight RD. I don't actually know what range that artillery has, so
We're ready to go.
being cautious. Turns out more cautious than I needed to be.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
My opponent's really trying to push up here.
Change of front! Stay together! Steady. Warning orders, gang. Troop, stand by.
Ready. Hold up. Move us out. Move us out.
Get the hell out of
Okay,
here!
we're gonna flank this HMG.
Get us out of here. Take it and break and fire.
Okay, they're gonna Faust this, but it's not gonna kill it.
We're gonna lose power. Set.
Missiles are not gonna stop it from killing
The
it.
enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Move! Get it going!
We're gonna steal some G here.
Run! Run, you dope! Get that thing down!
And we're gonna wipe.
Ready. Shit.
Stay together! Hurry! Envelop
Yeah.
and hold!
There we go. So again, wipes, controlling the map through
The
vision.
battle is ours.
And being able to really greatly build Jacksons without having to worry about losing infantry fights. Those are sort of the hallmarks of airborne. And we had enough fuel there that if our opponent had built a King Tiger, we would have just decrewed our two light vehicle and our Jackson, had enough pop cap to build a second Jackson, and then we would have killed all the Jacksons. But our opponent was nowhere near that much fuel. The M20 MVP, 32 kills. Yeah, very good. Yeah, light vehicles. My M20 got 1 kill less than my opponent's entire army. Light vehicles are really strong. They don't require a ton of micro, right? Like what I was doing with my M20 is I was just pulling it back as I needed to keep from getting killed. Oh yeah, the float. I was also pop capped though for quite a long part of this game, or very close to pop cap. The other thing, right? Okay, Herbert, think about this. When you're floating, if you were to spend those resources on something which you don't end up using effectively, what that means is that you're denying yourself more manpower in the future because your pop cap, your current population, determines your manpower income. So I would argue that if you're at a point where you're not able to micro more and you don't need more units, you shouldn't build them. You're going to be fine doing what you're currently doing. Now, of course, if you need units to win fights, if you need units to like counter something in particular, then yeah, don't float. That's super bad. Floating in the beginning of the game, really bad. Mid game, also pretty bad. Mid to late game though, when you're starting to like have pretty mature armies on both sides, that's the time when it's more okay to float. Especially if you've reached your micro limit. Yeah, the M20 is a really excellent light vehicle. I mean, it's got so many advantages. Even though it's worse than it used to be, it's still really strong. Its range DPS is quite good, so it's one of those vehicles that you really can't just like attack move around, and then kite, retreat, like reverse move out of danger, and it'll do so much work for you. Again, that game got 32 kills, and that like you might say, oh, that's just because I'm playing against a bad person. That's true. The speed it got those kills was accelerated by that, but it's really not uncommon for me to get like 30 kills on an M20 in a game like at my like skill level. If you keep an M20 alive and just keep it consistently doing damage, it's gonna pay for itself easily. Herpy, do you want to hop on the call and give me shit about my float? Join me, Herpy. Join me. Okay, cool. And I want to emphasize, if I were playing the ladder on my main account, I would be playing Airborne every game too. Like, it's just, it is my favorite doctrine. It's very strong. And it feels like it plays really nicely into the current meta, because the current meta is one which is dominated by heavy tank play, and being able to just build 2 Jacksons immediately and just kill your opponent's heavy tank or totally zone it out is so strong compared to doctrines where you really have to build like a Sherman first. Because the Sherman's really good, but you get the Sherman so you can fight infantry. If you're already doing fighting against the infantry, you can just greedily build Jacksons, and that will be like the joke that it's not even really a joke. It's true. 100 pop cap worth of Jacksons and paratroopers is a very strong 100 pop cap. So you have the potential to be very strong like humongous. You know, in practice, you shouldn't be in that situation because that means you've gotten a bunch of squads wiped. But that sort of idea is one which kind of underpins Airborne, that you're going to perform well because, well, you're going to perform well if you can, you know, successfully use your specialists to fight the preferred targets. That's like the challenge, right? You build your specialist army, and you have to make sure you're consistently enabling your specialists. And to enable your specialists, you need to use your other specialists, right? Like, there was that one game back a couple of games ago on, I can't remember, it was like Fayetteville Approach, yeah. My opponent built a Shrek squad to try to counter my my Jackson, and then you just have to screen the Jackson with the Thompson Paras, and they will just annihilate AT infantry. And then you use the Pathfinders to find their AT guns, and then flank them with the Paras or Riflemen or your Pathfinders even. Yeah, it's just a matter of like matching up the correct specialist to their preferred target. And, you know, doing that consistently and doing a bunch of that simultaneously, which is, you know, not easy. Slav. Okay, this person's going Encirclement Doctrine. Interesting. And MG Spam. Okay, well, we're going to be doing Captain then, because this is a really bad build against Captain. Also, Stormtroopers match up terribly against Thompson Paras. Stormtroopers are like Thompson Paras in that they're very good at getting wipes, but they're more fragile and they have less DPS. What they get instead is the ability to cloak. So they're much better at actually like doing flanks and ambushes. Paras, you gotta make it work despite their lack of cloak. Oh man, Herky.
All right, get your gear. We're moving out.
Pathfinders, on station and ready for action.
So Encirclement Doctrine, if you haven't played against it,
Capture and secure that area.
its big gimmick is that it's got this close the pocket ability. Yeah, some other time, Herky. Sorry, I want to focus on this. I want to help climb us up. The
Rifle squad ready for action.
the sort of distinguishing feature of that commander is close the pocket, which is an ability that deals huge amounts of damage. It basically kills everything in disconnected sectors. So what they do is they use Stormtroopers or the Stuka ability to hit the cutoff. So actually, this is a game, and this is like the only matchup where you should do this. We're going to build fuel caches. Well, it's not the only matchup, but it's like a matchup that you have to use, which is really unusual. We're actually going to build caches this game. And we're specifically going to do that so that our opponent cannot. Our opponent definitely is not GeoPeer. Interesting.
Moving out. Let's go. All right.
Cover your fields of fire.
Square
Hold for
yourself
orders.
away. Moving out.
So we're moving up with the Pathfinder squad. The Pathfinder squad will tell us if there's like an Engineers build, which there probably is. No? Okay, not yet. Ah! Spoke too soon? Yes, there is. But they can't see us here, so we can kind of cap the edge at this point.
Moving out. Let's go.
Whoops, I messed up over
We're
here.
moving.
Battalion just
So as I said,
reported
we're just going to go
Pathfinders ready
straight.
for action.
Actually, I missed by that much.
Steady up, man.
We're just going to text straight in the captain
Come on,
and
the lead
get
up. Come on.
a big ol' very fun
Reference that grip point.
howitzer and use that to just bombard it.
Let's get this over with. Listen up.
They're playing vision games. This person is
Be ready for any counterattack.
probably
Let's
decent.
secure
At
that
least.
ground.
I say that because they understand
Let's
the
go.
dynamic.
Put some beef into it.
Okay. This is not as
Okay,
fun.
move it along.
So, because we've seen them doing this, we can actually force them out of this way. No instruction is not set up. They're gonna have to keep switching sides. And meanwhile, we're just looking on this
Stop there
side.
for a second. Force through! Get it going! Take that man down!
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Okay, we're gonna cut them off here.
Listen up!
This is actually not a great. Okay, once we drop the model here, we need to retreat. Before we drop a model,
We're losing
we
a
do
capture
quite
point.
good DPS here, but oh, I missed the channel on my captain. That's bad.
Listen up.
It's okay though. This is
All right, cock and lock.
kind of a
We got us some fighting to
dumb
do.
thing we're playing with.
A capture point is under attack.
So the reason we got our Pathfinder over here and that's not doing anything is just to spot, so when they try to set up their MG, stop this cutoff.
Krauts have cut our supply line. Frontline units are being hung out to dry.
Because this is going to be a really slow game, we actually are going to take our we actually are going to take that VP pretty early.
Change your plans! Fall back! Fall back! Go, go,
This is a pretty risky thing to do actually, even if I interacted this song.
Get up there!
And keep in mind,
Infantry!
your crits.
Fire!
Okay,
A capture
at least
point is
they're
being
getting
overrun.
away with it. Alright, we're just gonna do that again. We're gonna use the Pathfinder to make
Captain
sure.
just took the battlefield.
Captain, there we go. Excellent, we're
Our
gonna
supply
start our
line is
tech.
cut. Germans are making a push.
We gotta capture and hold that ground.
Knock it off and listen. Push through any attack. We gotta get.
Alright, so they're gonna try to set up here,
This is gonna
and we're gonna just.
stay alert.
Contact! Infantry across our line!
I just want to point out one of the things we're doing right now. We're hitting them in two. We're starting two fights at once.
Secure that ground!
This isn't inherently
Capture and
necessarily
hold. Capture and hold.
good. Sometimes you get overwhelmed doing this, but I feel confident in my micro, so I'm doing it.
On the road.
Alright, we got them cut off again. That's good.
It's as good as done.
90-day wonders.
Alright, so we're just
Point secure.
do what we
Man,
can to
the
harass
BAR
here.
there.
I'm gonna send this guy around for another fun kind of
Looks
cut
like
off.
we're going in.
Again, our opponent has chosen to play MGs, so we're gonna use our Pathfinders
A capture point is being
to
overrun.
abuse the fact that our opponent's firepower is so immobile. And then
Ready. Send orders.
we are going to use the Pack Howie to really punish it. And we can start that in seconds here. There we go.
Keep that BX. Move! Get to the step off. Enemy infantry! Run! Stay together! Get them moving! Go! Get moving! Get over there! Taking ground fire! Run! Go mobile!
Team movement.
Get them moving!
If they reposition that MG, that's A, a big brain move, and B, it really
The enemy is overrunning
Okay,
one of
they
our
did.
capture points.
Head down!
Oh, I don't think they've both healing yet.
HMG are available for paradrop.
Let's get this show on the road.
Oh,
Fall back!
Krauts are taking one of our points. 75mm howitzer standing by for orders.
oh, interesting. We got
Hold that area.
Our supply line's cut. Germans are making a push.
Shake a leg. Let's go.
We're losing a capture point.
What? Come on, get the lead out.
Yeah.
Someone get us out of here! Squad, move! Get to
Our
that!
supply line just got cut off.
Contact! Change your
Now, we want to get out of there before they pop
All right. Here's the thing.
the MP40s. Oh, God, that's so good. The Pack Howie's nuts. Oh my God. This could wipe this one.
Secure and hold that damn position!
Hilarious.
Get on that fucking
Okay, our fuel's been taken. We need to go push that out. I'm just taking a ton of joy in making this person's life miserable. Okay,
Follow me.
Let's get this over with.
you know there's some stormtroopers over here. They've probably been upgraded, I might guess.
Pathfinders ready for action.
Oh, yep, they have it.
Wait there. Under fire! To break through on the flank! Tube ready!
We're losing a capture point.
I'm just gonna keep capping these back points here.
Hold it! Orders! Let's get over there! Run!
You can call me now. I can pick up.
Moving out. Let's go.
Did he move or did he stay? Okay.
Listen up. We got ourselves capture orders.
Hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
friendo. Doing well. Doing the greatest. I just had 2 slices of pizza and I'm about to have a third, and I'm
Oh.
feeling great.
Hell yeah. The bloat hasn't started yet.
Huh?
I said the bloat hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
Delivery. 50 cal
Well,
dropping in.
you're already kind of floating right now.
Hey, I'm calling it 50 cal. I'm playing against MG spam, so my sense. I am saving up for repair. There's like a legit reason to do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm joking.
Oh yeah.
Because,
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
57mm AT
Okay.
gun
With, like-
deployable by air.
it's just like you see like very funny things on like high tier ladder a lot of the time, where some like there's this replay by Tightrope a while back where this guy went triple conscripts, double combat engineering into double shock, so he was floating like 6 extra manpower at like the 7th minute of the game against like OKW, and that's a big no-no.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to play.
But he won, so
That's disgusting. You shouldn't have won. What am I doing? Sorry, hold on a second. I can't actually see. Ah, there we go. Throws me off so much. The chat covers my building thing, so.
Ooh.
So we actually have a counter to this. I shouldn't build it. I don't need to see that. I'm gonna actually.
I would say the flag half track would do really well against this.
A capture point is under
It
attack.
would. You're absolutely right. I do think the flag half track is a huge pain in the ass in the micro, though.
It really is. That's why I love it so
This
much.
person does not understand how devastating it is.
God, armor piercing rounds make me cum buckets.
They're really, really good.
HMG are available for paradrop.
I should be able to get this with a flank.
Retreat! Get back to the lines! Listen up.
Maybe
Stop
not.
there for a
We'll
second.
see.
Yeah, armor, penetrating the armor on the 222 is really questionable with small arms a lot of the time. You can do it. It just requires like 2 squads of semi-auto rifles, just like constantly playing on the
Put
butt.
yourself away.
Corner is
Moving
moving in here.
out. Come on.
I think if I. Ah, damn it. Ambush failed.
Go! Go! Move it!
I am
Enemy
failed.
contact! Position the bar there.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to move up.
Get down.
So I want to point out that I decided instead of building an AT gun to build a second 50 cal. It's because the 50 cal is actually insane,
Uh huh.
especially in this matchup. Grenade here.
Stand by. Get ready to move.
We want to kill this.
Hold it on! MG down!
All right, we just stole their MG. Okay, wait. Too late. Oh wait.
Listen
I guess I don't have to cap it. All right. This is a wifey time.
Stay together! Enemy rifles ready!
Yeah, I don't know why people like to try to fight that with. Oh,
I just love it when the fucking Yankees pull out a fucking Thompson from their asshole.
Yeah, it's really fun. Look, that's the best place to store a Thompson. It's a scientific fact. I'm gonna actually demo charge this AT gun. I don't really want it. Or not this AT gun, this MG.
Yeah.
Under fire! Stand
I don't know. I don't use these that much because they used to not actually work very well.
Engage!
Yeah, they do work now, which is nice.
Oh crap, they're timed.
Yeah, they are timed, so that's why they cost so little.
Wait, how much do they cost?
They cost like 50 or 60, Clan?
Okay, we just need to get our MG.
No, wait, maybe a bit less than that actually. Because I know regular demo charges were buffed to 65 after they made them, so
Overrunning one of our capture points.
Ready for action. Looks like we're going.
it might be 45 actually, if I remember correctly. It's very cheap comparatively for what it does. It nukes TAC 43s like nothing else.
Tactical
Alright,
point
we're
being captured.
building a fuel point just to stop any potential bullshit plays.
Bar over there.
Oh, hi.
Supply line just got cut off.
Look, it's armor piercing rounds again. your favorite thing?
I just love that Pathfinders can spot for their own MG if they're crewing.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I don't know where these guys are. Are they like right there? I don't know.
Let's go. Storage complete.
On the mid cap, they're probably just in the edge of that crater.
That's what I'm guessing.
Shake it. Make no mistake. We will catch.
I should have gone with the munitions. Oh! Oh
Just
my
released
god.
Major for action.
No, that's that.
Back it up.
Okay. Here's
Oh, ambush
Overrunning one of
camouflage.
our capture points.
Interesting.
yeah, this person is playing in circle. You know, they did it for the memes, okay?
We're on the move into enemy lines. Under fire!
A capture point is under attack.
Yeah, I tend to like IR Pathfinders a bit more than regular Pathfinders, simply because I feel that there's a certain amount of DPM that they like are missing as like IR Pathfinders that you just
A capture
need.
point is under attack.
I don't know. I kind of agree. Like, it depends on the rank,
Points are
right?
down to
Like,
300.
regular Pathfinders are actually even stronger close up, or far at long range. Especially because
Yeah.
they get double crits, or double crit chance.
Yeah, but the thing is, you lose a lot in. I mean, the thing is, like the IR Carbine is no joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Capture point is
No,
being
for sure.
overrun.
It's very good. No disagreement here.
Yeah. I mean, like regular Pathfinders, I feel like they have a lot more utility, I guess, as like this. Well, they have the same amount of utility as a spotting unit, right? But I feel that IR Pathfinders tend to be a lot more competent, like actually like offensive unit in more circumstances when compared to regular Pathfinders, because there's just less situations where you can, you know, smash an IR Pathfinder's face in as you can with a regular Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's true. They're a lot harder to push into, which is definitely a big benefit.
I mean, like if you, I just feel that if when you combine that with sort of like IR, which gives you like, you know, LMG paratroopers along with the pack howitzer, and you sort of coincide that with the ability to, oh, they either have to push you or they lose once you give your Pathfinders bars. It synergizes really quite well.
Tactical point being captured.
They also drop bars less because they don't drop them like fucking candy. Yeah, it's 45 for that timed fuse charge, which is pretty cheap.
Just cut off our supply lines.
Yeah.
Like that's as much as like a satchel charge.
Yeah, and it actually will kill it. I mean, obviously it has different uses, but I like it. Alright. They don't have a Tiger, though, so I'm not as worried about their endgame. We're just going to build a Jackson here. Probably should have built one a little bit earlier, but it's not a big deal. We're in a good place at the moment.
We're losing a capture point.
Can actually just move this engine. Ah, here we go. As I said, should have built it a little sooner. Not the end of the world. Just gonna retreat here.
You know, you can use supervise with your captain back in base to get stuff out faster.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I should do that. Oh crap.
That's like something like I know that like it's something that always gets me when I'm watching USF players play when they don't use supervise and they're trying to get out that tank. It really like cheeses me off because I like to use supervise a lot. Then that time it did stop from captain that field, but it's you know.
I mean, that was a mismicro on my part. I should just realize that. Also, hilariously, didn't do anything.
The enemy is overrunning one of
Anyway,
our
it's
capture
fine.
points. We're moving to contact. Load heat.
I think they're gonna try to dive me right now.
Our supply line just got cut
Yeah,
off.
I mean, like I think a supervise is like a 150% change, like boost to build speed, which is like literally insane. Wow, he's really trying to work around the
This is
ambulance.
a really common thing at low levels actually, is people just being way too aggressive with tanks.
Reckless aggression.
Yeah,
Capture point is under attack.
100%.
I mean, if you pay attention to the timings, you know that your opponent does have a tank out.
Krauts have cut
You
our
know,
supply line. Front
at the very
units
least.
are being hung out to
That's
dry.
hilarious. I bounced a P4 shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I should be losing that fight, but
I'll be right back.
No problem. You're just gonna miss me. Oh, I lost my direction.
We lost an infantry
That was
unit.
Sorry.
They got wiped out.
I am shit.
Firing. Get it moving.
Keep that bar.
Lost
Make no
my
mistake,
rear
we will
echelon.
capture and hold that ground. Run! Stay together!
Actually, kind of want that because my opponent's been
Send your orders. Displace. Drive her over to that location.
Looks like we're going. Let's get this over with.
Armor here.
I'm actually gonna
Driver,
go back
get us over to that
just
point.
for the months.
Wear yourself away. Moving out.
Move her out. Rear echelon troops on the front line.
Okay, moving along.
A capture point is being overrun.
Point secure. Man out. Forward. It might get hot. Roger. I'm ready to move. Fall back to the CP.
Go ahead. Standing by.
Send your everyone out. Let's go.
Capture and hold that area.
Get through that armor. Move.
Oh, interesting.
Steady up. Taking fire from a baggage red squad! Change the plan! Red contact! Grab your gear. We're on the move.
We're getting chewed up here.
Watch the position. Fall in, troops.
Enemy neutralized. Displace. Get us over to that location.
Oh, I blew up my mind. I was like,
Stow
what?
those damn rounds and get this thing moving.
This is hilarious. My major is beating this
We're
squad.
losing a capture point.
My major is beating a freaking... Wow. Just wow.
Field promotion! Moving out. Let's go. Take it out. Get the squad around the PA. Envelop and look hurry. Stay together.
Driver forward.
Men, eyes on me.
Listen up. Let's get
Get
this share. Get back to CP. Taking fire from a bandage rack. Bring contact. Bring contact.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Get the hell out of here. Move.
I'm just gonna kind of just chilling at this point. I should be moving this MG up on this side though.
Armor ready. Get us over to that point.
Moving out.
This ammo is actually misplaced. I should move it over here.
Roll us out.
You guys.
Ah, damn it, I missed that one.
Engage that target. A capture point is being overrun. Tank ready. Engage that crowd position.
Go second Jackson. I should have been brought some stuff up.
A capture point is being overrun.
Actually, this before is probably dead anyway. Yeah, he's dead anyway. So yeah, Stormtroopers not actually a good answer to Airborne. As I think Herpy could tell you. Or no, Herpy beat me with Stormtroopers that game.
Mag change. Cover and fire.
It was a super close game though. Yeah, pairs are, if you're struggling with Stormtroopers, pairs are a really solid answer. I might have to get going now. Unfortunately, I don't know, how long was this? Was that 20 minutes? Yeah, I can do that now. Move on. I wonder how far into it. Oh! Game bug spotted. No, it did not bug spot while I was in game at least, which is good. Sorry about that, folks. Just blew that up. hopefully our next scene will not be too long.
Sega.
I'll play another armor game. I mean, I love Airborne. If it's OKW, I'll play armor. Yeah, how far are we through level 5? How close are we to ranking up? Okay, so 1156, and we're 1173. Okay, so we're like 20 positions. We'll probably hit level 6 after this next game. Cool. So we've gone from 2 to 5, maybe up to 6. Does anyone have any questions about USF or just playing the game in general? I'd be happy to take one on. Herbie was talking a bit about, he was comparing the INR Pathfinders from, let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, got more camo. Stop print on camo. Now, for those who do not know, the what Herbie was talking about is the Recon Support Commander, which is a very strong commander. It's in many ways similar to, very similar to Recon, or not Recon, Airborne, but in some ways actually quite different. So the big differences are, INR Pathfinders have fewer of the scoped M1 carbines, or M1 Garand. So basically, normal Pathfinders have 2 M1 carbines, which are like the Paratrooper and Ranger version. It's quite strong at close range, and then 2 scoped M1 Garands that are strong long range and get snipes. The INR version has 3 M1 carbines and 1 M1 Garand. And then the big difference between the Paratrooper squads, so first of all, the Paratrooper squad for Recon Support, it comes with a free pack howitzer, or like an 80 munitions pack howitzer, but that drop costs you like 360, 380 manpower and 80 munitions, and you need to upgrade the paras, and you can't get Thompsons with them. So you can get LMGs, which are great, but they're not really like white material. But you get a free pack howitzer, which is super strong and synergizes well with the INR Pathfinders. So it's very powerful. The raid tactics are kind of niche and also cost munitions. The big problem with this doctrine is that it is extremely munitions hungry. If you want a single squad of LMG pairs, you've got to pay 200 munitions for it. You are also going to get a free pack howitzer, but if you're like PopCap and you don't have room for a pack, like if you're rebuilding your paras, that can get really expensive. The other thing it has the M8 Greyhound, which is a really superb light vehicle. It's one of the best. It's kind of like, it's basically an M20, but with more health and armor and a big gun, but it does come out a lot later. Well, big-ish gun. Bigger gun than the 50 caliber. And then finally, the 2 other things that really define Recon Support are the M83 cluster mines, which are often called butterfly bombs, or as Hercules called them, butterfly bombs. His avatar, you can see this, is the Recon Support Commander, but instead of the person, it's a Doge wearing the helmet. And then the other ability, INR Pathfinders have the ability to call in artillery, and it's very strong and very fast. So they're quite good. The doctrine is extremely good. It is slightly different to Airborne. So Airborne is sort of like a mid-late game doctrine, and I think Recon Support really is just like the king of mid-game doctrines. Because you have to pay so much munitions for your paratroopers to give them like good weapon loadouts, you just have a much harder time building like 2 of them, right? Which is something you can do fairly easily with Airborne Company. The other issue that they have, right, is that the Airborne has the P-47 strike. You get the cluster mines instead. Those cluster mines are great against pump-up infantry, they will also perform well against team weapons. They're really good against like pack blobs. But they don't really do anything with vehicles. So you basically get the oh, but I thought I owned this. That's weird. You basically get better anti-infantry and better like anti-team weapon, but you have a harder time sort of building up a large number of pairs, and you don't have the same kind of late game. The other thing you don't have is the 50 cal and AT gun airdrop, so you don't have the flexibility in teching. You still can play this pretty flexibly, but you just sort of it works a bit differently. You don't have like the I'm using AT gun right now, I'm gonna lose button. You've got to be a little bit less greedy. So yeah, Recon's a great commander. It's paid though, so we're not playing it. We're actually, well, next time I'll do it. We'll play some Urban Assault, which is a free commander, so we can't play it. I don't think it's as good as Airborne, but it is definitely up there in terms of USF options right now. It's taking a while. I need to get out of here in like 20 minutes. I might have to leave this game early. Let's see what time. I'm gonna have to leave this stream in a real hurry again, just because the room I'm in the library has been checked out by someone else, and I want to get the key in the meantime. So this might break my win streak. Where are we? Ah, there we go. In game. We are now committed. So this is OKW. I'm going to play Armor this game, and if it's cost, we're going to play Airborne again. All right, Airborne it is. The troops, system, armor, training mechanized. Interesting. Well, I'm guessing they want to play elite troops because they have both a Panzer or a Tiger Ace and a Stormtrooper bulletin. Honestly, elite troops is not superb versus Airborne because, well, as we've seen, Stormtroopers do not actually fare very well against Parathompsons, and you can just build 2 Jacksons, and then if they build their Tiger Ace, you just win. This is a slow map though. So. Got that sexy olive drab for our Jacksons band. Oh, I like that there are like 4 stars on it. There's like a star on top, star in front, stars on the sides of the turret. I guess that's so that allied tank like planes don't bomb it from the air. Imagine how shitty that would be to just be like, yep, I got killed in a tank because we forgot to put the markings on, and our own Air Force dropped a big old anti-tank bomb on us, and we all died. I believe this person's a little slow. Oh my god.
What?
This person is just taking forever to load in. They've been loading for like...
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna drop off these cookies and I'll be right back one more time. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. No problem. Oh my god, how is this person taking so long to load? Did they like crash? I feel like they must have crashed. I think they crashed. They have not moved. Like this is not moved at all in like over a minute. Is there a point where like I can leave this loading screen and I won't get punished? Sorry, folks. This is a really unfortunate and anticlimactic way to end, but I think we just have to leave because this person's not loading. And unfortunately, I do not have time to keep another game. Well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that this was interesting or at least entertaining. And please let me know if y'all have any like questions. I'm a fairly common contributor to Reddit, so you can find me there under Repo Road. And I'm also on the Kotu.org Discord again, to my chagrin. And so you can find me there as well. And I'm always down to chat about strategy and the like. So thank you all so much for watching. I would send you to another stream, but I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, thank you, and take care. We'll be doing this again next Sunday. Hopefully, we will, I don't know, hit like, I mean, we'll definitely hit level 6. We can probably get level 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10. Start to actually get into some more challenging games. Games where I'm going to have to focus more and talk less. But yeah, it should be fun. Thank you all so much. Take care.